YouTube. Now, it's hard to tell when YouTube starts. Okay, it says that I'm live. What up, YouTube? We're back here today working on an island game. That's right, the SLUM island game.
And fuck YouTube.
Love in chat. Can we get some love in the chat, please, boys? Love in the chat. Yep. We're showing off a little bit of the new stream elements that we've got. And part of that is coming over to the Rembot Games late night studio audience. That's right. Okay, that's right. Calm down. So I've done a little bit since last week. Slowly I'm going to try and figure out exactly what it was. Band, hit me one time. There we go. A little bit laggy. Yeah. Come on, love and chat. Just a little bit of love and chat. Come on, guys. There we go. Be like these guys and clap for me, alright? But at home, from the comfort of your household. So, what do we do since last week? I think I worked on the boat quite a bit.
Henry Jr. K3K, hey.
I created a fishing rod, by the way, boys. Created a fishing rod. Thanks, boys. I know. I actually modeled it in Blender. A friend of mine who does like fishing sent me like a picture of a fishing rod. He thought it would be like the shittest of the shit fishing rods, you know? See, sorry, we've actually got a censored button as well now. So check this out. It's the shittest of the shit.
The cast animation.
The cast animation. No, I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. Any special guests? None at the moment, but you know, if you count yourself, the audience, then yeah. That's right. Everybody up out of their chairs. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Hit me one time, band. Hit me two times. That's right. Everybody up. Thanks, guys. Hit me with that 1, 2, 4 times. Thanks, everybody. You've been so supportive today. So, last week, what did we do? I'm trying to think back on last week. We mainly worked on, I think it was the boat. We did some battery physics, I think. So when we threw the battery into the ocean, it didn't just fall down at like, you know, like you were throwing it out of an airplane. It was actually, it's kind of got like the water's resistance, right? I think we got the boat working to a certain degree. Show us your cloth. Lift your cloth up. What did we get done? Yo, Robert, what's up? Henry Jr., what's up? Straw Note Playtime, what's up? By the way, we've got people in the YouTube chat. You got to let me know. I've actually got it changed from low latency to ultra low latency. So you guys should be, you know, like part of the fun. You know what I mean? And not like 20 seconds late. You know what I mean? Hit me 2 times. Thanks, band. Give it up for our band. I don't actually have it like a video of the band yet, but I will get a video of the band. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's been me. Late night. Let's get into it. Come on, guys. Everybody, hands up. Let's go. Come on. Now, back into Godot. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like when we run the game at the moment. Because, like I said, I don't really remember where we were at last week. But here's the fishing rod that I modeled. I know it's pretty damn good, right? It's pretty good.
Pixels dev, can the band be like a crackhead on the subway, please?
A crackhead on the subway. Look, so what I'm doing at the moment is I'm coding up my own like version of the MIDI controller thing, or at least I'm having a go at it. So there's extra stuff that we'll be able to do. You know what I mean? YouTube glitches out and I can't tell. I mean, look,
at least some AI ripoff.
The best way to figure out if YouTube is lagging or not is like type a message, hit enter, and then like just count how long it takes for it to show up on screen. You know, here on the left, over here, like in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so now I've done a little bit of work, okay, because what I realized was every time you pick up an item, right?
Dude, you've got a nice pole.
You just kind of, I got a nice pole, thanks, dude. Everybody, rub it on a whim in chat. Everybody, rub it on a whim in chat. Was that funny? Hit me 2 times, band. Thank you very much. So, what happens when we pick up an item is it just shows like a representation of the item in our hand, right? And then the way that I set that up is I go to, let's say, it was, yeah, I think it was funny too.
I posted on your short about humans fall flat.
I meant a comment I posted on your short about humans fall flat.
Petty Pixels Dev, we got a quality stream.
You left a
Mighty Mork El Paso, I spent a month
A
there one
comment.
night.
I saw a bunch of
Henry
comments.
Jr.
I don't know,
K3K
dude. I've been
guy,
getting so
you
many
may be
comments
sending
lately
your
on my
game
streams,
unfinished
you
to
know?
some streamers like the guy who made Human fall flat for no
Guy,
variety.
you
Nothing but retro, show us
you
the
may be
string on
sending
so
your
we can
game when
steal.
finished to some streamers like the guy who made Human Fall Flat for notoriety. Yeah, okay, we'll see how that goes. Most likely, I'm just gonna send it to a bunch of like trash garbage streamers, like Marky. You know what I mean? Nah, just kidding. Nah, just kidding. I like you guys, you know. And then you guys can promote the game for me. Hit me
Nothing
2
but
times,
retro,
man.
I'm at first and first
Thank
time at the nexus
you.
of the universe. Is it original rays or famous original rays?
W
Just
crab
original
model?
Jerry.
Yeah, the crab model.
Straw note playtime
So,
W
by the
crab
way,
model I see.
that crab model was not made by me. I made a lot of I made a lot of models for this game, including that fishing rod, which is pretty swag, right? But that crab model was made by a dude named Forlorn Creature. He'll probably be in chat at some point, maybe. He makes really funny animations, right, Sketter? Showed you some of those last night. Yeah, really cool dude. Really funny. He makes like shrimp animations, you know. But he also made me. If you were here for the stream last week, he actually made this for me and sent it to me, which is the chicken. Look, it's a little chicken. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
In the shrimp tank today.
Thanks for the follow, my boy.
I had an aluminium rod on my Christmas stream,
So-
and my dog's name is Cosmo.
So if you want to hit
Straw
that
note
follow button,
playtime,
by
your
the
shirt
way,
looks like you came back from the
full
light.
screen, okay, full screen alert, all right? Everybody in the chat has to see
Mighty
that. So
Morph
if you want to hit that
90s
follow
build.
button, that's what you get. And also, Will Smith slapping, sometimes it's Austin Powers. Also, I've got a couple extra GIFs in. Look at that. We've got a GIF of Will Smith getting slapped. Speaking of him, bam, bam. And then also, we've got a little punch. But I need to fix this one up because it doesn't line up. I think the audio doesn't line up properly with that. We've moved some things around. What else we got? Oh yeah, I can swear now. Fucking stupid piece of and then all I gotta do is hit that button. Oh dude, don't start with the fucking free
Mighty
hat.
Mork change yo dim hat.
You know what? I thought I turned off free hat. I honestly thought that I turned it off. You know how long it took me to fucking find this fucking beanie? No, I'm gonna turn it off right now, dude. I'm gonna turn it off.
Free hat.
So check it out. Peck. We've got the peck on the chicken, and we've also got the chicken walk. So at some point, we'll make like a little chicken farm. You know? Fuck off, you turned it back on. Did I see? No, you didn't. I don't think you have control over that shit, do you? You better not have turned that back on if I turned it off.
Mighty
I'll
Mork
fucking-
will just turn it back on LMAO.
Yeah, I'm just gonna delete it. I'm just gonna delete it. I'll just straight up delete that shit, alright? My headwear is sacred, and when I run out of things to wear, I have to put the fucking... Nah. Refund him, dude. Refund him. He's not getting that, dude. I'm not changing the hat. It's not happening. There, wait, wrong one. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Not changing the hat. It's not gonna happen. Fuck you. Stop hitting the change hat button, you piece of shit. I don't want to hear that thing. Don't press that button, okay? Hit faces.
Skedman 420, we're just gonna add it back.
Don't fucking add it back, okay? Don't
Crypto Moriarty
add
XD
it
Chicky
back,
Babes.
you piece of crap. Okay, anyway, so we've got the chicken walking and the chicken pecking the ground. Those are the only two animations that we really need, because let's say like we murk the chicken, we can just turn it into like, dude, okay, we get rid of that, dude. We get rid of that. Viewer rewards. Here we go. Emotes, note rewards here. Wait. Channel power-ups and points. Manage power-ups and channel points. Look at this.
Straw note playtime free.
Look at this, dude. Look. Change hat, we're turning it off. No more change hat. And if you do it, if you turn it back on, I'm gonna hit that little bin button that deletes it. That deletes it forever! You piece of shit. I'm gonna delete that shit forever. That's right. You stop abusing the change hat, you f***s. Maybe I'll just change it to like 10,000. Nah, you're an admin. You can do it anyway.
Straw note playtime yo.
Yeah. Wait, wrong one. Crowd, calm down, alright? I didn't want to have to do it, okay? Marky, my admin, is abusing it, okay? No, it's not funny. Relax. Hit me 2 times. Okay, now that we're back, and now that we're sorted, gonna put this music back on. By the way, leave suggestions below or whatever in the chat of like music that you want to listen to, because like I'm feeling a little bit bored of the regular stuff that I listen to. And if I put on Steely Dan, Marky's gonna kick up a stink. By the way, Scatterman is also an admin, so don't piss him off either, alright? It's not just Marky this stream. Although if they piss each other off, it'd be funny watching them try to ban each other.
Mighty Mork, I retire as moderator in protest of imprisoning the free hat redemption reward.
Scatter, ban him.
Scattaman 420 OMG, get me off fucking Twitch. This website is dog water.
Yeah, just get on fucking...
ad break jump scare.
Get on YouTube. YouTube's live now, dude. The YouTube stream is live now. Okay, so...
Playtime toasty.
So, let's run this, right? I hit run. Now, like I said... Wait, actually, I was showing you guys a fucking little milk carton just rolling down the hill in the distance. So, the way, without explaining too much, the way that the item system works is I've got the items defined over here with an actual item type, right? Which is like item data, I think, right? It's part of the inventory system. But also, there's like this map relationship between the inventory item and the thing that you pick up. And then also, mesh was originally, dude, off with the hat changes, please, off. Because eventually I'm going to have to wear that stupid fucking cowboy hat. I don't want to wear that fucking cowboy hat. It's really hard to like wear the headphones underneath that cowboy hat. That's all right? And then, by the way, whoever was saying, whoever before change your hat, dude, you've started a fucking trend, bro. Look, what I'll do is I'll just put this beanie over the top. Oh, actually, it's 2 Hat Tuesday, bro. It's 2 Hat Tuesday, so actually... having 2 hats on is going to be canon today, so hold on. Let's sort this out. Anyway, so mesh over here on the right is like the actual rat mesh, right? So icon is just a PNG. Mesh is a .glb, right? It's like the raw mesh from Blender.
Forlorn creature beanie instantiate.
Oh, there he
Mighty
is.
Mork free hat at fishing.net.
There he is. W's in chat for Forlorn. Oh, yeah, I was just showing the chicken off before. We're going to get the chicken in there. Maybe later if we can get this fishing rod sorted. But I just want to explain to you guys what I found out, right? So this mesh, right? Let's say the rat mesh. The only way that that rat mesh would show up is if we picked up a rat, let's say milk bottle as well, and then held it in our hands like it was the active inventory item, right? So right now the trash bag is showing up, and that's trashbag.glb, right? And then we've got milk carton.glb. So even though it's an item, there's like a 3D representation of what it actually is, right? And last night I had a stroke of genius and was like, wait, what if I just put a whole scene in there instead of the mesh, right? And then that's how this is working right now. So with this fishing rod, instead of having a .glb in there that I'm holding in my hand, I'm holding an entire scene, right? And that's why I've got like the power bar on the right. See, it might be dodging out a little bit. But see the power bar on the right, that's actually part of the fishing rod scene. That's not part of like the player UI that's turning on and off, right? So think about it, dude, $5 for a fucking hat change. Let's go. What do we call it when we get a super chat? It's like it's not a Wojcicki shekels. It's no wait, actually that is probably what it is. It's not a Jeff Bezos box, right? Okay, all right. We're switching the hat. And actually, somebody pointed out in my YouTube lives that this hat is finals merch. You guys ever played the finals?
Nothing but retro, yeah, bro.
There we go. From now on, the only way that you get a hat change, is from a freaking $5 donation. All right. Okay, everybody, clap in the chat. That's right. Clap in the chat for my boy Crypto Moriarty. Let's go. That's how you get a hat change. All right, boys. Hit me 3 times. No, hit me 5 times. That's right. He's a trendsetter. Oh yeah, also we've got another Seinfeld noise. You guys probably didn't know the difference between all of them before, but listen. That one's a new one, okay? So at some point later in the stream, we'll use it. Okay, so now, given the fact that this thing in my hand is actually a fishing rod, scene It's not a .glb. It's not a straight up .glb, but technically it's still packed scene, so it works in that same data field, you know, the export field. So now I've got the throwing power. We've got a little bit of an animation of, like, you know, the bottom of that string spinning around. This string, this fishing line, I actually found it. It's like a fucking AI written fucking, what do you call it, like pseudo rope that I found in another project of mine. I was like, ooh, what if it just works with like the pseudo rope that I had in a different project? I'm not super happy with it at the moment, but it'll do for now. You know, there's only one way to really create a rope, and it's it's called a verlet chain, I'm pretty sure. I'm no expert at this bullshit, but that's how you do it. Wear the cowboy hat. Look, I'll go and get the cowboy hat, all right? I'll go and get the cowboy hat. Maybe I'll get my PlayStation 5 and just put it behind. Or we'll put PlayStation 5 giveaway at the top of the screen, even though this is... It's no PS5 giveaway, all right, boys? Absolutely no PS5 giveaway whatsoever, all right? Okay, just wait.
Mighty Mork put a head on the PS5.
Yeah, should I?
Skedaman cowboy head on the PS5.
Okay, boys. I need to let you guys know. Look, I'm not giving this PS5 away. All right, fellas? I'm not giving this PS5 away. Okay? It's only on the screen right now as a form of clickbait. All right?
Chat skit.
Okay?
Forlorn creature cowboy head on the PS5.
Okay. Oh.
Mighty
And the
Mork
next hat
make him
change?
his hat.
The next hat change, I'll put that on, all right? Make him change his hat. So, yeah, we've worked out a part of the fishing rod.
Skedaman turtle make me mode
Whoa.
on YouTube.
Aren't you already a mod on YouTube? How do I do that? Hold on. Add as moderator. Here we go. Managing moderator. You can do everything. You can create blocked words. Change chat modes. Oh, so you can stick it on like emote only mode and stuff like that, I guess. There you go. So we've got a bit of an issue at the moment. Blocking out the word chair. No, dude. Okay, I want you to block the word hat. All right. Want to make it illegal to say the word hat in my chat. Okay. See, the problem is... Oh, actually, if you guys don't like the music on Twitch, you guys can just go over to the YouTube stream because it's completely silent. What the hat? No, we've had the moderators abusing the change hat channel reward point redemption, okay? All right. Maybe call it abuse.
The YouTube stream is a vibe.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Straw note playtime, but hat is the holy word.
Rod. Hat is the holy word. Yeah, that's the theme of this stream is super chat
Mighty
for
Mork,
changing hat.
It, dude is straight in denial.
Thanks, Crypto, my
Skedaman,
boy.
Don't worry, chat. We aren't banning hat from this chat.
Okay, so it's not the rod rigid, it's rod usable. So this is what we're actually creating the rod out of. And you can see, like, we've got two fishing lines in here. So we've got the
creature, oh thank chair.
What do we call this? This is like the real fishing line. So it's the real line.
More, please show change hat.
And then fishing. Stop. Ban that word! Ban that f***ing word! Cats are freaking out. I'm yelling too much. Don't be doing that one. We love cats. And we don't want to freak them out. That's right. Thanks, guys. This big dumb idiot. You fucking what?
Mighty Mork, please show change hat.
Fuck off, dude. Okay, lure rigid. Oh, so having a little bit of trouble with this lure at the moment, because what I want to do is I want to create essentially a rigid body, right? That like when you cast, that rigid body, you know, through the air. And we have to use a rigid body for that, unless I want to program in my own projectile essentially. Which is more or less what it is. But then that I have to actually connect with a fishing line back to the fishing pole. So it's almost like I have to not spawn it until I'm ready. You know what I mean? And then when I do spawn it, I have to spawn it top level or in a way where it's not part of this scene, right? And so I'm not sure if that's even... I say possible because I know that it's possible. You see it's like bouncing around, but it's bouncing around in like a really unpredictable way. That's what I'm sort of having an issue with. But it looks good. You know, like when we're, you know, when we can see it kind of look like what it's going to look like, it does look good, you know? And then obviously we can have like, so look, it's rolling on the ground right now. Maybe what I'll do, I'll make it a cube so it won't roll, and then we'll see what it does, okay? 0.01. Need to be 0.02. Make it a bit bigger. 0.04, I guess. And now when it drops, you see, like, because it's top level, it's a difficult one. It's kind of difficult because it's like, I think this fishing line is actually pulling on this thing here. So maybe what we've got to do is change that fishing line distance, the cable length, to be like something like 20 meters, and then maybe I can get away from it. Maybe. It's a weird bit of code because like I don't really truly understand how the Verlet chain works. I know that it's like a bunch of... Let's actually go have a read of it. Like I said, I got AI to write this like, I want to say over a year ago, so it might not be great.
Yesterday I finished Chained Together. Will you play it ever on Steam? It will be so much fun.
I've already played it, dude. Let's see how many hours I've got in that game, because it's not a lot. I doubt I've even cracked the 2-hour mark, but we did play it quite a bit, didn't we, Skets?
Skedaman Forlorn Creature Lover Shrimp Animations BTW watched a bunch yesterday.
Yeah, I showed him a bunch of them yesterday, dude. That's so good. Like the Backrooms one, excellent, my boy. Excellent. I got 5.4 hours in Chained Together. 5.4 hours. That's not bad. Hey, it was a good game. I liked it.
Yeah, I think we did play a bunch of it, maybe like 5-6 hours.
Can say, do we have any screenshots? Okay, I've got
casual ass gamer.
I've got one screenshot.
You played it twice, it was good.
I've got one screenshot, and this is what the screenshot was. Look, Larry France, that's you and me, Skets. With my fucking head right up your ass. That's fantastic. Yeah, so 5.4 hours, I guess I did just play it 2 times. It doesn't tell you that anyway, does it? No, it doesn't. Good game. Like, I'm not really the kind of person that would play a game like Only Up. That is what it was called, right? Only Up, or that other one. Getting Over It, like, I wasn't really good at all. Like, I've got Getting Over It, but it fucking sucks, dude. That game is hard as shit.
Nothing but retro. Getting Over It, I sucked at for sure.
Oh, it's just tough, man. I don't think I've ever passed it, you know? And I want to be like Ultimate Gamer Challenge. I passed it, but like I just can't bring myself to actually do it because it's so arse, bro. Yo, what up, Maximus? Welcome to the stream, my boy. Hit me one time for Maximus.
For Lorne Creature Skedaman thinks I gotta try making a shrimp backrooms game today.
Yeah, do it, dude.
Choco Ted, it was just so fun even for solo. I have no friends, so I played it solo, and I think it's totally justify its price.
Like the thing about Only Up is it was like it looked pretty ass, whereas Chained Together was like kind of in theme. You know what I mean? Unnatural mouse movement. Fuck that game. Yeah, you're talking about getting over it. Do I actually have that on Steam, or did I? Because I can get it for free from Bundle. Humble.
Skedaman check disc turtle. Haha.
Getting over it. No, I did. Look, I've got Getting Over It. I've played 5.8 hours as well. Isn't that the exact same as Chained Together? 5.4. Okay, so 5 point something hours, bro. And I was like, nah, this game is Okay, let me just check Discord real quick. Usually I don't check Discord while I'm streaming because it's a distraction, and half of the shit I can't show chat. I'm gonna leak all of my like horrid conversations with my mods and how much I pay them to run ads. Wait, that wasn't me.
Random question: would making a game like Repo be something you'd make content of on here?
Jizzy Dipper YT, look at this. This was me. Hanging in the air. Oh yeah, that's right. We played with Coops as well. Man, that was a pretty cool game. That was pretty sick. Random question. Would making a game like Repo be something you'd make content of on here? Look, the thing about... Okay, I'm going to break this one down. The thing about multiplayer games is... I don't think I would ever stream myself making a multiplayer game because there's so much debugging that you have to do while doing it. Like, when I'm making a multiplayer game, I've got my laptop right next to me, and I'm getting pissed off because every fucking 5 minutes, I've got to hit the export button, copy it over onto my laptop, run it on my laptop, join the server, check one thing, and then it doesn't work, and I go, what the F? And then so I... have to make a new version, export it, put it onto my laptop. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fun. Like, a multiplayer game, it gets to a point where it becomes kind of fun, but for the most part, it's kind of like something you've got to lock in for. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, creating a single-player game, like, it's all fun. You don't need to think about, like, you know, RPCs and other stuff like that, which is
Mighty Mork just made
rough.
I do all that.
Yeah, you think it's that. Yeah, you think it's that easy to just get the AI to do it, and it can't, bro. It literally cannot do that. Like, it helps, yeah, but also it can't debug for you. You know, like it can't actually run those tests for you. It can just predict what to do, and then that's basically it. You know what I mean? Okay, so this Lure Rigid. I wonder if I can see this fishing line
Mighty
and
Mork
actually attach that
like
to something.
I couldn't he do.
Yeah,
Mighty
okay.
Mork, but also
It's just
please
being a
show
funny.
change hat.
It's just being funny, cunt. Please change hat. Shut up, dude. It's not gonna happen. It's not happening.
Nothing but retro. I got a lobby in my laptop in the lobby and we can enter a game, but I agree every time you make a change
Yeah.
you gotta export. It's cringe.
Like it's not hard, but
Skedaman need a little hook
you know.
hanging off the bobber to put the bait onto, and it physically shows which bait you have on it, i.e. a
So
crab
that's
or a
what
rat.
I was kind of thinking, right?
Mighty
Imagine
Mork,
this
please
chat.
show change hat.
Imagine this chat. So in the middle of the screen, we can actually have like. Hey, that's actually kind of work.
Mighty
See, the
Mork
problem
change
is.
red.
Okay, I think I see the main
Choco Ted, which
problem.
one is good, only up or chained together? Because I never played only up.
Chain Together is great. Yeah, Chain Together is really good, honestly. I think it's better than Only Up, because the problem with Only Up is it's like it's a bit arse. I think the game runs like crap as well, and you can't play with your friends, you know?
Maximus Blue, I was
So look
thinking
at that.
of an
Looks
idea of a game
kinda
that
good,
is a bit
right?
more niche, where an object you're moving from A to B, but the cause of the mayhem and influences your world. Mighty Mork, mount your friends 3D is the real money melon.
Yeah, Mount Your Friends 3D. We showed that at stream last week, didn't we? That's right. I tried to figure out if it was TOS or not. Dude, like, look at this. Okay, so the problem is this cable, this fishing line, is in it's in local coordinates, I think. Like every single like piece of that chain is in a local coordinate system.
Maximus Blue so super monkey ball. Maximus Blue is the fish rod
and
using
it's
spring arm 3D.
Nah, it's not. Well, I don't need to use spring arm 3D for this. At some point I might, maybe like if I walk into a wall or something like that, I might like push it back. But you hooked a seagull, yeah. So it's spawning at 000. That's why you see how the cable goes over there.
Said this stone area look like crap. It's like just foam.
The stone area looks like crap. It's just foam. What you talking about here? You talking about the stone? Yeah, I'm thinking of actually changing this so it only appears in certain areas. I was thinking of changing this whole area here to be like this white sand.
Ghost fish like
you know, to make it look a little bit nicer. Ghost fish like Love, Death, and Robots. I've never actually watched that show. I think I've watched maybe one episode because it was like really well animated. But yeah, I haven't seen much of that, to be completely honest. Not much at all. So I'm gonna see what happens if I go over to the origin point.
And more like Panic Delivery crossed with Courage the Cowardly Dog kind of world vibe.
So if I go over to here and I drop the fishing rod or pull the fishing rod out, you see like the world origin is actually below here somewhere. It's like around here. So we can see that. Yeah, it's mainly this cable. So this one's going to be kind of hard to do. Because like basically if you don't understand what I'm talking about, I've got local coordinate system and I've got global coordinate system. That makes sense. So like world XYZ is like this.
Maximus
you know what I mean?
Just pure nuts and overly satirical, but I guess it's better than real life, to be honest, lol. Skedaman bro, you know what this stream needs? Island game music.
Island game music. You reckon like Jimmy Buffett? Here, let me just type in tropical island ambience. You'll have to listen on Twitch though. I can't risk loading up another freaking channel that says it's copyright free and it's not fucking copyright free. Having to run 15 fucking like different copyright fucking
Maximus Blue Fruit Tiger Arrow type-ish. Choco Ted, there is a great OSIN plugin for Godot with realistic waves and stuff. Why don't you use that? It will just instantly put life in your game. Majority of you gameplay located in OSIN, so it should nice.
I checked out that plugin and it's not good. Honestly, I checked it out. It's not what I need. Yeah, so what I need is, because the thing is like my ocean is infinite. Those plugins have like floatable areas or whatever. I can't deal with that shit. Oops, wrong one. Andre made you a song, loop it. You reckon have that music in the background right now? Hold on, I'll do that. We'll turn this off. Although Tropical Island Ambience, let's see what actually comes up when I run that. It's a song. It's literally just waves, bro. What the fuck? Tropical Island Ambience. It's 4 hours, dude. Tropical Island music?
Maximus Blue, don't trust those copyright-free BS videos on here.
Yeah.
Skedaman gotta set the vibe for the superior stream YouTube.
Dude, actually, come back over to Twitch. This music is perfect, dude. That's brilliant. I'm gonna load up Welcome to the Island, and we can do it at some point, but like I can't run it right now. Not right now. I'll do it in a little bit.
No, I'm not going on Twitch.
Alright, fine, we'll run it. We will run it. There we go. Alright, you happy with that? Wait, can you hear it?
YouTube chat popping off. Maximus Blue, what would you say the best game loop these days?
Can you hear that? You can't hear that, can you?
Skedaman can hear it.
You can? Yeah, no, you can't. Okay, hold on.
Skedaman, now we can. Skedaman,
There?
yeah. Maximus Blue, yes for a sec. Skedaman, wait. Anisite pipes. Skedaman, go back.
There is no go back. Shut up, dude. Hold on.
Pshnkrud, what's happening in Paint? Are you about to prove why the world is flat?
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Did that work? Dude, what the F?
Maximus Blue.
Okay, there we go. That worked, right?
Anisite
Okay,
pipe
there
line.
we go. Alright, we've got the music. We've got the ambience.
Skedaman, yes.
Shit, let me just turn this down in Fruity Loops. You guys can see that?
Pshnkrud, perfect fishing music.
Okay, there we go. Alright. Now everybody shut the fuck up and let me this, right? So we've got world coordinates, which is like the world, right? We call those global coordinates. Global position, right? And then we've got, let's say, like I've got my like fishing rod right here, and that's got its own coordinate system, which is like its XY, right? So this is called local, yeah? So what's happening is the start of this fishing line, right? The fishing line actually starts in local coordinates, right? And then it's attaching to something that's in global coordinates. So we use purple for global, and then we use orange for the other one, okay? So it makes a little bit more sense. So that's what's happening right now. That's why it looks so weird when I move the fishing rod around, right? Because I'm creating this rigid body or whatever, like the lure, I'm creating it in this scene, but I'm making it top level, which means it's going global. And so when it spawns at 000, which obviously you guys can see is below the map. It's like around here, where this big green line is, right? There's also like a little bit of a ripple for where the player is supposed to be in the water, but the ripples look like crap.
From where you get the floating working
Ripples
in your
look like
ocean,
crap.
I can't find anything. I am trying so hard. There is not anything near close good to your ocean.
See, from where you,
Maximus
yeah,
Blue, this
exactly,
Mario
exactly,
Brothers
and
in the
that's
tropics,
why,
LOL.
I'm not using a freaking plugin for my ocean, because everything has to be programmed the exact way that I want it to be programmed, right?
Kevin Osborne 6974 Hola Mi Encanta 2 video.
There we go. Hola Mi Encanta 2 video. Can somebody translate that and
Maximus
figure
Blue
out
is
if he's
better
saying something
custom
racist? Yeah, it's better custom made. That's exactly it, because I've got full control over it. Somebody run that through a translate. I'm gonna need to know if I need to ban that guy for that. It seems pretty good. Look,
Maximus Blue,
Hola.
yes, asking what is this about?
Hello. Me Encanta 2 video. What's Encanta, my man?
He is Mexican.
This is about, hold on, let's put the game description up. So we've got a game description here. And that's basically what the game is. It's going to be a little bit like Schedule 1
Maximus
when we're
Blue
done. Yeah, another thing that we did is this boat wake. I need to optimize it a little bit more, because that's like a million particles on top of each other. Well, it's like, you know, 80 particles or something on top of each other. It's not good. Yo, Isaac, that's my name, bro. Sick ass name, dude. Hit me, band, one time. That's right. And welcome back to the late show with Rembot Games. Welcome to the stream. You're a sick cunt. Wait, Isaac Casillo Harris. Sick ass name, dude. Sick as hell. Everybody.
I saw Castillo Harris.
Everybody clap.
You are the developer.
Let's go, let's go. That's right, but you've got a sick ass name. Isn't that right, everyone? The joke is it's the same name as my one. That's right, everybody. Up on their feet. And that's going to be all from me. See you guys next time on The Late Show with Rembot Games. You guys like that?
Maximus Blue, the night show got nothing on you.
Yeah, I know, dude. We actually need to create at some point like an intro. So when I switch over to that scene, we can have like, you know, me walking out onto a stage or something like that. I don't know, at some point. We'll do something like that.
Harris 1910, when is your game gonna come out?
When it's finished? You know what I'm saying, boys?
30 pixels dev, since it's Pride Month, are you gonna temporary make your logo rainbow named to Fembot Games?
Don't start, dude.
Maximus
Don't start with that. I can maybe change the game, the Discord to Fembot Games. Femboy Games. And so it'll better line up with the search results that you get when you look for Rembot Games. Let's see if it still comes up. No, we've got all the search results now. By the way, the joke is,
how long is a piece of a string?
The joke is, right?
Tower Dive 500, very funny bit streamer. What the moves today? Drink enough water.
Yo, did you want me to change hat? Does that mean change hat, boys? Everybody claps. We got another super chat. $5, boys. That's right. And that means that I get to change hat again. Yeah, let's go. Change hat time. Everybody on your feet. Bam, hit me 3 times. That's right. On your feet. Let's go. $5 is a hat change, by the way. That's the joke that we're running with this stream. And thank you very much, boys. See you on the next time. Wembot Games. Let's go. Okay, what did I say? I was gonna put this one on, right?
Tower Dive, is that what that is?
Okay, so by the way, it's 2 Hat Tuesday, so we're gonna run 2 hats, alright? We're running 2 hats for now. God, I hate this hat.
Kevin Osborne 6974. Choco Ted, will you ever make a tutorial on Ocean Shader with all the buoyancy and all the foam effects?
You know what? Okay, so I don't like treading on other people's grass when it comes to tutorials. I actually had to follow a tutorial to figure out the buoyancy stuff. I tried to work it out myself, and I got to a pretty good point, but like I had to get inspired by another guy. And so what essentially you do is you take your ocean shader, right? And then you've got like a displacement texture, right? So this displacement texture I've actually got saved. Yeah, I've actually got that saved over in a resource over here. I've actually saved that noise texture over here. So it's water noise.tres, right? And then I've created a global auto load where I can sample that texture when you add like the displacement and stuff like that to it. So it was inspired by another person's video. And so I don't really, you know, like it's that whole idea of being one step in front of the class, or like one lesson in front of the class. It's like, I don't really want to do that. That being said, when it gets to the point where I really like the water, I might do it, you know? But right now, like, I'm still experimenting. Like, most of you guys last stream didn't even notice, right? And this one's gonna blow your mind. Most of you guys last stream didn't notice that I've completely removed the reflections from the water. Wow. Wait, wrong one, hold on. That's right. I completely removed the reflections from the water.
Kevin Osborne 69,
and nobody noticed.
Tengo El Mismo Sombrero in Mexico. Kevin Osborne 69,
Yo, Kevin. Yo, Kevin. I don't speak Spanish, but I know what sombrero in Mexico means. Do we call that a sombrero in Mexico? Is that it? Is that Kevin it? Can somebody run it?
974 Pero TEVES Mejor. Maximus Blue, let us pray for a Mountain Dew Ocean Shader.
A Mountain Dew Ocean Shader. I mean, I could make the ocean like green,
Kevin
be a little bit more motion dewy, Mountain Dewy. Pero.
Kevin Osborne 6974 Mexico 101.
Mexico 101. Okay, so the other thing that we did last stream was
Maximus
we got the inventory, like custom inventories working, right? Meaning we can go ahead and pick up trash. I mean, we can even pick up this rod, and then we can stick this rod in here, which is cool. Actually, that's something that I'm going to need to sort out, because see how I clicked the left click, right? It thinks I don't want to cast it when I'm actually just moving it between slots. That's an interesting one. That's going to be a bug in the future, so we're going to have to work that one out. Might make it so if the inventory is open, then we don't try and cast. You know what I mean?
Derpy10, I know this. I got you, man. Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yo, Taco Bell. Make it fizzy too. The Ocean Dew, Mountain Dew water. Oh, by the way, I actually changed the ocean a little bit more. I wasn't really happy with the way that the normal maps looked on top of the water, but I did it again and I actually kind of like it because it gives the water some like surface texture, and you can actually better see like the waves like rolling in the distance.
No reflection.
And I think, yeah, no reflection, bro. No reflection. I'll show you what it looks like with the reflection on, and I'll show you why I don't like it, okay? But yeah, nobody noticed last stream that I turned off the reflections entirely. And I wanted to see if anybody noticed, and to be completely honest, I totally forgot about it myself. Yeah, I know. And yeah, nobody noticed.
Taxing on rendering, I guess.
No, it's not really that taxing at all. Like, the way that ray marching works is it's really not that taxing. But like, you see that? Looks kind of good.
And ray traced BS.
It is ray marched, but I think that's basically the same as being ray traced. So, no, it's not. It's a screen space effect. Okay, you know what? I don't really understand how a lot of shaders work. I'll be completely honest.
Does your boat motor have foam effects or water trail behind the boat?
Yeah, it did. I've made them a little bit better. Actually, did they? Did I just add that this episode? So yeah, one thing that I don't like about the ocean shader reflections, I'll show you over here. It's easier to see over here.
Maximus,
yeah, maybe it didn't.
Afraid of shader boogeyman.
Maybe it didn't. So what I did with the boat is I made it have a little bit of like but like look at that reflection. It's just a little bit dog shit. You know? It's okay there, but yeah. So I added particles to the back. I added... Wait, what did I add? Foam effects, water trail. Oh, there was something else. Oh yeah, that's right. So I added like momentum to the boat. Like before there was no momentum. I actually made it so we can turn the boat while it's not on as well, which is something that was pissing me off not having. So I've added that. But the momentum is really, really nice. Like as you go to pull up to a fucking... As you go to pull up to a jetty, you actually do... It feels like a lot more natural, like kind of swinging around and like hitting the jetty, which is really cool, honestly. I like it. Now we're going to go on a little bit of a journey around to the other side of the island, just to show you what I don't like. We're gonna go past this beach swale. Oh shoot. Wait. So is it wigging out because I hit something? I think the boat might have scraped along the ground just then, and that's why it wigged out. I don't know. Okay, so this tall jetty over here, you guys can see that tall jetty? This is the thing that I'm having the most trouble with, reflection-wise.
Maximus Blue, it swings too much. Good choice, 4410 looks really good.
Okay. You talking about my hat? You know what I'm saying, boys? So when I go over to here, look, there's no reflection of the jetty. And then when I go up here, we get like this ultra dodgy reflection. You see that? You see that down in the water? Like, and I don't know what it is that does this. You see that like weird ass, dodgy ass reflection? That's something that I can't avoid. Right? And I really don't like it. I really, really, really don't like it. And like, it's not just this jetty, but you get the most prominent...
Maximus Blue, the old limited SS reflection distance.
Yeah. I mean, I can turn up the distance reflection and stuff like that if I want. But this is just... It's because it's screen space, you know what I mean? It's not actually ray traced. So we're not getting a reflection of the underside of the jetty or anything like that. We're just getting this like weird... Like... Yeah, I don't know. It's hard because you do see it in the other jetties as well. Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't want it to... I want it to be a performant game, especially when we've got other things that like are sort of like, you know, lag in the computer in this. And also because it's screen space. I mean, look at that. You know, we look down and the reflections disappear. They come back. Like, it's just not super nice. I think like with the reflections turned off, let me just show you. With it all turned off, I think that actually looks pretty cool.
Maximus Blue, your game is good if it can run on a potato bucket.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going for as well. Like, that looks good, right? Still. You know, it loses maybe a little bit of like, realism. But at the end of the day, realism isn't what's fun, it's the immersion that's fun. And so if we can nail every other sort of aspect, then, you know.
Petty Pixels Dev, it looks better without reflections.
I reckon it does, right?
Maximus Blue, nice stylized look.
Oh yeah, also
Super John Cito feels like an island on LATAM, reminds me of my childhood.
LATAM, let's go look that up. We've had a couple of suggestions of what the island kind of looks like. But let's see. LATAM. I don't even know where it's from. Is it in the Caribbean? The Caribbean?
Soundboard working.
Yeah, okay.
Maximus Blue, Latin America.
Nah, YouTube soundboard kind of works, but there's only specific ones that you can run. It should be working right now.
Add another 3D model upside down underwater and make it so only from above water it will be visible.
Caribbean.
LATAM means Latin America, LMAO.
Oh, okay, right. LATAM, Latin America. I was looking for an island called LATAM. I was like, all right, let's have a look. Aruba.
Mighty Mork, uncultured Aussie ambassador.
Dude, shut up. Okay, now, I don't know if you guys know this, but like,
Math Dev not official. I've ran to a issue in my game when I put a panorama agree it turns black when playing and screen space reflections does reflect the image. Maximus Blue, any other crazy tutorials coming up?
Panorama HDRI, it turns black when playing and screen space reflections does reflect the image. Well, the problem is that like with Godot 4.6, it's supposed to have inbuilt reflections, but I don't know how to get them to work with the shader, and I haven't really tried that much, to be honest, because I'm not great with shaders.
Makes sense, chat.
This was a pretty strong theme with Unaccessible. Visit scenic Aruba. Nah, I barely know anything about Aruba. I just know that it's in the Caribbean and that it's like a vacation destination. Excuse me. And I like the name Aruba. So
Maximus Blue, very Vice City type of game.
It's kind of got that era, doesn't it? So Aruba, that's basically all I know about the Latin America.
Hey, did you happen to record your island geometry creation process struggling hard with an Antarctic environment? Choco Ted, what about my idea for reflection? It's used all the times like old Mario games.
Island.
Maximus Blue, only missing the night
Did
lighting.
I record my island geometry creation process? I mean, it was just Blender. What I did was I started with the paths because the paths were the easiest thing to create, and then I filled in all of the gaps. That's basically what I did. So,
look at the shape of potholes and coffee stains and take inspiration.
Yeah. Add another 3D model upside down in the water and make it so it's only from above and it'll be visible. I can't do that because I've got solid ground. So that only kind of works with like areas that you can't jump into. I see what you mean though. I could do it with like viewport tricks and stuff like that, but like look, I'm just no reflections, you know? Like that's fine. I'm fine with that. There's a little bit of like reflections in the game with SSR, but I think I've got those turned off for now. So like, you know how you can see the sky, you can see the sky, what do you call it? The skybox? You can see the skybox. You can even see the clouds like in the reflections of this, this glass, but you can't see the reflections of anything else because obviously like when we're talking about a sky is very different to like actually ray tracing geometry that's behind us, you know? Like the sky is just, it's kind of like a 360 degree texture, you know? So also, thanks for that, you nail it, I like the vibe. Thanks for that, dog. Now, another thing that I did for immersion's sake, you guys might have already noticed it, the clouds are moving in the same direction as the waves. So whatever way the waves are moving, the clouds are also moving, right? And that is something that I did between this week and last week. So let's get a whole bunch of trash bags in the ocean just to show you how cool it looks when we change it. So I've actually got a debug button set up to change that wind direction. So it's gonna, how did I do that? Okay, so I use Sky 3D. Sky 3D has a wind direction in degrees. And then also like, you know, using ATAN or whatever, we can figure out how to change like a vector to, which is like X and Y, because you know this wave, if you can't tell which way the waves are going, by the way, just kind of look in the mini map. It's actually a lot easier to tell. But you can take a vector 2, do some ATAN bullcrap, and then that'll give you like an angle, like a degrees angle. So, and then I pump that angle degrees into Cloud 3D. So then if I hit backspace, you see all of the waves change direction, and so do the clouds. Like I said, we're not going for realism, we're going for immersion, you know? No realism, immersion. Yeah, I know the bot stopped talking because I can't concentrate right now. Okay, everybody? Like, just, it'll be back on in a couple of minutes. You just gotta let me get to the end of this, alright? So, I've also got rain. And I've changed the rain direction to also match the wind direction, to also match the wave direction. So we're going for immersion. We're going for this like kind of like unified look, where obviously everything's going in the same direction. If I hit backspace, you can see all of the rain is now coming this way. And so are the waves, and so are the clouds, right? The clouds are still going to need a little bit of work. I'm still going to need to add fog, but this is the rudimentary idea, or like execution, I should say, of the weather system, right? Well, the first thing we need to do is change the wind, and obviously that wind direction, that wind intensity and stuff like that is also used to you know, change the speed of the clouds, to change the speed and distortion of the waves, you know, so they can be a little bit more rough or a little bit more smooth and calm. I think I saw a little bit of water, yeah, poke through here, so we might need to raise this up just a slight little bit in Blender, so it comes down on like a little bit neater of a gradient. Please show change hat. Please show change hat. Good one, dog. Good one, dude. It's not that kind of King Island. There could be some rivers. We could add some rivers in there. The way that the rivers would work is they would just essentially be part of the ocean. But because they would be low, they'd kind of look like this. Yeah, I'm not sure. We might add them in at some point, but you know, I'm not really super duper concerned right now. This whole area up the northeast, I want to extend. Like, I want to extend a lot of this out to actually add in a bit more room, and so maybe in doing that we can add like a river or something in there and see how we like it, you know, just like a lake or something like that. So like, I want to extend this out like at least another 100 meters that way, you know. I've been thinking about it. It's like, I think that would be pretty cool. All right, I'll turn the bot back on. All right, I just needed to get that one out, boys. Let's go. Okay. And then, oh, we don't actually have a fishing rod on us. I was gonna pull the fishing rod out. But yeah. No! Oh shit, he remembers all of the fucking chat commands from last week. They actually are in the Discord general chat as well, if you guys want to go lurk that. Alright, I need a BRB, like 2 minutes. So we're gonna go to the BRB cam, alright? I need 2 minutes, I need to go take a and we'll be back. Alright? Keep yourselves entertained, alright? And let me know if I should keep this island music on or not.
Not official, yep, I screenshotted it.
Also, you guys gotta make clips. It's make my job a lot easier when I'm making YouTube shorts, okay? That's something that you guys gotta do for me this season. I mean, this episode, alright? This week. Make some clips.
Space-based kinetic energy weapons fire high-speed projectiles from hypervelocity guns.
Mine Psi 13 BRB. Maximus Blue warning.
Popped up into space. Earth-based nuclear-powered X-ray lasers fire their radioactive rays. Attack rays from land-based excimer lasers are redirected by huge mirrors orbiting in space. Chemical lasers
Mighty
fire
Mork clip
beams
strike
that
until
burn
free
through the
head point
shell of the
redemption
onrushing
restored.
missile.
Maximus Blue don't blow up the toilet. Maximus
Particle
Blue
beam
LOL.
weapons with pulsing
Meth Dev
rays
not official
join the
GGS.
attack. Still over the atmosphere, the missile bus ejects its cargo. Multiple nuclear warheads. remaining Soviet missiles now arc towards the U.S., ground-based projectiles are volleyed into space. Their giant steel ribs shatter the enemy weapons. The final minute. The surviving warheads enter the atmosphere above the United States, are attacked by laser-equipped planes. Earth-based lasers and ABM rockets eliminate the last warheads.
The administration's original claim for the Strategic Defense Initiative was that it would be a perfect...
Math not official mission completed.
The President's vision.
Spanning into space, a layered defense to protect the country from nuclear devastation. U.S. spy satellites would watch the world below, detect Soviet missiles blasting off.
The multi-stage fitness test will start in 5 seconds. Ready. Level 1.
The first response. Space-based kinetic energy weapons fire high-speed projectiles from hypervelocity guns, intercepting enemy missiles as they are boosted through the atmosphere. Popped up into space. Earth-based nuclear-powered X-ray lasers...
Skedman, this BRB animation is sending me.
Attack rays from land-based excimer lasers are redirected by huge mirrors orbiting in space. Chemical lasers fire beams that burn through the shell of the onrushing missile. Particle beam weapons with pulsing rays join the attack. Still over the atmosphere, the missile bus ejects its cargo, multiple nuclear warheads.
Yo, I gotta get some more hats.
As the remaining Soviet
Shit, I almost fell over.
towards the U.S.,
I gotta get some more hats, boys.
are volleyed into space. Their giant steel ribs...
That's the main reason I turned it off.
Crud, what if you can fish the hats off of NPCs and steal them?
Surviving warheads enter the atmosphere above the
You guys want me to add
United
hats to the game?
States, attacked by laser-equipped planes. Earth-based
And some
lasers
hats,
and
boys.
rockets eliminate the last warheads.
Ugh. Alright, give me another second. I gotta make a copy.
Strategic Defense Initiative was that it would be a perfect...
Alright, suggestions in the chat. Go on, give me your suggestions in the chat. It's the part of the stream where I steal your ideas. Let's go.
To know how many hats can you wear at once in the game?
Layered defense to protect
Bruh,
the country from
we don't even have any hats
Mighty
yet.
Mork maybe just a channel
US
point
spy
redemption to change
satellites would
hats.
Watch the world
You ready?
detect Soviet missiles
I'm about to delete that shit, bro. You turn that shit back on, I'm deleting it. I swear to God.
battle stations in space on Earth. The first response. Space-based kinetic energy weapons fire high-speed projectiles from hypervelocity guns, intercepting enemy missiles as they are
Crud
boosted
streamer
through the
mode where the
atmosphere.
chat plays crabs and try to pinch your ankles.
Popped up into space.
Reckon Twitch integration? You guys can run around and throw crabs at me? Tell me to change my hat in-game?
Attack rays from land-based excimer lasers are redirected by huge mirrors orbiting in space. Chemical lasers fire beams that burn through the shell of the onrushing missile. Particle beam weapons with pulsing...
We're almost
rays
ready, chat.
join the
We're almost
attack.
ready.
Still over the atmosphere, the missile bus ejects its cargo, multiple nuclear warheads.
Call that. We call one of those a turd of a lifetime.
As the remaining
T-O-A-L-T.
towards the US,
Turd of a lifetime.
projectiles are volleyed into
You know what I'm saying, boys?
giant steel
Mighty
ribs
Mork
shatter
free
the
hat
enemy
redemption
weapons.
changes
Oh,
the
right.
type of hats the crabs are wearing, but also you have to change your hat.
That's right. Mission
Not
completed.
official,
Turd
mission
completed. Hit me 3 times. No, 3 times all at once. Not including the one before. That's right. Thanks, boys. And we're back. Now, I'll tell you a little bit of the poo that I just did,
Not official, man.
but I don't
Perfect
think you guys want
timing.
to know that. You know what I'm saying? So instead, we'll talk about what we want to get achieved in this stream, okay? We want to stop talking about hats because this stream is not about hats. I'm sorry, guys, but the stream is not about hats. Hit me 1 time. It's not about hats, okay? No. Fucking... Yes, we guys want hats. you guys can have hats, but not right now. Yeah, that's right. Eventually we'll get the hats in there, but not right now, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry, boys, alright? And that's me! And that's me talking about what we want to get done today's episode. Actually, I didn't really talk about anything.
The stream is about hats.
So what we want to do...
Will you wear wigs?
Will you wear wigs?
The game dev stuff is just filler.
When will you wear wigs? Do you wear wigs? Anybody else get the reference? That's a Elijah Woods reference, dude.
Skitterman clapping.
Let's go. Okay, so hold on. We got to make this a little bit more pirate software. Sorry, DMCA. We can't talk about that guy. We get banned off Twitch for 7 days for making fun of him. So instead, what we'll do is we'll talk about penal soft gaming. We got to do this. Look, we got to go dark mode, fellas. Look at that. So what I want to get done here is I want to change this orange line, yeah, meaning
Skitterman, no, only
local.
if you put a picture of a ferret on screen.
We want to change. Yeah, that'll definitely get us banned, dude. Penal soft games. Get it, boys? Yeah, that's crazy that on Discord right now, if you look at my my account, like, and you click on my like user, it says that I am streaming on Twitch and it has like the name of my Twitch stream on it. That's pretty cool.
Cause his penal is soft.
Pretty impressive. Yeah, quite impressive. Yeah, his penal is soft because, you know, that's what happens when you work in game development since 2004. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we need to take the fishing line from being local and then change it into being global, which is probably gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to do, but there's only one way to get it done, and that's to just do it. So what I'm thinking is I can create this as one object, right? Like the lure, right? Because that's essentially what this is.
Mighty
but it's exactly what it is.
Have worked at Blizzard, idiot.
Every single one of them. My stepdad, my uncle, because my uncle was banging my mom. You know what I'm saying? If we go from lure here, so we create this as one object, and then when we create the object, we can initialize it from local. Yeah, let's think about this. Okay, so lure rig is essentially what we're going to call this. Hello, kitty. Where are you? Okay, I need to turn this freaking music off too. All right, we got a little bit of that music. We got a good amount of that music, but I'm going to have to turn it off for now. We're putting the tropical music ambience on Twitch, right?
Skitterman, put it back on.
Off, dude. It's not happening. Put it back on. Now. And also, you need to remember...
Chat riot with me.
No, you need to remember that that's going to be in the VOD as well. And I can't have that in the VOD, bro. Like, especially when I'm trying to, like, you know, sound smart and shit like that. And I've got fucking Andre in the background. Under the shade of a palm tree. Okay, you got another minute. So I'm gonna call this the... So we've got rod usable. Okay, so we've got the fishing line, we've got the lure rigid is what we're calling this, I think. The rod lure is what we're gonna call it. Rod lure. And all it is this little rig here and a... Well, it's gonna be the fishing line as well. Yeah. So I'm going to put the fishing line inside here too. The start point is going to be that rod lure. And then when we create the object, we're going to need to set that fishing line's endpoint to the thing. Okay, so it's a bit of a complicated one that I've got to set up. It's a little bit complicated, but you guys are here for it. All right. So rod lure, I'm going to right click. I'm going to go save branch as scene. We're going to call it rod lure.tscn. So it's like a lure rig, basically. Now if we go fishing rod, so we've got the different states that the fishing rod can be in. Rod states.
Math Dev Not Official, is it okay to start a new project of the same game if it gets a little too much of a buggy mess?
Yeah, for sure. You know, like don't let anybody tell you how to do your shit. But also, the thing is about a buggy mess is you can make the problem worse before it gets better. Because when you've got a buggy project, it's not perfect anyway, right? So, like, and I always do this, right? Like, a lot of game devs will have the exact same experience where, like, you've got something that's somewhat stable, but it's missing something or something doesn't work, right? And what you want to do is, like, change it to work. But there's a lot of work involved in that. And so, like, maybe an hour into coding, you've broken the whole thing and you can't even go back to that old version anymore. And it'll overwhelm you and then you just kind of quit it and not want to work on it anymore, right? But the way that you have to mentally get over that is it was never working to begin with, right? Like, when you first started to change it, it was broken. And now that you've changed it and it's broken, it's still broken, right? So whatever it takes to just push through that, just do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine to, like, recreate your project from the start, but also, like, don't be afraid to just spend an entire day just fixing bugs and not even running the game one time, right? Just bug, get all of them sorted, and then it'll work. It'll work exactly the way that you want. And don't get overwhelmed by the fact that you can't run, like, a decently stable version of it, because it was never decently stable. It was broken because it didn't have the features that you wanted in it, or the features were broken. So it's gone from being broken to being broken, right? So if you keep it broken until the point where it works, you know, it's like the whole idea of, like, don't look back, you know? Don't look back, just keep pushing forward, you know? And that's something that does motivate me, because a lot of the times, like, I'll do these massive sweeping changes. Like, if I wanted to change, for instance, the inventory system in my game, I would need to break it first. But I have to consider that right now, because the inventory system isn't the way that I want it to be, it is broken right now. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go from it being broken to eventually working. You know what I mean? Not from being working to being broken to being working. If that makes sense. But, like, mentally, that's how I process stuff like that, you know? Yeah. 5 seconds. Yeah, just spam it, dude. By the way, all of the channel point redemptions from this stream will be refunded at the end of the stream, okay? So, actually, probably a couple of times during the stream too, right, Marky? Right? So get your channel point redemptions in. My favorite one is the jump scare when I least suspect it. But it is the best one.
Math Dev Not Official, nice. I will clip this later.
Hell yeah, dude.
So chat riot with me, bring back the song. Mighty Mork only if you add free head back.
Shut up. It's not coming back, bro.
Not official along agad.
It's not coming back, dude. A long ad, dude. Well, in Firefox, what you can do is you can pop out the video and then just unmute it. That's what I've been doing in Firefox. Rod lure, whenever I watch, what do you call it? Twitch, and I get an ad. I can't skip the ad, but what I can do is I can pull the video out and then just unmute it so I can continue to watch it, you know?
Point purchases are final. Petty Pixels Dev, that's what I just did in Opera LMAO.
True. Well, it's good that it works. So yeah, I want to start streaming to Kick now because I feel like we've gotten a stable stream. I don't want to jinx it, but we've had a pretty stable stream so far, fellas. And also, I need to tag everybody in the Discord server. So if you got tagged by that, that was me. Opera is the browser for people that like lag, dude. Opera
Heavy Pixels
Opera
Dev solid
GX.
stream.
Yo, hit me up, Opera GX. I'll sell out. I don't give a shit. I'll tell my audience that your browser's good, even though it's slow as F. You know. Wait, hit me up though, Opera GX.
Brad, I thought you were banned from Kick for being Australian.
Yo, what's that?
GMB the goat, not that.
What's that?
long
You're
ago.
Australian? Now look, I can still stream to Kick, but I can't like check my analytics or like do anything with my VODs or like clip like old stuff, right? I can't do anything on Kick, but because these guys are idiots, I already have my stream key. Like I set my stream key up like a year ago, so it's still the same stream key. And also I can access the pop-out chat. And so I can change the stream title, I can moderate people, I can do all kinds of stuff in the Kick chat, but I just can't actually go to the website and like stay logged in, you know what I mean? There we go. All right, we're going to see if Kick works. We're going to see if Kick is the reason that my computer freaking fucks out when it does. So, what up, Kick? Welcome to the stream. So, Rod Lure. We don't have Rod Lure in here yet. I don't even think it needs to be an export variable necessarily.
RDX wins Conquer's Bad Fur Day stream.
Conker's Bad Fur Day stream. Yeah, there you go. That's my favorite one, dude. That's my favorite channel reward point redemption. Especially when we're in the calm zone.
Whelp for me almost 90 SEC.
Damn, dude. And I'm gonna see like 10 cents of that, maybe.
Not official, I'm so late, lol.
Nah, you're not. What's going on, dude? Okay, so Rod Lure needs to be created here in the set state. We need to actually create the Rod Lure. So casting.
Choco
Here we go. So this is the release.
YouTube video where he said that people do upload gameplay videos in Cornhub and they earn more than uploading to YouTube.
Actually, I did hear that as well. But then you've got to try and like, you know, you got to like reel in that audience, you know, and they're not going to be Australian. That's for sure. At least the IP address won't say Australian, you know. So Rod Lure needs to be created. So rigid bodies is the, what is it? It's a global. Here, this is what we need to add it to.
GMB the goat.
So
Choco
it's
said LOL.
in a group called rigid bodies, is it?
Meth dev not official. Wait, did
crap,
T
okay.
Australia lock down kids from using the internet or not?
I don't think it's working, but they're trying to. Cat's making noises behind me. Add to group rigid bodies. So this is my rigid
GMB
bodies
the goat
container.
is not a lockdown kid for sure.
Yeah, and we don't have that as part of. Nah, look, let's just add it to a global group. How about that? I need to essentially add this rigid body into that group. Do I? I kind of don't. Actually, let's not worry about it. This is kind of like, it's a little bit complicated, like where I want to add this, because I don't just want to add it into the scene itself. Rembot is not a lockdown kid for sure. Hell no. You guys know I'm like, what are we? Class of 08? Class of 08, bro? Yeah, exactly. So, like, yeah, I'm a freaking, you know, I've been doing this shit for a while. Living, that is. I'm Unk status, you know? But that's why I'm so swag, you know what I'm saying? Thank you guys. Thank you guys. You can relax. You relax. I'm literally am an uncle though, so.
Choco Ted, there is AI assistant plugin for Godot. Just tell him what you need and he will add everything like edit the scenes.
Dude,
and add scripts and stuff.
I'm not adding AI into the, like, I'm not adding an AI assistant to my Godot. The problem with AI is you spend more time debugging than you will actually creating stuff, you know? Especially if, like, only if your reliance on it is so high. Like, the higher your reliance, the more time you spend debugging. Because the AIs are just kind of shitty at Godot code at the moment. You will. Like, you're better off just, like, learning, hitting F1, reading the freaking documentation, and understanding what all of the code's doing. And then, you know, because if you don't, you have no idea how to actually debug the AI code anyway, you know, and you'll be using AI to debug AI code. And if AI doesn't know jack shit about Godot 4.6 or 4.7 or whatever, then, you know, you'll just end up, debugging. And that was my experience with it, especially when,
Petty Pixels
what was it first came out? Like ChatGPT first came out. Big fan of the Godot documentation. Bro, it's great. Like a few versions ago, it wasn't that great, but like there's people fully committed to making the documentation good.
4 millions day.
I used AI for everything and earning 4 millions a day. Yeah, well, you know, chuck a freaking donor in then. You know what I'm saying? Chuck a donation in, you're earning so much fucking money. Throw them donations in. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You guys can watch for free.
Helios Prime 66 first message.
There's no. Oh, Bob Ross. Nice. Bob Ross emote. Very sick. So, okay. Rod Lua here, right?
GMB the Goat Choco Ted, are you talking about Zenva?
Rod Lua, we actually need to get a reference to here because we're going to create one. So this Rod Lua here, yeah, so we need to create a function called like create and, well, it's like cast lure. We'll call it that, cast lure. Right? Actually, maybe it can return.
GMB
Oh no, it doesn't matter. We can do it all.
Play laugh SFX. Choco Ted, no, there is
4 million a day
in the asset library. GMB the Godot.
AI assistant in the asset lib library. Yeah, look, I just, like I said, it's especially with like the changes to UIDs as well. Like I found that like when they did this, like cursor I was using at the time would just make up a random UID and then it would crash my project. It was like, you can't just make up a UID. You have to like register it or whatever, you know, with the project. So it was just bad, you know. Like I did it for a little bit to see how it would work, and I spent so long just fixing up all the files and all of the references, removing all of the like, you know. Hello, kitty. Meow. Go on, you can eat. She's staring at my cowboy hat like, why do I have to walk around this thing to get to my food?
The goat vibe coding, vibe debugging.
Okay, so rodlua.instantiate, right? And then we're going to go rodlua equals that. But we need to instantiate it into the scene. So what do? We go get tree dot current scene dot add child rodlua. Now this is going to create it in it's going to create it in global coordinates essentially. So like we were talking here, because it's a part of the world, which is the current scene, it's not going to be part of local, but we've got to get it to connect to a part of this local scene here, which is the top of the rod. We need to actually connect this line up to the top of the rod. So in my rod usable, I'm going to delete the lure here, and then we're going to have this lure open here. And what we can do is we can create, is this how it works? I've never really done the init, but we can line connect be a node 3D. Is that how we do it? Yeah, so we initialize it with the line connect node. So when we instantiate it here, is this how it works, boys? How do I instantiate it with a, fuck it. Oops, wrong one. Screw it, dude.
Prime 66, what kind of game will this be?
Hold on, let me turn on the description. There you go. There's the description there, in case you guys are wondering. It's going to be a little bit like Schedule 1, with the alchemy and like, you know, the selling and the, yeah. Think of like Schedule 1, but for a fishing game, like an island fishing game. Rod lure. So if we go func ready, so when it's created, we want to set the fishing line, right? Because rod lure is already set. We want to set this endpoint dot endpoint to
Mighty Mork, will this game feature free
thing.
hats?
Free hats. Yeah, I'll put some
GMB
hats
the
on
Goat, am
people.
streaming on multiple platforms at the same time. Is this even possible? LOL.
Streaming on multiple platforms at the same time. Damn straight it is. We're on Twitch. We're on Kick. We're on YouTube. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hit me 3 more times. Hit me 15 times. There we go. That's it. Thanks to the band, everybody. Cheering for the band. That's right. Slap the band. There we go. We need to add like a band video. So somebody find me like a, you know, late night band, and I'll add it to this. I'll add it to the thing. Okay, so we need to connect to line N. So here we go. So if I go rod lure dot fishing line dot endpoint equals, it needs to be this line start here. Line start, I think, because that's the top of the rod. Yeah, line start. So rod start.
GMB the Goat, LOL.
Line
Watching
start.
your stream feels like watching an edited video.
Don't get node. Cool, man. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you, my boy. Wait, wrong one. I'm not trying to laugh at you, dude. That's right. Crowd, calm down. All right. Yo, Helios Prime. That's right. So, if anybody watching right now, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button on the YouTube video. All right, let's be serious about this. Let's be freaking serious about this, okay? If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button and check to see if you're subscribed or not, because YouTube really likes it when people like my live stream, okay? So make sure you hit that button. And if you're watching on Twitch, just know that every time you hit that follow button, it covers the screen in Will Smith getting slapped in the face. Sometimes it's Austin Powers. Sometimes it's Borat, I think it is. But either way, it covers up the entire stream. So if you want to have your moment in the sun, that's how you can do it. Get node, and then the path.node. I don't think this is how we do it, because we want to set the node. Look, like a sign. Do we have to set
about crabs and hats?
So how we do it? It's a game about crabs and hats. Yeah, exactly. So we're casting the lure right now. We don't have that anyway here. It should be here. So when we release, it casts the lure. So we also need to set the global position. So the rod lure dot global position equals line start dot global position. Yeah, this is kind of going to be hard, because if this doesn't work, then I need to make that line start top level, and then I have to put a remote transform 3D on the end of the fishing rod. So this probably isn't going to work, but we'll see. Yeah, here we go. So it's nil, meaning this is ready, but the actual thingo isn't. Okay. As in, like, we'd have to create the fishing line after we create the lure, but the lure is, the fishing line is part of the lure, which is kind of sus. So this is triggering before this triggers, you know what I mean? Because right here we're actually setting that. So maybe if we do this, unless it's part of the instantiation, this is why I wanted to do it on init. Yeah. Okay. This looks a little bit better. So what's nil? What's nil? Set state, cast lure, cast power. We've got the cast power, which is good. 0.117, which is like the amount of force that we're using to cast. It's not creating itself yet. That's fine. I knew this was going to be a bit tricky.
Super John Sato, do you make all the assets from the game?
Not all of them. I have a little bit of help from some people that I like the style of their work. But for the most part, I make most of it myself. Like I said, a little bit from other people. Fall On Creature, especially if he's in chat, makes a lot of like really cool low poly art. You guys should go follow him. He's also got a what do you call it? Social media presence. Is that the right one? Fall On Creature. He's in the chat. He's the one that made the crab model. Oh, yeah. Yeah, can we get a listen to that sound effect real quick? And then I'll show you what he means. So rodlure.init. We need an init function. So how can we do this? Ah, there he is. What's going on, my boy?
Friendly, you can pass the init variables into link.
Is that how it works? Into new. So let's go func init, and then we go fishing line start. Make it a node 3D. I mean, there was no error here, but literally we would go fishing line dot. And this is what I mean. I think we have to assign it with a node path. Allowed node 3D. Oh no, so it is actually just node 3D. So fishing line, if fishing line start, well, it's fishing line end, right? Yeah, screw it. We'll put rod lure as the end point. So we'll start with start. Should the fishing line be part of the rigid body though? Probably not, hey. Because it's going to have the same problem where it's moving with the... Ah, shit. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want the fishing line to be moving with the lure. It's a little bit... a little bit hard to do. Let's just delete the fishing line out of here. Go to rod usable. Okay, so fishing line. Is fishing line actually a thing? It is. Very cool. So rod lure, fishing line. Yeah, and so we'll delete the rod lure and the fishing line in the same hit, but we'll have to add them to the scene. You know what I mean? So we actually need to create a scene, a fishing line scene. So I'm going to create fishing line, and then I'm just going to add the fishing line code to it. Yeah? And then we can save this. as fishingline.tscn. And then in rod usable, we've got rod lure, and then we've also got fishingline.tscn, which is just a straight new, it's a scene of its own. Yeah, so these are separate. Basically, I was going to try and do these two in the same thing, in the same hit, the lure and the fishing line. But now these two are going to be separate, right? We'll make it green again, like the actual fishing line. So these are both in world coordinates, right? They're both in world coordinates, but they're separate objects. So we've got the rod lure. Purple, right? And then fishing line. I could put .tscn at the end there, but that's the idea. And then this is the rod. But that's local because it belongs to the player, essentially. Mentally, we need to overcome this before I can kind of, you know, before I can implement it, I need to understand how to do it. So
If you want
we
the lure to connect
instantiate.
properly, you should add a slot on the rod where you can place a hat on the rod. That way the rod can wear a hat.
Shut up. Maybe we'll put a hat. I'm waiting for a friend of mine to actually create like a goblin that we can put in the store. You know, like a little gold goblin that goes in the store right there. And then we can add some like roller shutters and stuff like that. So at a certain time, it just, you know, and then it's closed overnight. But yeah, he'll definitely be wearing a hat. Okay, rod usable. Here we go.
Godot, a hat seller goblin.
That's it, dude. That is it. How do we do this? There's a function. What's the name of the function that runs as we are destroying an object? Does somebody know that? Like right as we exit tree. Is that it? Exit tree. We can go fishing line and rod lure. Because we need to delete these, right? But they're rod lure.queue_free. You know what I mean? And then if fishing line, then fishing line.queue_free. Because, like I said, we're adding the rod lure and the fishing line to the actual global scene. It's not part of this local scene. So when the player switches weapon, technically that fishing line and that rod lure is still going to exist. It's probably going to bug out because this fishing line won't be able to find the node that it's trying to start from. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, boys. We'll cross it at some point. So we cast the lure. Yeah, you get it. What's up, Fanny Slam? How you doing, my dog?
Fanny Slam Sudo.
So dude. Not much. Just a bunch of this. So we're going to instantiate the fishing line as well. And then we can go fishing line. And then we can go fishing line dot endpoint equals line start. Fishing line. We might need to add both of these to the scene first. Rod lure, fishing line. Fishing line dot endpoint. Endpoint start point. So the endpoint is going to be rod lure. the start point is going to be, so look at this fishing line here. It is a node. So we don't need to set a node path. We might have to set a node path. But if we just set a straight up node 3D, it should work. Rod lure.global position equals line start. Yep, and then fishing line dot global position equals line start global position. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's just try it. Just see where we get. Boom! There we go, dead. Okay, so start point doesn't exist and end point doesn't exist. That makes sense. So we might have to add it to its init. Or make it so we don't add the child yet. We can add the rod lure. And then we add the ooh, kind of works. It's a really thick line though. Like, look at that. It's kind of working. And then if I change, oh, look at that. It does delete it. Look at that. We're getting somewhere, chat. We are getting somewhere. It's not really that rigid though, is it? Okay, so fishing line dot start point and end point. Yep. Rod lure dot global position equals line start dot global position, right? But then we have to go rod lure dot apply impulse. That impulse is going to essentially be the player's camera. So we've got to get the player. So var player, type player equals get tree dot first node in group player, right? And then we're going to apply impulse, which is the player dot camera 3D dot global basis dot z, and it's going to be the negative of that. And the position, that's fine. It's just going to be where it is. Times, let's say 10 times the force. What is it? The throwing force? What do we have? The cast power. Yeah, the cast power. I think that's it. Times cast power. Now if we run that, it should have a bit of momentum when we chuck it. Dude, what the hell is going on? Dude, what the F? Why is this happening? Okay, so it's almost like we're better off waiting one frame and then creating.
Like a pool noodle.
It does. We're almost better off creating like cable thickness. Maybe we can set that as like the default. Yeah, because now it'll actually be kind of skinny. Yeah. Maybe a skinny line. I can see that rigid, but it's like, it's weird because the fishing line is pulling it. And I didn't know that that's what it did. You see that? It's like pulling the rigid body. But look, it works. Yeah? It's a little bit weird, but it works. So I don't really want it to like pull on the string. This fishing line here, what if we set its cable length to like 50 meters? Cable length 50 meters. So when we create it in the rod usable, we can go fishing line dot cable length equals, is 50 too long? It's pretty whatever, but I just don't want it to be tugging. So it looks like we have to actually cast it out full power, see what happens. See, that kind of worked. Let's times it by like
have to make the cable length depend on how long
20.
the lure flies through the air.
Yeah, that's it. So it's like it's pulling on the lure, and what I want is I don't want the cable to pull on the lure, right? So like that's working, right? But I also need to make it, see, it's falling through the ground. I also need to make it so the lure bobs on the surface of the water. So I've got to add the buoyancy to that. So I might do that now so we stop items rigid here. Let's do buoyancy. So I'm just going to grab that, go to the rod lure, we're going to get do buoyancy there. And then on, yeah, it's physics process, we just do the buoyancy. So even if it does fall through the ground, it's going to bob on the surface of the water, right? Rod lure. So we go func, physics process, do buoyancy. So when we create this fishing line, you see how there's like weird shit happening when we create the fishing line like that. We're going to need to figure out how to deal with that. Also, you see the tip? The tip of the fishing line isn't really matching up with like, I mean, it probably looks okay on stream, but it's a little bit janky. So let's see what that actually looks like when we drop it. Yeah, look at that. So our floater is actually floating, and it should be floating up and down with the water surface. Yeah. And then we need to see like that, like whatever that is with the fishing line. Got to sort out, because maybe it's the springiness. It's just something to do with like it being created the way that it's being created, which is fair because it's not super normal. And the shading on it is a little bit weird. Very interesting shading. Mesh instance. So the fishing line is actually a mesh instance like this. So I think at the moment it's only got 4 radial segments. Maybe we can make that 7 so it looks a little bit nicer. Cap top and bottom, yes. We can maybe turn those off though. It doesn't really matter. And then this music's doing my head in, to be completely honest. Let's chuck some atmospheric D&B back on. So this here, I kind of want to override a lot of this stuff. Like, let's say, what if we just turn off so it's not shaded at all? And so it just looks like ultra fluorescent, like even at nighttime, you're going to be able to see it. So that looks pretty good. So it's almost like it needs to extend, like you said in chat, it kind of needs to extend that length and be dynamic based on how far it goes out, right? And then when it hits the water, yeah, so like when it hits the water, I've actually got a function here in rod usable. See, we switch from casting, or sailing rather, to deployed, right? So we need to figure out when to switch the state to deployed, because we're sitting in sailing like the whole time. That's why like when we go to cast it, yeah, this is casting state because it's holding it back. This is sailing because it's sailing through the air. And now we need a function to switch it from sailing to deployed. So we need to detect when that rigid body actually hits the water, or like, you know, hits land or something like that, and it has to like remove itself from existence. But we'll just worry about the water for now, because chances are when you hit the land, it's just going to cancel, you know, and you'll go back to doing what you were doing before. How are we going to do this? Okay, so rod lure. Yeah. When we create it, we could potentially check to see if it's floating or not. So in rod lure, well, actually it'll be a variable.
Signal on the lure
is floating. Yeah, exactly. I just don't want to, I don't know if I want it to be a signal or not. So is floating is false, but what we can do is if else elif not is floating, which is floating equals true, and say like right here we could emit a signal, you know what I mean? But that signal would kind of need to be connected every single time we create one. Which, is that a bad thing or not? Probably not. I'm not sure. What do you guys reckon? Give me a sec. I gotta piss. Oh. So I thought about it. While we're in sailing mode, rod usual, while we're in sailing mode, we can check. So if lure, rod lure, if rod lure dot is floating, yeah, then we can set state to deployed. And that kind of makes sense. So we go rip, and then once it hits the water, okay, what the fuck's going on here? What the fuck? All right. It's like a perk you can get. Double rod. Yeah? Can we drag these with us actually? Let's see what happens. Also, I want to show you guys what happens when we go so far out that we start to lose precision, because it's actually pretty funny. We get to the far lands, because technically this ocean is now infinite. So that's another thing that I did last week, I made it so when you're moving around, the ocean moves with you. Meaning we have a potentially infinitely long ocean. But because we're not using 64-bit precision coordinate system, Wait, why is that going so slow now? Look, the rod spinning. Okay, there we go. All right. Shit's just wigging
I sure
out.
wish there was a song on the YouTube stream.
Fine, dude. I'll put it back on. There you go. The dew buoyancy.
Can't you use a floating origin for better precision?
Hold on. Let me just. So Rodler here. If position is greater than 0, then don't do anything. Else, if it's floating. Else, if not floating. Right? Because then. Okay, wait. I think just visually we're not getting an update. Cast end. No, we don't want that. I think I've gotten a little bit confused with my animations. So let's look at my animations. We got cast end, which is that. Yeah, so that shouldn't be part of this.
A cat with a crown who took Playboys.
Yo, what up? What's going on? How you doing? Cat with a crown. We are chilling. This stream, we are chilling. We are trying to do some intense stuff right now. Look. Yeah? So once it hits the water, it's gonna pop. So then we can potentially drag
30 pixels dev after Slum Island. Are you gonna make World of War crimes?
World of War crimes. What the hell is that supposed to
The
mean?
most dynamic line in a fishing game I've seen in the past 30 years.
Yeah, that's right. Because what we want is we want immersion, dude. Oh shit. Look. Okay, and then I killed it. When I change weapon, when there's more than one line, look at this. Hoi! That's pretty good. I mean, this is pretty much what we set out to do, right? Like, we want a dynamic lure floating system. We want to be able to... So we should... Okay, wait. So we should dynamically set the distance for the fishing line. Maybe we can make it so the fishing line doesn't tug on the rigid body, though. It said this was some AI code that I made over a year ago for like this tiny little like project that I was working on. And the point of that project was, like Cat with a Crown said, the idea was to have like a nice dynamic like fishing line, you know, and not just like a straight line from like top of the pole to the actual floater, you know. That was kind of the idea. So we need to work out how this code works. So it'll be in fake physics here. Retract, here we go, like this. Start is rigid body. Stretch. Joints linear. Find an up vector. No, this is the safe lookout. So that's for the actual segments. Oh, dude. Cable length. Number of segments. No. So the actual end is rigid body. That's true, right? End is rigid body. Do I have that set for the actual rod usable? Look, end is rigid body. It's not. So what happens when the end is not a rigid body? Maybe it just doesn't. It's a hell of a cast though, hey? I think also when the rod is... What happens if I just do this? Okay. Alright, this here, the retracting, right? Start is rigid body. Ah, start is rigid body, okay. So what are we doing here? We're creating it. And then the end point is the rod lure, which is a rigid body. So what if we go fishing line dot end is rigid body equals false. So there's no retraction. So it should just drop. It shouldn't tug on it at all. So we go like this, into the water. Nah, I don't think this is going to tug on this. It's just going to extend. Maybe we change the cable length. Cable length equals 1. Let's do that. Now when we drop it in. Wait. It's not going to tug on it. You know what I mean? Which is exactly what we want. We want to just be able to freely cast this. And did that line look better because of that? Wait, that actually looks kind of nice. So even if it falls through the ground, which it will do. Shit. We can't make it so there's 2 as well. So on the rod usable, right here, look, just released. So this is the right click, which is cancel. Is we need to go cancel cast or something like that. And cancel cast is going to delete.
Fox Army, howdy howdy.
Yo, yo! What's going on, dude? Wait, that was you on Twitter, right? That was you on Twitter. I saw somebody with Fox in their name and I was like, is that Fox Army? And I said, hello.
Fox Army indeed, lol.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. Okay, I'm turning the music off, Scatter. I don't care what you think. I need to not have that music on all freaking day. Again. I know you love it. Okay, so what I've got to do here is I need to do this. So this is delete lure. Right? So we delete lure and then we go back to idle. So we need to create this function. Delete lure. Yeah? So when we cancel the cast, meaning we casted and then we hit right click, see it completely deletes the lure. You can right click.
Fox Army happened to just randomly find you on my For You LMAO, glad I'm around enough to be remembered.
Yeah, that's sweet as. I've been trying to post a little bit more.
Fishing road tiers you can upgrade.
Yeah, this is actually the lowest one. So we've already kind of thought of that. This is going to be the shittest rod that you can get. and then eventually you'll be able to get like your cool ass carbon fiber freaking whatchamacallit rods. You know? Yeah, I've been trying to post on Twitter a little bit more. Like, I don't really post on Twitter at all. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool seeing people that you know, I recognize on Twitter, because I really don't post that often over there, but I have been trying to post a little bit more often. Animation not found. So deployed idle. We don't need to worry about that. And then reel. Reeling. I'm thinking here, this doesn't really make sense. I rushed ahead and did a bunch of this stuff, right? But I don't think I'm going to need... Deployed idle is just going to be like reset. And then reeling, we need to have a reel animation. So maybe we can make that now.
How did you make water physics in Godot? I'm new to Godot, lol.
The way that the water physics works is we just check... Here, I'll show you. So for these actual rigid bodies, so like this rod right here is a rigid body technically, when it's in that form anyway, but like rigid bodies like this. So I've got a code that inherits rigid body, but it's kind of like a floatable rigid bodies, right? Because some things float and some things don't, but it's all the same code. The way you do it is actually quite simple, because I mean buoyancy is quite simple when you think about it, right? I'm just going to draw it over here. Now buoyancy is essentially the up force once you've hit the water. You know, you've got gravity, which is a down force, and then you've got buoyancy, which overcomes gravity, right? So let's say you've got your water here. All you want to do is when your object goes below the surface, right? So it's got down force on it because it's a rigid body. When it goes below the water surface,
I feel comfortable
right?
using Godot as my main engine.
When you go below the surface, all you want to do is add an up force, right? So that's basically all buoyancy is. It's actually really simple when you think about it. So if we've got this ocean at y0, which I've got in my game, right? Y equals 0.0. So this is like essentially the ground. All we have to do is check if, yeah, y is less than 0, then we apply a buoyancy force, right? Apply, wait, to AP, apply, wait, it is two P's, APPLY, BUOYANCY. So when we're below 0, we apply that buoyancy. So all that buoyancy is going to be essentially like an add force, right, in the physics process. And that's essentially going to be negative gravity, or whatever negative gravity dot y is, times like 2 times the weight,
with a crown,
potentially.
You should make your own font. Sounds fun to do.
Make my own font. Yeah, it sounded fun to do back when I was doing a lot more Photoshop, and now it sounds tedious, dude. But I should. I probably should. So I can have like stuff like this in the game, like written onto like this isn't the formula, by the way. This isn't the formula. This is a very rudimentary idea of a formula. But let's actually show you what my formula is. Item rigid. Here we go. Items rigid. So this is my buoyancy force right here. Right? I find out the depth because as well, the lower that your object is.
Strawnote Playtime
right?
Brothers leaking the secret formula.
Oh shit. The lower that your thingy is, you got to think about it, right? Like, you know, the ocean pushes pressure. You know, the lower down you go, there's a little bit of pressure here, but the lower down you go, there's more pressure, you know? So we kind of work that out, right? And the way that we work that out is we figure out the depth. So it's the distance below 0, right? and then we apply that to the formula as well. So we're creating a formula based on how much upwards force we need to add to this body. That's all buoyancy is, right? So like I said, you know, you probably get, you know, help from other tutorials and stuff like that online, but it's kind of fun to experiment with, right? So this is my formula right here, if you want to screenshot that. If you want to screenshot that, because what we're doing is we're getting the absolute gravity value times y, meaning like whatever the gravity is, we're overcoming the gravity, so that has to be part of the buoyant force, and then we times it by 10 times the depth. Now, if you wanted to add weight into there, you could, you know, times weight, so like the actual rigid body's weight, but that's not really something that I'm doing. How do you get the weight? Mass. It's mass. Yeah, so mass is an inbuilt value, yeah? And that's obviously what you set. So you can work your mass in there as well. I didn't because I wasn't getting any good results from it. And then you want to apply a central force. So central meaning from the center of gravity, because you can apply forces, you know, in multiple areas on your body. And then you just apply the negative buoyancy force, or the buoyancy force, you know, and then you add a little bit of damping. So if you want to screenshot that, go for it. And then this here is the sampled height, is actually because I've got waves in the game, and that sampled height is essentially just the difference between the top of the wave and the bottom of the wave, you know, or like the top of the wave and the 0.00, which is where the water plane is. So you see how it's actually moving up and down? A little bit dodgy, I think, when it gets to the edge of the noise, but like it moves up and down with the ocean, and that's what that line of code is right there. So anyway, that's how you do that. Yeah, buoyancy is really not that hard, you know. Now we're using that same formula on the boat. Yeah, we're using that same formula on the player. So the player is buoyant. It's technically moving up and down. You see that? With the wave. Like wading water on top of the wave. Everything. You know, even this lure now. So that lure there is also buoyant. It's got that buoyant force added. This stringiness. Like we kind of got to... Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to work these animations out, you know. So let's have a look here. We've got cast release, cast start. So maybe we can use cast start while we're reeling. Nah, I'll make a new one. So I'm going to go new animation. I'm going to call it reel. And then I've got a magic little pivot on this handle right here, so I can add rotation to that handle. Transform rotation. Yeah, we'll add that to the reset channel. Actually, we shouldn't add that to the reset channel. Why'd I do that?
A cat with a crown. Is there a bezier happening for this fishing line? Is the line flying off to the left side expected?
Not really. It's part of a Verlet chain. It's actually physics. It's physics driven. So it's part of a Verlet chain. DPI. I think it's like 1600. I think I got it set to about 1600. That's a random question. So I don't want to create a reset track because I want this rotation to stick with whatever it's on, right?
Straw note playtime. Is it just me or 800 just feels so slow?
Yeah, it does.
Shnkrud, have you tried using tweens yet?
Wait, 800 is fast. 0.1. Have I tried what? Have I tried using tweens yet? Nah. I don't really want to tween this. I want to use animations with this because I want there to be a little bit less code on the item. Yeah, and also this kind of makes a little bit more sense for it. Like if I go to, how do we loop? It's this button here and make sure it loops. So I want to go to, what's one frame? It doesn't really work, does it? 0.1. Like if I rotate this handle 360 degrees, you know what I mean? It's gonna look like there's a
Straw note playtime bro wasn't expecting the DPI question.
Yeah, I wasn't, honestly. You're a friggin' weirdo for asking that, dude. 360, so you know what I mean? That's going backwards. We need to go the other way. If I run this, it's not playing. That looks like reeling, right? It might be reeling a little bit too fast. That looks alright. I was concerned that, like, you know, like with animation especially, like if you had this the end frame and the start frame the same.
Shit out of that thing, LOL.
Yeah, fuck yeah. It can set the reel speed as well, based on like the animation speed. So like I can go to the rod animation player and then increase that speed scale, yeah, for scaling faster and slower. Can even go backwards if we really want. So I could manipulate that if I wanted to. Set that to thingo. So this should just work, I think.
Playtime. I am from Australia watching this.
You're from Australia, dude? So look, it should only work while we're holding it down. You from Australia, bro? Sorry, man. You're gonna have to upload your ID to my Discord. I'm sorry, dude. You know what I'm saying? You can't go on the internet now without the entire world knowing your identity, dude. I'm sorry, that's just the way it works in Australia now. I'm sorry. We need to know what you're cranking, dude. What do we got here? Mexican Kevin. Okay, so I like the idea of it like moving around in the wind as well. That was something that I kind of wanted to do. Let's say the wind is going to the left. It would be nice to see the line go to the left, you know?
Pays less.
Yeah, I know, right? It all started with iTunes. Do you guys remember that? We were complaining like a while back that like iTunes, it's bullshit that iTunes, a 99-cent in America, like 99-cent tune in America cost us like $2.99, and it's like it doesn't make sense because it should only be like $1.20 Australian or $1.30 Australian or something like that. Why is the smallest, you know, denomination of song price like 3 times the price or twice the price in Australian? And they're like, it's just regional. It's like, what do you mean it's regional? You're just ripping us off. We like took them to court and everything. It was like a whole big deal back in the day. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Have to account for being upside down. This is not easy.
Megabytes are upside down. Also, I think they took Adobe to court because they were like, why is Photoshop like $5,000? This is back before Photoshop had a subscription system, right? Let's look this up.
Straw note playtime, like my PC price in America would get me insane specs, but we get trash prices.
Here we go. Look, check this out. Check this out. Today I learned, this was 11 years ago by the way, but today I learned that it's cheaper to fly to the USA to buy Adobe Creative Suite 6 than it is to buy it in Australia. So that was the big thing. It was the big thing. Near
A
parity.
cat with a crown insane.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. And you know, they wonder why people just freaking pirate Adobe stuff. It's because there's no like way to just buy it. Like you just pay a couple $100 and just buy it. It'd be so easy, you know, but you can't.
Like full price.
So in Australia, Adobe's Creative Suite 6 Master Collection cost $4,344 for a boxed copy, or $3,949 for a digital copy, which is GST exempt. That's interesting. In the United States, the exact same product will cost you $2,600, which, when currency converts, comes out at $2,513. A difference in a price of $1,831 over the box copy. So I think this was when we were in parity,
and the USA
right?
Complains about prices, LOL.
Yeah, I know. It's like they're just ripping off everybody else. It's just wild, dude. A return flight to Los Angeles costs $1,147. Man, you can tell it's been a while. This is pre-COVID. It's a lot more than that now, I think. So yeah, it's insane. Absolutely insane, you know? Like back in the days, it was good that you could actually buy Photoshop outright, but like you can't anymore. They lock you in. And now it's like what, $90 a month? So 1,000, you know, you use it for a few years, you know, they're expecting you to use it for like 10 years, like, especially if you become a professional at this stuff, you'll be using it your entire career. So let's say like 25 years, 15, 25 years. What's that? 90 times 12 times, fucking hell, 25. It's literally like $20,000 kind of thing all up, you know? Let's say it's $90 times 12, which is already $1,000 a year. That's wild. So yeah, times 10 years of using Adobe products is now $10,000. You see why they did it.
Playtime prices for eggs
It's crazy,
in USA,
dude.
5 prices off eggs in Australia like 10.
Yeah, eggs are getting really expensive. I think last time I paid for eggs, it was like $9, and I was like, what the F? They're just like, just buy cage eggs, and I'm like, I'm not buying fucking cage eggs, dude. Fuck that. Even if, like, you know, they're ripping me off. It's about the point. It's about the point of the matter.
Node playtime, I pay 12.
Yeah, true. You get the bigger ones with more money. Bigger, more organic, covered in, like, you know, chicken fur, chicken feathers. You know, you can go down to the markets here, like, you know, the Sunday markets and stuff like that. That's what my auntie did for a long time. She'd just, like, actually buy... Oh, she actually buy the eggs off of the people growing them. Alright, we're gonna need to calm down a little bit. I need to calm down. I need to go take a piss, alright? So you guys gotta relax. You paid $220 for a game? What was the game? Damn. All right, I think we've had enough time to relax, enough time to calm down.
Had this thing at one point where your friend from another country could buy a game at a lower price, regional price, and then gift it to you.
Wonder if that still works. Probably still can. I mean, regional prices still exist all over the world, dude. The Saxaboom. I remember the Saxaboom, dude.
A cat with a crown. What is the TDS you are using?
It's just...
So the idea is that you give your friend some money to get the game for cheaper.
The TTS is just this thing called Axel Chat. It's actually really good. Axel Chat. It's also what's combining all of my different chats together.
And playtime, you need to
there's a lot of stuff that you can link up as well. It's crazy. Hold on, let me show you. Connections.
Man, so dev, but they got rid of it because people kept abusing it, lol.
Look at this. So you can connect to a lot of different stuff. Like, first of all, you got your Twitch, YouTube Shorts, Trovo, TikTok, Rumble, Logo,
CEO is the reason I got a
D Live. It's got Steam Chat in it, which is cool. Facebook, Good Game, VK, OK, RuTube, Party. I've heard of Party and Odyssey. Whatever the rest of these are, like, you can hook all of these up to it. Discord, Telegram, Streamlabs, man. Donate.stream, meme alerts. What the fuck is meme alert, bro?
That's fire. It would be pretty cool if each user had their own pitch or something for TDS.
I think I can do that, but I don't know if it actually works. I think I've tried it. I couldn't get it to work, or it just didn't work, so I just kind of ignored it. It was like, whatever. Widgets, general, here we go. TTS, no. Vocalize, experimental, settings.
Man, so dev, the TDS thing.
Nah, it looks like you can't really do it. There was a different one that I was using for a while there that could. It'd give me like different voices, different pitches, all that kind of stuff. I can't remember what it was called. I can find out for you though. It was part of my old stream setup. Text to speech. No. Oh, okay. He's taken it down. It doesn't exist anymore. It was called the Twitch chat voice synthesis. The guy actually came into my chat and like shouted it out one time. And I was like, cool, I'll go check that out. And then I did, and I was like, man, this is actually pretty cool. I guess it's not a service anymore. I guess he's taken it down. Wait, wrong one. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Oh, well. And that one was cool because you just connect to a channel. But the problem was it didn't work with
A cat with a crown TDS monster
like
is a fun
YouTube,
one.
you know? A sad face. What's that sad face about? My mods are sad, bro. Because there should be a little bit more love in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Come on, guys. It's time. If you're watching on YouTube, you have to hit that button down there that is like. You got to like the stream, okay, boys? That's right. Everybody clap it up for liking the stream, all right? Like that stream. Hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed. And if you're watching on Twitch, fuck you. No, just kidding, boys. That's right. You just gotta follow, boys. That's right. Red Rooster Delivery gave me a 7-Up instead of a Mountain Dew. More sucks to be you, bro. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, it sucks so much to be you, dude. Oh. Freaking Red Rooster, bro. What the hell, dude? 7-Up? Ew, 7-Up.
Hungry Jack's is like Burger King.
Yeah, it is. Hungry Jack. I actually like Hungry Jack's more than not Red Rooster. McDonald's, but that's only because most of the burgers don't have cheese in them, and I am lactose intolerant. I know, it's pretty sad. Well, that was the wrong one.
Hungry Jack's Hunger Tamer is good.
Hunger Tamer, what's in that one?
Straw note playtime. The burgers are awesome at Hungry Jack's. For me, the double cheeseburger.
Hunger Tamer, oh shit, you get like 2 burgers in the Hunger Tamer, dude. Shit, bro. Look at that. This is our Hunger Tamer, boys. You get a classic. A Coca-Cola classic. You get what is that, a Whopper Junior? Is that a Whopper Junior? Hell yeah, dude. I freaking love Whopper Juniors, man. Dude, wrong one. I freaking love Whopper Juniors. Bruh. That's making me hungry, dude. Bruh. Make sure that you hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Bruh. Okay? Otherwise, you're no fucking fan of mine. You're no fan of mine. Hit that fucking like button, please. fucking hit it. Oh yeah, I set this up just the other day, so when I swear it actually beeps it out. It's pretty fucking cool, hey. It mutes my stream for a second. Yeah. I'm trying to lose weight, so I really shouldn't be looking at that, but yeah. I do love Hungry Jacks. Maybe I can convince Carrie to get Hungry Jacks for me on the way home from work. Who knows, dude?
Straw note playtime. Imagine the whole stream is just talking about fast foot.
Oh man, we would be done here real quick.
Button, okay.
We would, yeah, hit that. Wait, wrong one. F***ing like button. F***ing like button. Thanks, fellas. Chat, what do we need to make Rambot Games do for everyone to like the stream right now? I didn't even see that one. So I just like the stream, okay? Just like the stream. Yeah, dude. Boy slop. Wait, why did that get beeped out? Boy slop.
Dev, it's so good though. Forlorn creature, say something that would get you cancelled.
Yeah, I just did, and I beeped it out. Really up, you know what I'm saying? That'd get me cancelled. Nah, not really. That's, I think, a pretty normal thing. It's a pretty normal opinion these days. You know what I'm saying? Okay, where were we at? We cast the line out, and the line already exists at a distance. You see how when we cast it out, it's already off to the side.
Playtime, the string just dances, lol.
Why is that? What direction is that as well? It's like south, I think. You see? It starts to the south already. And I think if we're in a certain distance from the string, it should just probably disappear. I mean, from the lure. Like if we're this close, it should just disappear.
That's the shittest rod, lol.
So let's get this reeling system working as well. So if it's deployed.
Petty Pixels Dev, well, it's almost midnight on the East Coast, so I'ma bounce.
Later, dog. Thanks for coming and checking it out. Everybody, W's in the chat for Petty Pixel Dev. W's in the chat. Thanks for coming and joining us today. We'll see you next time, dude. Catch you next time. W's in the chat for my boy. Let's go. Hell yeah. What are you laughing at, dude? There's nothing funny about that.
Playtime,
relax.
The rooster is calling.
The rooster is calling. Wait, wrong one. Wait.
Petty Pixels Dev, see ya, thanks.
That's
fellas.
right. Hit me 3 times for Petty Pixel Dev. That's right. And we'll catch you on the next episode of the Rambot Games Game Dev stream. Thank you very much, my dude. Until next time. Okay, so when we're reeling, not if it's just pressed, if it is pressed. I don't think reeling should be a state. I think it should just reel. You know what I mean? Is reeling.
Straw note playtime, how long did it take you to learn script?
Equals true. How long did it take me to learn GD script? Honestly, not that long, but the main reason is because GD script is very similar to Python. And I know Python quite well. And that took me, I mean, like, I've been using Python since, I want to say, 2018, 2019. It's probably when I really started committing to learning Python. But, you know, like, within a year, I'd picked it up pretty quick, you know? Like, most of those years have just been, like, me using it, you know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, GD script is really, really simple. It's very, very similar. You know, like this, for instance, inside
Straw
of...
note playtime, it costed me $5 just for a gumball.
$5 just for a gumball. What are you talking about, dude? So in Python, this would be like def, and that's how you define your functions. Hello. And then you'd be like print Hello? Like that is that's how you type Python. So all we have to do in GD script to get it to work is change this to func. And then that becomes a completely valid function, you know? So these two languages, they're very similar, you know? It's not like Java or anything like that where you've got to have like your, what do you call it? Your curly brackets. Not your curly brackets, your, what do you call these? A semicolon at the end of each, you know, line.
Playtime, I know.
But,
wow.
yeah, but like, oh, you know, Lua. Honestly, I don't really know much about Lua. Let's see what kind of Lua script I've got on my computer. I've got a garage mod Lua script right here. Let's have a look at this. So, some like ERP script. You know what I'm saying? Doing the dirty in Gary's mod. Wait. Yeah, doing the dirty in Gary's mod. Trouble in Terrorist Town, you know what I'm saying? Oh, jeez, calm down. A rip. So, what do we got? Local function. Oh, so you have to define whether it's local or not. What? Otherwise, it's like a global thing. Local surface, local. Okay, so you draw on a surface.
Straw note playtime, you should add a soundboard of that SpongeBob episode saying you stink.
Function. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I think I might have that. Nah, I don't. I've actually got quite a lot of like SpongeBob sounds, but not that one. I've got like the foghorn. I got a few other ones as well. This cable length, it really should change with the distance.
Austin Pierce been loving the streams, gotta head to bed, but I'll be watching the stream replay at work tomorrow.
Thanks, dog. Appreciate you. Everybody, W's in chat for Austin. Oh, wait, wrong one. Wait, wrong one again. All right, calm down, chat. Dude, relax. Fucking relax, bro. There we go. W's in the chat for my boy Austin. Thanks for checking out the stream, dude. Really appreciate you. And until next time, I've been Rambot Games. Thank you for watching. I see you next week, I guess. You know, unless I decide to have like more streams on during the week, but you know, we'll see how that goes. You know, I got a girlfriend that I live with as well. She doesn't like it when I'm super duper loud. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just the way that it is. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I use NP++.
Are you ending the stream, RN?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying goodbye to Austin. What am I saying here? Yeah, Notepad++ is great. I like Notepad++, but I mean, once you start like programming in a bunch of different languages, you know, you find a need for Notepad++. You know, like I do a lot of like HTML stuff and JavaScript stuff as well, so it's just good to have.
Straw note
you know?
playtime, I uninstalled Notepad, lol.
I'm not surprised.
Straw note playtime, I don't have a Notepad.
Notepad sucks, dude. So our fishing rod is kind of working. So we need to get this reeling system working. So we're going to go back to the rod usable. Here, if state is reeling, reel complete, we go to idle. We don't really want it to be a state. Fix this, reeling isn't a state anymore. So we don't need to worry about that. Let's go, is action just pressed? Else. Just released, use item secondary. Else is reeling equals false. Can do that in line like that, I think. I guess in is reeling. cancel casts. Yeah, I mean, we can reset the is reeling to false as well, just in case it is still true. And then what we can do is... So we need to get that animation, the reeling animation, to... Yeah, here it is. If rod state reeling, we don't really care about the reeling. We want to go...
Straw note playtime. Why do I say the most random questions
If is reeling. Somebody's got to do it, dude. You know what I mean? Like, last stream was a lot more exciting than this stream. You know? This stream is not as exciting. So there's not really much on right now. We're deployed right now. If action is pressed, is action pressed? Item use primary, right? That is the state that it's in right now, though. It's on the player. Let's have a look at what state the rod is right now. Head. Held item. Node. Okay. Is reeling. I mean, it should be on. Okay. Okay, it is reeling. So we need to get that reel animation. This here. Oh, if is reeling. Oh, shit. Oh, this is in set state. Duh! Duh! Should be right here. So when I hold down left, yeah? Else. So this also needs to go into deployed.
A cat with a crown is reeling.
He's reeling. He's false. It should go back
with a crown
to...
Netanyahu funded game.
Yeah, that's right. Reset. Else rod animation got reset. If it's not reeling, I don't know, because that's going to stop all the other animations from playing. So we might have to have that somewhere else.
Straw note playtime bro got clicky keyboard.
You know it. That didn't play the animation, did it? Yeah, see? So we've really got to do this inside is deployed. So we may as well just do this. Is reeling equals true, right? And then we should probably check.
I like clicky keyboards, but mine is kinda quiet.
Else. Can you guys hear my keyboard? I mean, it's a little bit clicky, right? Boom, we cast that shit out. Yeah, see, it's resetting.
Straw note playtime. I can hear any key you press.
True. So if is playing the animation, current animation equals real, then ignore it. If rod animation is not equal to real, and then if it equals real, then we'll reset it. Otherwise, you see, and then it'll stop it'll stop interfering with like the cast end, because you see once the cast ends, it plays that.
Straw note playtime. Why is the Santa song creepy? He knows when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake.
He knows if you've been bad or good. Need to get this reeling to work. So the way that we can make reeling work is if is reeling here, we can go rod lure dot add force. Are we doing this on process? Yeah, so we need to go add central force. Okay, rod rig, rod lure. All right, rod lure dot add central force.
Straw note playtime bro got 1 million scripts.
Apply force, apply central force. So we're not applying an impulse because this is going to be an ongoing thing. Yeah, I got a lot of scripts, bro. Look at them. I got so many more that aren't even showing here as well. Rod lure dot apply central force, right? So we want to pull that lure towards the player. So how are we going to create a central force that goes towards the player? We need to take the player's position and then take away the rod lure position. So, and then we got to normalize it.
What's your fave game?
It's my favorite game. Arc Raiders at the moment, bro. That game is freaking excellent, dude. What an absolutely swag ass game, dude. Maybe not my favorite of all time, but it's a damn good game. Rod lure dot apply central force. So we need to get the difference. Or like angle to player. We don't want the angle to the player. We want to get the vector 2 to the player. Like the player differential. So like the player direction just going to be a vector 2. Probably a vector 3, I guess. Vector 2 equals it's going to equal the rod lure dot global position, take away, are we in player rod usable. We've got the player down here somewhere. Okay, so we need to just go create the player globally. Not globally, we need to make a public player declaration so it can be accessed by all the functions. And then on ready, we need to create that player. Well, we need to add a reference to the player. So that should still work. Oh yeah, right, we were halfway through doing something. So player.global position, we're getting that vector. I suppose it's going to be a vector 3. Screw it. So maybe what we can do is we can just zero out that player direction dot y equals 0.
Straw note playtime. I like scripting more than visual scripting cause moving my mouse too much feels weird.
Visual scripting sucks, dude. Then player direction equals player direction dot normalized.
Skedaman, okay, on second thought this 7-Up is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, 7-Up is good. It's got a little bit of lime in it.
A cat with a crown, we up.
Force times 10, right? Right?
Skedaman, yes, light lime tang.
We
Straw
are!
note playtime. What's your steps on learning Godot?
What's my steps on learning Godot, bro? Watch a bunch of tutorials. Look, it's going away from the player. Look, so our reeling is working, but it's working the wrong way around. And all that means is that I've got to switch these around the other way. So reeling should work now, and all it's doing is it's adding a force.
I learn everything. Should I save learning scripting till last?
No, you'll probably learn a little bit of scripting as you go. You really want to learn how to use Godot, the software first, and then learn how to do scripting. You know what I mean? Look at this, we're reeling it back in. Look, it works. Sick, dude. Always going to come towards the player. So that doesn't actually make the line longer.
We fishing.
Yeah, we fishing now, baby. Bam, and then it can cancel it at a certain point. Boom! We want to reel that shit in. Probably make it reel in a lot faster. Let's go like times 30. Yeah?
Straw note playtime, you should add a little film grain.
A little film grain, no.
A cat with a crown, can you reel it in when it's in the air?
No, because it's not in deployed, it's not in the deployed state yet. Let's just try that. So we're throwing it, holding down left click. Yeah, see, and as soon as it gets to, do you see that? It didn't play the, so if I just hold down, look, if I hold down left click, the second that it hits the ocean, yeah, it goes into that reeling mode.
Say, fuck this, I'm out.
Interesting. A little film grain.
A cat with a crown, common state machine W.
Yeah, dude. Common state machine. Look, now look what happens if I just like am clicking shit. Yeah, we love state machines. I wonder why the line is created in such like a weird way when it first is deployed. You see? Like, I wonder what that means. Is it just going the same direction every time? It'd be the left? And now it'll be the right?
See why this is the lowest tier rod, LOL.
Yeah. This is a sick rod, dude. And then see when this fishing line is a certain distance from the player. Like, let's do this as an experiment. I'm going to, while it's live, I'm going to change the length of the rope to see if we can like pull it in with the actual rope physics. To make sure that looks okay. So fishing line, the end is rigid body, false. Probably change that to true. So now what happens if I use it? It's kind of like, see that? It's kind of pulling on the fishing line. But it's doing it in a really weird damped way. See? It's kind of like, it's supposed to be like tugging on it right now. That's really weird. So we kind of do need to make it so the fishing line end is not a rigid body. Because the cable length is 1 meter. That's why it's doing it. So if I go true, set it back to true, and then I set this to like 20 meters, what happens if I then throw it? So it's going to be pulling back on it. Just slightly. Oh, weird. Did you see that? Pulled it back in a really weird way. But as I walk around, I can pull that line with me, which I guess is a little bit more realistic. And then the pulling still works. But let's say, what happens if I change the length of the cable? Let's see what happens to the physics when I do that. So this fishing line right here, cable length. Does this work? One? Nah, I think the cable length only works like when it's initialized. Yeah, so I can't change the cable length when it's already like exists. Unless we change the springiness. Or something like that. Oh shit, here we go. That's completely disappeared. Alright. Very nice. Reel that shit back in. Very nice. Okay, now another thing that I want to do. I'm just going to unset all of that bullcrap. Another thing I want to do is I want to actually get the wind to affect the floater while it's in midair. So, I know this is a bit of a boring stream, but that's because I'm trying to get a lot of shit done right now. Because this is kind of important for the rest of the project. Usually I'm just running around trying to like scab ideas off you boys. But right now we've got to get this done. And I think some of you in chat are also finding this pretty interesting because I think it is really interesting.
Straw note playtime. There's some dumb game dev streamer that times out me for asking questions.
What's his name? Yeah, just fucking dox him right here. Now, this is going to be interesting because like, how far can I stretch this line? I guess I can stretch it as far as I want. So she said. Well, that's something that we've got to deal with eventually. It's the line stretching out. And maybe we should make it so the further away it is, the faster it reels back in. It would really be nice if we could get the cable to like sit in front of the player, but I think that's asking a little bit too much of this like physics system, you know? And also maybe instead of pulling towards the player, it should pull towards like the player's camera. So it's kind of towards, cast power. Yeah, so it's a bit like that. So rod usable. If we're reeling, so player.camera 3D.global position. So it's going to pull it towards the camera. I don't know if it's going to be better or not, but I will lift it up kind of. Yeah, so it doesn't want to come out of the water. That's fine. It's also totally fine. Because it's kind of going to be one of them systems where it gets close enough to you and then the line's just going to disappear and then you're going to see in front of you like whatever you've caught, I guess. You're not going to really be able to pull it up out of the water with the line. Or I can just have a different animation for that.
Fingerprints on it somehow.
PC glass, dude. My PC sits on the ground underneath me, so I don't really... I'm sure it's got fingerprints all over it, but I don't really see it. Just pretty cool. It's like times the distance, you know? Direction 2 player.
Playtime. What's your RGB on PC look like?
I have my RGB turned off. I don't like having the RGB on my computer. I don't know why. It's too flashy. Basically just have it off right now. I've got like a remote around here somewhere that turns it on, but you know, because it was a pre-build, it just came with RGB stuff on it. The RAM is really shiny and pretty though, because that's just what the RAM, I mean, the RAM is like, it's like cycling between colors. I wish I could show you this, but I can't really show you it. But yeah, the RAM just cycles between colors. It's alright. Let's...
Straw note playtime. My PC got a app which can change colors.
Yeah, I think I can get an app for my one as well. I haven't really bothered with it yet. I wonder if I can change the way that this cable works by changing the length of it. Here, I don't know why I've got this in here twice.
Playtime and the app fucked my LED button and I can't uninstall the app.
Shit, dude. That's bad. Yeah, like that. Like, why is it... This is not good. Like, it's cool, but like that string should not like start to the left there, you know? It shouldn't start like to the right, I think, if I do it this way. You see? It's trying to start like from really weird...
Guess what?
Yo, what's up? What's good? Looks alright. It's just the casting, dude. Frick. Why does it do that? I just wish I knew a little bit more about it, you know?
A cat with a crown. If you could lower the sample count or relate it to the distance directly, is that possible, or does it have to get created with a set amount?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Not official. I broke my game, and what you said earlier about fixing it, I did and found the old save. So let's go.
Let's go, brother. Let's go. Just break it more. Remember, if it's not perfect, it's broken, okay? If it's not perfect, it's broken, which means that you changing anything isn't really breaking it any further because it's already broken. Wait, shit, wrong one. Yeah, that's right. Good advice, I know. Thank you. Fantastic advice, I think. Some people that just can't deal with updating their shit. So fishing line.cable length. I don't even think this cable length is doing anything. Let's go into here.
Not official, mission completed.
That's what's up, baby. The number of segments. See, I'm thinking along the same lines as you, but I think each time it's gonna like reset, and so it'll wig out a little bit. I just don't know. I think that's something I'm going to need to figure out another time. We can just work out the easy stuff right now. Like,
A cat with a crown, just for shits, I think set segments to 1, see if that behavior is there still.
Yeah, okay, fuck it. We'll set it to 1. See what happens. Oh, there we go. So it's missing now. What if we set it to 2? See, we can't change the amount of segments mid-game. I mean, even that's alright. Maybe I just needed less segments in total. Yeah? What if we just go 4 segments? We try that. No, I see 4, we start to get that movement. I'm guessing at 3 we're going to get it as well. But it's really weird because it's like, just why is it happening? It's almost like it needs to be set a frame late. What if we do that? What if we just What if we defer it?
Choco Ted, why not making a simple only up like game? It's the simplest game you can make it and ship it in maybe 1 or 2 days.
People are over those games, dude. People are over those games. And also, it's only easy if you're using a shitload of assets that, you know, you're not supposed to. That's kind of how the only up guy got away with it. And also in Godot, streaming assets isn't super duper easy. It's something that you kind of got to find a plugin for. So streaming assets is like in an open world, when you move away from the assets, it needs to unload them, you know? Because if you just stick 5,000 assets into a Godot level, like it's gonna probably lag. So a game like that is about precision as well. So you need to take that into account. You know, it might take a couple days to create the level, but you'll probably spend another week or two like actually optimizing it. And then you've got to compete with all the other only up clones, you know? Which there are a lot of.
Cat with a crown, my guess is that it's something to do with the Bezier, like if you have a bunch of points that are all connected with Beziers and they are too close, it is going to explode out to one side.
I think that it's got something to do with... What the F? Sorry, I just saw a video come up on my computer. It's weird. It's a game called Keep It Up, where it's like you're keeping a balloon up in the air. I think it might have something to do with the way that I am instantiating it. Like, so for instance, the rigid body is being created at 0.
Chained together team and how much they spent, do you know?
I mean, it's probably a solo dev, right? You probably spent like, you know, $1,000 on making that, mainly for the assets, I'm sure. Or it might be like a small team of people. But the thing is, right, like only Chained Together came out at a time where those games were popular, you know? And like right now, those games aren't super popular. You know, it's had its moment, you know what I mean? But like Chained Together was like a perfect storm of coming out at the right time and being an alternative to you playing only up, which, you know, has horrendous frame rate issues and it's not multiplayer. So it kind of like hit that niche that people were kind of, you know, there was a niche in the market, you know? So that's the problem. Is like you can create a game like that, but like whether you waste time on it or not is like it's a gamble. And right now it would be a gamble, you know. So when I actually create this rod lure.global position, see, I should be doing this. Rod lure.global position. And then apply impulse. And then it's almost like I've got to go get tree process frame. I think that's how we do it. So we want to process one frame and then we want to create the fishing line and add it to the scene. Does that make sense? So we're creating the fishing line cable.length. We can just put this here. So we're creating the rod lure, right? We add the rod lure to the scene, right? And this is what I'm thinking is going wrong, right?
I uninstalled that RGB
because
app. Now my LED button works and that app is just a CPU hugger.
Because it takes a frame for the rigid body to actually...
I'm bullish on this.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Because I don't know, but this is what I think is going on. Is we're creating the lure the same frame that we're creating the line, and that's the problem. If it was a little bit more obvious where the lure was when we create the fishing line, then it might not screw around so much.
What's the hardest thing to make on this game?
To be honest, it's probably going to be the NPCs. See, it's still doing it. It's probably going to be the NPCs when I get around to doing that, just because that's going to require a lot of, like what do you call it? Like, navigation agents. Navigation agents are like notorious for being like a pain in the ass to set up. Not set up, but a pain in the ass to tune, right? Like there might be parts of my level where the agents get stuck. They can't go around a corner or something like that. Maybe they get stuck in the water, something like that, you know. it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, as well as I'll have to change like how the level works a little bit, because I don't want them to think that they can navigate themselves into the ocean.
Can you set number of segments? I think you said nah, but
you can. I can create a number of segments. No, not at runtime. See, if I change the amount of segments at runtime, it crashes because it can't find the segments. I could change the springiness, you know, so it's like ultra stiff, and then what if we wait a couple of frames so it's obvious? Like, what if we do this? Nah, see, it's still... Is this how we do it? We await process frame. Do I have to close this? Do I have to await it? So maybe what I have to do is create fishing line. And I'll put this in its own function. And then what I can do is I can manually, because I want to create the fishing line after I've created the rigid body to see if that's what is the problem. So we cast the lure, right? And then we create the fishing line. I don't think this is going to work either. But we got to try something. Yeah, so that's not working either. Now what if we await get tree dot create timer. We'll set that to 1 second. We'll set it to 2 seconds, screw it. Dot timeout. And then we create the fishing line, and then we'll see if it's a problem with creating it on the same frame as the lure. So we throw the lure, and then we create the fishing line. Nah, see, the fishing line still did that same thing. You know what I mean? So it can't be that. You see, we kadoots, and then it creates the lure. So why does it always want to go in that direction? Why does it always want to be there? That's kind of like...
Henry Jr. K3K, you may think of using an entire rope mesh.
Well, it kind of is what it is. Like, a rope mesh doesn't exist. We have to create the rope. But this is a pseudo rope using a Verlet chain. So the direction that it's facing is... it's X and Y, like positive, right? So if we look at the scene from above, right? The way that it's going is this way. It's on this angle here. Yeah? So if we go back to paint, the angle that it's going at is like this. Right? It's kind of going in this direction. Always, every time. Because I'm casting off of this area here. I think that's what's happening. So that's plus Y and negative X. So I'm not sure what that's got to do with anything. Is that negative Y? Because could be negative X and positive Y. It's a strange issue. It's very, very, very strange. Because let's have a look at a usable rod again. So we don't need to have that delay in there because we know that that's not it. But the create fishing line. So we create our line. We set the endpoint as the lure. We set the start point as the line start. Is that maybe getting confused with... Do we need to set this line start to top level, oh, then we'll have to move it as well. But if we go like this, it's probably going to come from... Oh, jeez. Okay.
Some Randev 9 raiders from Some Randev have joined.
No.
Yo!
Some Randev first message.
Yo! Welcome to the stream, boys. Yeah! That's right. Let's go. Remember, we got to look out for Britney Spears in the chat swinging around knives. This is the Rembot game stream. Thank you all for joining me. That's right. Clap it up, fellas. Clap it up. Now... Thank you very much to my new raiders. I appreciate every single one of you. What we're doing in this episode of the Rembot game stream is we are creating some sort of fishing rod thing. That's right. Hey, that's not supposed to be funny. That's right. Thank you. Now, we're having a problem with our fishing rod at the moment. You might have seen it for a split second. Welcome to the stream, by the way. W's in the chat for everybody that just joined the stream. My name's Rembot Games. Here we make games. We use the Godot engine. Wait, that's not supposed to be funny either. The Godot engine. That's right, thank you very much. We love the Godot engine. No, not yo, fucking hell. Unity. Godot. Wait, no, seriously, wrong one again. Yes, that's right. We love the Godot engine. So, thank you guys so much, and welcome to the stream. That's right. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let's go. And before we go, let's get a band. Hit me. Hit me 3 times. That's right. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Skedaman clapping.
Now,
chat, everyone clap.
That's right. Everyone clap.
Love the vibes already.
So, I'm going to show you what we've got so far. So we've got a little island game. It's an island game about picking up trash and recycling trash, although we don't actually have that functionality in the game yet. But that's going to be part of it. It's essentially like you're scavenging, and it's a rags to riches type of game. So we've got our cool little island that we've made in Blender. By the way, what were you doing over at your... I see you've got Dev in your name. That means that you're working on something, so... you know what I'm saying? So what were you guys working over on your stream? You can leave that in the chat while I continue to talk. I've got a battery, depending on how you want to say it. We've got a boat. We've got a little boat that you can ride out into the ocean. There's not really too much to do out in the ocean at the moment. I'm not telling SMH. Well, maybe I can
Creature, how's the fishing rod going?
Maybe I can twist. I'll show you in 1 second. Here we go. Maybe I can twist your arm by showing you a cool little feature that we've got in our game. We just got to find. There they are. Look. So we've got a school of fish over here. Look, which is actually just a particle system. I know, very, very sick. But we worked on this a couple streams ago. Right? And we also worked on making the batteries look cool when they go into the water. So I'm going to dump a few batteries.
How you achieve the trail behind boat?
Dump a few car batteries into the ocean. Let's go. That's funny. Come on, everybody. That's funny, right? That's a reason enough just to buy the game. I know. That's reason enough. Yeah? And if I had a link to the Steam page at the moment, I would, but we don't have a Steam page for it yet. Wait, shit.
Some Randev knew the fish.
Know the fish, that's right. We're going to kill their ecosystem by dumping freaking batteries onto them, right?
Some Randev ITO can't be neither.
Okay, Forlorn, I'm going to show you how the fishing's going at the moment. So we've got this beautiful fishing rod that I modeled up yesterday. And when we cast the fishing line out, we're trying to get physics, like as much physics involved as we can. By the way, you might have noticed that the clouds are moving in the same direction as the ocean. Very cool. Let me just change the direction, and it'll also change the direction of the clouds, because we're not going for realism. No. We're going for immersion. Fucking wrong ones. I've moved all my buttons around, so we're going for immersion, right? So we want to have a kind of realistic looking fishing rod. So let's cast the fishing rod out. Huh. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. I actually did make it. I made a small change to the code right now, and that's why it's not working. Yeah, let me show you. The wrong button presses isn't a bit. No, that's not a bit. That time it was a bit, but generally speaking, it's not a bit. I also have a censored button for when I want to say stuff like Why the hell did I change those f***ing buttons? Now I can't remember what any f***ing buttons do.
Spoiled LMFAO.
Shit. Fuck. Right, I added that one yesterday as well. Pretty good. The actual muting of my microphone. I thought about it and I was like, man, that's funny. Alright, we're going to cast this rod out. Look at that. So we can actually cast out a line. The line is like a Verlet chain, physics Verlet chain. And also we've got reeling in. So all it does is it moves that lure towards the player. So this lure here is just a rigid body that's got a little bit of buoyancy added to it. So you can see that it's floating on the top of the water's surface. We are also floating on top of the water's surface with those waves, and so is the boat. And then if we've got any items in the ocean, you can see that they are also floating. Oh yeah, here we go. We can chuck some rods into the ocean. These ones, the physics of these isn't very realistic, but it is funny. Let's say this plastic bottle, here we go. So this was something else that I set up. You know, obviously the water is one big flat plane, and then we add like a noise texture to it. It's like displacement surface with a shader. But then I can take that displacement noise texture and stick it into an auto load or like a script where we can then sample like a looped repeated version of that noise with XY global coordinates to actually figure out how much of a difference there is between the water's flat surface at 0y and the actual displacement of the wave. So then pragmatically what we get is we get awesome floating trash in the water, which is well, it's not funny, calm down. It's impressive. It's not funny. You know, Trash Island. Maybe we'll have Trash Island somewhere out there in the ocean. You guys know about that? The great trash, like great garbage vortex or something of the Atlantic. That's pretty funny, but it's pretty crazy at the same time. It's where all the trash ends up. Maybe we could have something like that in this game. I haven't really thought about it. But yeah, something like that. Vertex shading. Look, I don't really know too much about vertex shading, but the whole idea is that it's supposed to be low poly. We've also got a day-night cycle thanks to a plugin called Sky 3D. That's the one. So hands together for Sky 3D. When we enable that game time, I've got it so a day happens in 1 minute. And the reason I do that is so I can actually check out all of the different conditions. I need
Choco Ted, when we can expect a treasure island hidden somewhere.
A treasure island. See, that's the thing. I actually want to add a bunch of like features out in the water. So there'd be like tiny little islands. Like I was thinking of maybe making them procedurally generated, but I'm starting to back off away from that, I think. Treasure Island. Never seen it. National Treasure? Y'all talk about Nick Cage?
Oh wait, sorry, I was thinking of Treasure Planet.
Treasure Planet. What the hell is Treasure Planet, dude? Let me go look that up. Wait, where are we? Where are we? Okay, Treasure Planet. What is Treasure Planet? Oh, it's this one, right? Didn't it, dude? I feel like I watched like a YouTube breakdown of this movie, and it was like way ahead of its time or something like that. It was like way ahead of its time or something like that, I think. Or am I thinking of Atlantis? Oh, dude, flying ship? That's freaking sick. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you didn't watch it, and now 2D animation is
pretty
dead.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't watch it, so 2D animation is dead. Yeah. I don't really go to the movies to watch 3D animations. It's not really my thing. You guys seen the Backrooms movie yet? By the way, no spoilers. No spoilers, please. I'm going to go see it later this week, so
Henry Jr.
no spoilers.
After the stream, take a good nap.
Yeah, I will. I actually just woke up. I mean, well, not like now, but yeah, same. So no spoilers. Either tomorrow or the next day. It depends when Skedder gets his moon boot. Whenever Sketterman gets his moon boot, that's when we're going to see Backrooms. I went and saw Obsession. Those two have been
when
like
you will have kids, you will definitely go to watch 3D films in theaters. Some Randev been following the director from the start. I'm so ready. Some Randev, yes, me.
What's his name? Kane Pixels or something like that? I don't know. I've been seeing so much like advertising for
I'm
it.
seeing Backrooms this Arvo.
Hell yeah. Remember, no spoilers. No spoilers, please. Zero spoilers. I don't need to see any of that because I want to go in fresh. I have been trying so hard to avoid spoilers on like TikTok. It's made me like not actually want to scroll TikTok because I keep seeing like they start to talk about the spoilers and I'm like, no, I'm forgetting.
One spoil get littered on.
That's it. Exactly. Get littered all over. One spoiler equals one more bottle in the ocean. You know what I mean?
Some Randev yup gotta get off all social media.
Exactly. And it's like, it's actually devastating how many spoilers are on social media at the moment. So I just want to go and see it. It's up to Sketterman. He's the admin in my YouTube chat. We're going to go see it at some point. We're going to bring the ladies. Wait, the ladies.
Like Minecraft, I think there are some games where water have real physics means they can flow where they find a way.
Nah, that's too hard. It's not really the point of this game as well. Like in Minecraft, it's kind of the point of that game is to have that physics, that pseudo 3D physics. But yeah, not in this game. It's really not the point at all. Like I said, rivers. We might do something with rivers, but yeah, I'm not sure. Ladies nuts. Oh! And that's right. Welcome back to another episode of Was That Funny? The crowd likes it. Ladies nuts, crowd. Do we have an answer? Was that funny? Yes. Oh, that was funny. Ladies and gentlemen, some Randev. D's nuts. Funny joke. Let's go. That's right. Give it up for some Randev. Let's go. Well, the crowd thought it was funny, okay? We've got to ask the crowd. We've got to go straight to the crowd, you know, to find out if something's funny or not. We actually need to add a scene, which is the, was it funny? And we can have the crowd, like, read it out. Was that funny? And it'll be a way for me to roast myself, but also roast people in the chat that say funny stuff, you know? I think I might increase the thickness of that fishing line as well. So it's not really a problem from the...
Forlorn creature should have a crowd that just sits there and someone coughs. Straw note playtime.
Yeah, dude, a cough sound would be funny. That's actually pretty good. I only make horror games. Yeah, I've made a horror game. You guys know about Let Me Book? Let Me Book itch.io. So I want you guys to go and download this game right now. This is a game that I made. Let Me Book. It's for free. It's totally free on itch.io. There is a Steam version. It's better. I'm not going to say it's not. It is definitely better. But the game is just as good, I think, with the scaring on itch.io. So, like, the idea is you're getting followed by a ghost, you know, and you got to put books back. That's the point of the game. You guys go check it out. I need to go take a piss again. Oh, so give me 2 seconds. I'll probably make another coffee as well. Scared man. Entertain the crowd. Oh. In fact, actually, before I take a piss, now that we're on the topic of buying things and looking at things and advertising things that are on the stream, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. I know if you hit that like button or not, okay? I will know if you hit that like button or not, so you better hit that freaking like button, okay? Oh! Wait, wrong one. Wait, wrong one again. Ah, shit, wrong one. Wait. No, don't get pissed off. No. All right. We're switching to the TV, okay? Now let me know if this is a scam or not, okay? That's what I need from you
On your
guys.
screen, we have no more than 6.
Straw
in
note
any of the
playtime, you know
sizes
when
on your
people
screen
are
right
sleeping,
now.
you know
Lots of
when
them
they're
going
awake.
orange and red. It's like a
Choco
Christmas
Ted
tree.
donated $1
What
million.
that means is to shop with us today, you will need to be fast. tvsn.com.au. I can't stop patting this jumper. And of course, you can shop with us on the phone, 132310. I'm wondering if Helen bought this online. Did she use the app? Because whichever way you do it today, you need to be savvy. So jump ahead as Helen's done. She's purchased her favourite pieces from this collection already. 582718 is your item number there for the Morris sweater. It really is going to pay for itself in no time. $23 a month. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Yes. Now,
That's a sandwich these days.
oh, look at this. Look what's happened. I'm going to blame you, Caroline, because you always rock the pieces that you wear.
No, your customers are clever. And also, it's freezing today, so everyone's gone, holy moly, I need a coat. A coatigan.
Yo, are they trying to peddle you something that's not worth it?
That's all the stock that we have remaining across those 3 sizes, 12, 14 and 16. I do feel
Yeah, what are they trying to peddle,
we've got
boys?
a little bit of room to move, right? Because you can use that belt to
Yes,
wrap it or
it
stitch
is,
it.
yes, you can. It is quite generous, and there's a lot of stretch in it too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to sit in the car and not be able to drive. That's what I love about the coatigans. Because a lot of the coats, you feel like you have to take them off when you get in the car or
Yeah,
take them off
that's
when
right.
you sit down at the office. You can leave this on all day. It's really soft and malleable.
Moves with you. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So I hope you've got your pen and paper or your website at the ready because we're about to complete the ensemble. Let's have a look right now. 582717. Are you ready for the poppy? The poppy is ready for you. It's the PU jogger. Caroline, I didn't think my
What
brain
you call
would
me?
understand. Like we've got the drama of PU.
Yeah.
The wet look almost.
Yeah.
Then we've got the comfort of a jogger
I
in the
know.
one piece.
So cool. I immediately jumped on and bought these.
These are yours, right?
Yeah, I've got them on today.
Okay, boys.
Because I love jogger pants and our customer loves a jogger
So
pant.
hopefully one or
I
two
also
of you
love-
actually went and checked out Let Me Book because honestly, it's a terrifying game. Donated $1 million.
Choco Ted
I
donated
wish,
$1
dude.
trillion.
I wish, bro. Now the thing about Let Me Book is it scared the shit out of me. So it scared the shit out of me a couple of times while I was making it. While I was making it, it actually scared the fucking shit out of me. Like for real. So it's one of them games that just it hits a spot. It hits a spot of like pure terror. And it's one game that I like to show people. When they ask about my games and I go, hey,
Skedderman
say, hey.
donated $1 squillion.
$1 squillion. Thanks, boys. I appreciate y'all. The best thing you can do is hit subscribe on the video. Hit like as well. Let's have a look at how many we've got now. Yo, 2,340. I appreciate every single one of you guys. That's awesome. That's a sick ass number to have on YouTube. That's not on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, make sure you hit follow, okay? Otherwise, Will Smith will just slap the shit out of you. Just like that. He'll walk straight up on stage, slap the shit out of you. Slap the shit out of you. There we go. Boots! You can't even punch him back. So, yeah, nah, I hope you guys do actually download Let Me Book. Like I said, it's on Steam. It's a hell of a game. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Choco Ted honestly saying I am not scared to anything in this universe except humans. Yeah, things can jump scare me for a second, but humans scares me the most.
Yeah. Now, what is that? Why does that happen, boys? We've decreased the segments as well.
Straw Note Playtime donated 1 cent.
Come on, boys. Don't get me excited for your sense. More like you don't have any sense. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I just right away, it should probably drag.
Straw Note Playtime donated nothing because I'm poor.
Yeah, that's more like it. I'm thinking if, like, it should be capped. Like, the actual distance that you can, like, cast out should be capped. Otherwise, people are going to just, like, power game by doing this, I think, you know? Where they cast somewhere and then they just, like, ride off
Straw Note
somewhere
Playtime,
else.
how do you get sound effects?
How do you get sound effects? The audio nodes. Pretty simple. There's a couple different audio nodes in Godot. You've got the audio stream player, and then you've got audio stream player 3D.
Choco said how you made the trail behind boat. Can you tell?
It's just a particle system, dog. That's all it is. So when I move the dinghy around, look, it's just a particle system. That's all it is. It just looks really good, you know? And it's like it's tuned to a specific sort of like frequency.
Straw note playtime.
You know?
How you make your sounds.
So it's just a particle system with yeah. It's like a smoke particle, I think. It's like smoke.png. I don't super love it, especially because it's a little bit not that great. But see these wake particles right here.
Choco Ted, how it's in the water.
How it's in the water? Well, it's not. It's actually above the water. Like, I'll show you what I mean. If I... Like, so the particle system starts about... I think
Henry,
here.
K3K,
around
the
there.
particle system to the rope in water.
So if...
How to make particles, I'm new LOL.
You want to create a particle node... A GPU particle node 3D. So look at this. If I jump down into the water... Oh my god. So if I do this and then I jump down into the water, you'll see that the particles actually don't sit on the water. They sit slightly above it. Sometimes they sit slightly under it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Look, you can kind of see there, you know, if you look real close, you can see that it's actually not above or below. And then I use like a stencil effect, which is the same stencil effect that is stopping the water from getting in the boat. I use that same effect to stop the particles from getting in the boat. And you'll see up in the top right, you see my FPS tanking because there's like 64 particles with alpha transparency stacking on top of each other right now, which is not good. So to create a particle system like this, what I do is, you see how it's a flat plane and it's increasing in size quick, and then it slowly increases bigger and bigger, but it also fades away. So those are two different curves. One of them is a size curve, right? So just take note of how big it gets straight away, rip, right? And then it slowly gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So look, bam, it gets big, and then it slowly grows, right? So it gets big, and then it slowly grows as it fades away. So those are the two curves that we need to worry about, right? So those
Choco
two curves...
Said, oh, I got it. Can you share this particle system as well as you shared the fish particle effect if it's not specifically for your game only?
Share this particle... I mean, it's a pretty simple particle system, yeah? So check this out. All it does...
Straw note playtime, any softwares you use to make particles
all it does...
something.
is spawn... Nah, it's literally just a smoke particle. Look, like this. Smoke 4.png. That's all it is, right? It's just like a little image. You know, nothing too crazy. And what we do here is we go down to the alpha curve. So this alpha curve is just transparency, right? So you create a little curve in there for the alpha curve. And then let's say I turn this the whole way down. You see that the alpha... That's actually not a really good representation of it. But if I turn that all the way down, look, then the alpha starts at basically 0 and it goes up and down. So the alpha is like how transparent it is, by the way. So that's all I'm doing here, right? And then the other curve is the size curve, right? Which, where is it? It's display.
When you turn it down, it looks like boat had an oil leak, LOL.
Display, scale. Yeah, I actually want to add like, you know, a reflective surface that kind of looks like it's an oil leak, but I think I'm going to need to do that with like a nice oil leak, like a rainbow looking like shader or something like that. And I'll add that over the top so it like leaves a trail of like oil, because I think that'd be really funny. So then the curve for the size is this one. So you got a scale curve, and then you want to click create a curve, and then inside that curve, look, so we can create the scale. So if we make the scale like this, then it's going to get big, and then it's going to get small, and then it's going to get big.
Choco Ted,
you know?
This particle system is a separate scene. Can you share it on Discord?
Yeah, I think I can. I might be able to. Waterwake.json. No, maybe I can't. because the thing is, you still, even if I share it, you're still gonna have to.
Been a ton of help for my first time doing game dev.
Thanks,
you.
man. I super appreciate you. We love a nice donation. That's actually a new thing in the channel at the moment. I think gifts, I've turned on gifts as well. I don't really know how gifts work, but I think you can send like, I don't know, like roses or some bullshit like that. YouTube was trying to hassle me to turn on gifts the other day, and I was like, I'll turn it on, but I don't really know what it does. But no, I appreciate you. So I've helped for the first time doing game dev. I mean, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the fun. You know, make sure you like, subscribe. I really appreciate that $10. Yeah, you guys have been great. You know, like even my Patreon, like I sort of started my Patreon as a way to price gate things. Like, you know, my whole what do you call it? My whole method of sharing knowledge is on YouTube.
Henry Jr. K3K.
I want to give you.
It's already 6 a.m.
Thanks, man. Cheers, bro. Appreciate it.
You know the rules. $5 is a hat change. $10 is 2 hat
Okay, all right.
changes.
Hold on. It's 2 Hat Tuesday, so I'll chuck the second hat on. How's that? Look, there we go. 2 Hat Tuesday. Actually, I'll flip this one back. Yeah. We'll put this one on first, so we've still got that Osbooze swag. There we go. So it's 2 Hat Tuesday. Check 'em. Check 'em. 2 hats. Check 'em, dubs.
Cowboy hat on.
Yeah, put the cowboy hat on. All right, I'll put it on for a couple minutes. All right, that's all you're getting. It actually is a pain in the ass to keep on my head
because he doesn't have any money.
Okay, so my whole idea with making content is I want to share my knowledge on YouTube however I can. But if you can't be bothered typing that out, that's what I've got my Patreon for. But it's grown to the point where, like, I think I make, it's not a lot, but like it's considerable. I think I make about $100 a month off of Patreon now. It's around that. So people like buying it outright and also the subscriptions. But then to be fair, I do put like 3, sometimes 4 files, like price locked files, which is just essentially the game files from YouTube. So if you want to type it out, you want to follow the tutorial, you're not missing out on anything. You know, I don't really want to do pay to win, and that's why I haven't created memberships for the YouTube channel yet, because I really don't want to do anything pay to win. I don't want to have members only tutorials and stuff like that. But yeah, the Patreon's gotten to the point where like it really does help me like pay my rent. It is kind of supplementing for the work that I don't do. You know, like if I had a full-time job, I'd have to be at it right now. So no, I appreciate all you guys with the donations and stuff like that. But just know that it's not necessary. You don't have to donate or anything like that just to get the knowledge and you know, learn from me and stuff like that. But I super do appreciate it. And you know, at the end of the day, the more that people want to pay me, the more I can do this sort of stuff, which is awesome. Because like I said, at the end of the day, it does supplement my my income, which is freaking sweet. But it, you know, also I'm just happy that I can be sharing knowledge to you guys and you guys are actually doing something with it. Which, you know, it feels really good when people come into the chat and they say like, bro, like I've been, especially like the interactive PC tutorial. I found a lot of people are using my interactive PC tutorial to create computers and like, you know, interfaces and stuff like that in games. And I'm like, that's so cool. Because, you know, sometimes when you create a video and you put it out on YouTube, it just feels like pissing into the ocean. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? Feels a little bit like pissing into the ocean.
I joined the Patreon.
I appreciate you, dog. Yeah, you know, that's what it's for. I think I've got another one here. Patreon, let's go. I actually need to dress this one up a little bit. I think I could make this donated to girlfriends. Hell yeah. My girlfriend would be so happy about that. I think this needs to be updated. Let's see if I can update this, because I think that needs to be updated with the new people. Because like a lot of what people do is they'll go to the Patreon and then they'll sign up and then they will quit like the same day, which like is honestly is fine. It's fine. That's kind of what it's there for, you know? Like, if you want to pay the $5, you can go and download everything, you know?
Imagine if bro leaks my name, lol.
Imagine if bro leaks my name. What, did you sign up just then or something? I don't know. Patreon, I think that little thanker doesn't come up with anything except for like the names of the accounts. And like there have been some pretty hectic account names that have signed on. Like actually, can I scroll there? I don't think I can even scroll this, which is kind of shitty. Can we scroll this? No, I can't even go down. I can't scroll any of that. That's so stupid that I can interact with it, but I can't scroll. And that's because that is a it's like an element. Patreon showcase. Here we go. Let's say thank you to a couple Patreons. Just randomly,
Strawnote
hey?
Playtime. Lucky I made my name Strawnote, not my real name.
Strawnote, yeah, baby. So we got the sweatshop. He's like my longest, I think he's been supporting me for over 2 years now, which is awesome. We got Forlorn Creature, sick cunt. Ah, shit, wrong button. Wrong button. Forlorn Creature, he's in chat. And then the rest of these guys, you know, there's some people have been subscribed for a long time, you know, and you know, if you turn around and you want to cancel your subscription at any point, it's like, it's up to you, dude. But I think a lot of people do get value out of like how often I do post like game files and stuff like that. I know I could do it more, but at the same time, like it is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So here we go. We got K Duffs. Chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for K Duffs. And who's another one here? Levi. That's what's up. Levi. And then we got Malik agreeing. Let's go. Magnate and Money. Yeah, let's go. Actually, I think that's one of you guys. That's someone, I think. Mr. Bones. Want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride? Get it, boys? That's right. Let's go. So, no, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys a lot. Crowd knows what's good. That's right. So, what did you say? You made your name Playtime. Is it in here? We got Playboy AFKA. And maybe
Strawnote
also...
Playtime, I see my name in there.
Yeah? Hell yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, my boy.
Strawnote Playtime, it's Strawnote.
Hey, Strawnote, there he is.
No playtime.
There he is. That's my boy right there. Hey, we got Valley. Yeah, sick. These are friends of the channel. Friends of the channel. So, yeah, there's a bit that I offer for free, but for the most part, like my Patreon is just like a place where I can, yeah, price gate specific things. Because, it's kind of like, you know, if you want to learn from me, just watch the video. And if you can't be bothered, then it's like, I'll take those $2. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. You guys don't have to pay any money. But yeah, I definitely appreciate the donates. Now let's continue to work this out. What were we getting at? I know I really want to fix that rope, but I'll do that in my own time because I think that's just going to be some physics system fuckery, basically. We do need to add a particle system. Somebody mentioned adding a particle system to the actual
Strawnote
bobber,
Playtime,
the floater,
donated
the
cowboy
lure.
hat.
Donated cowboy hat. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to take that shit off. Two Heart Tuesday, though. Check them out. Count them. Can I hit me 2 times, please, band? That's right. 2 for each hat. Let's go. So the reeling back in system is quite cool as well. I'm really big fan of this.
Strawnote Playtime, Thirsty Thursdays.
Thirsty Thursdays. So I think when it gets to maybe within a meter of the player's XY, it should just cancel as well. So let's go back to rod usable. We'll go back into the script. And then here we go. So while we're reeling, if is deployed, we'll go if lure, so the cast lure, the rod lure dot global position dot x
Katakushi 137. Will this fishing system be an eventual tutorial?
Probably not, honestly. Like, this is still experimentation for me. And, this is really just a state machine with this, rod. But what I might do is I might make having functionality with the items that you pick up be part of like an inventory tutorial. Because I've been asked to make an inventory tutorial. And the cool thing about this inventory tutorial is like I was saying before, for objects like this that we don't need script for, like the actual trash bag in my hand, right? That's got no script on it. When I hit left click and right click and shit like that, I can't do anything, right? All I can do is throw or drop, you know, right in front of me. So this fishing rod as well, I can also drop and I can also throw in front of me. But because the fishing rod is a scene,
Brothers going to get thirsty
it's
on
actually
Thursday.
a packed scene, meaning I can have script inside that packed scene. And that's why I'm able to use it like a fishing rod. This isn't part of the player. This is still a visual representation of what's in my inventory. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of do need to add, let's say, like a fishing mode lock or something like that. So when I'm fishing, I can't change items because that's just going to cancel the fishing. Or when I'm fishing, I can't use the inventory because you see, we end up with like a lot of really weird interactions here where I'm clicking, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's screwing with my fishing rod right now. So
Straw note playtime. I really want to say yo mama, I don't know why.
Yo mama. Yo mama. So this is resetting it because I think it resets the object in my hand. Yeah, so there's a little bit that needs to be done, but I might make that part of a tutorial because I think that's going to be genuinely useful for a lot of people. Yeah, that rope is so strange. The fact that the rope comes out like on a weird angle like that, you see, like it pops out over there. That's like purely south. It's southwest, right? It's southwest of where the player is. And that's going to be everywhere on the map. And I've got to work out in the physics system why that is. Because it is very strange. See how far away it's like being created? Yeah, that's going to take a lot of like messing around with, right? So what I can do at the moment is I can add wind to the bobber or the floater while it's in midair. That's one thing that I can do because I've already got like a global wind thing in the game. I also need to do this, which is I need to cancel the cast, which is basically reeling in fully when the rod lure is in state deployed and the position dot distance to player dot global position dot length is actually distance to is fine, is less than, let's say, 5 meters. Then we're going to cancel the cast. I'm going to make this like maybe 2 meters. I think 2 meters is going to be obvious, but if we just cast directly into the ocean right here we go, hold on. Invalid access, global position on base of type. What are you talking about? You can't get the global position, you freaking dog. Oh, I've spelled it wrong. Global positon. Idiot. Wait, did I even? Okay, my I button doesn't want to work sometimes. Fantastic. I need a new keyboard. Donos for new keyboard, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna flip it there and I'm gonna reel it in to where it's less than 2 meters. So maybe I'll make it a meter. Yeah, I'll make it 1 meter. Yeah, so when it's a meter away from the player, it's just going to automatically cancel it so we can go again. So reel, 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 reel. Okay, interesting. So it's an interesting reel animation. Cast lure, create the fishing line, right? And then obviously we've launched. But it's this here. Once it's been deployed, we reset. Cast release, and then it's, yeah. Reeling. It's the issue of when we cast, see the fishing rod's forward, and then once it's deployed, the fishing rod goes back. But then if we hold down left click, see it's still forward while it's reeling. So it's like it's ending up in this weird like animation state. And obviously I don't think we have idle for the animation either. So I think that needs to be reset. So that's going to reset it when we do this. Hold down left click. Yeah, and it comes back. Yep, that's going to reset that. That's fine. Cast release. It's sailing. And then once it's deployed, we reset. Right? And then, well, it's supposed to reset. Has it just deployed? You know what I mean? Because it's just deployed. So then this rod animation play reel, we can't have there. Is reeling current animation equals reset. If it equals reset, then play reel. So that won't really make sense either. Yeah, that's not really making sense either. I think we just need to look at these animations a bit closelier. Even more closelier, and think this through properly. So, cast end is when we pull it back up. Okay. So if the current animation is not equal to reel, if rod animation is not equal to cast end, then we play it. Because once cast end finishes, it should go to reset. I think. So right now, technically, it's probably going to be not reset. Oh no, that works. Yeah, there we go, see? Hey, that looks alright. Don't you reckon, chat? That's not bad. There. So I don't like the way that it's trailing behind either. When we reel it in. Maybe 10 segments is still too many. You know? Because it should be taut. While we're reeling, it should be really tight. So if is reeling, let's say fishing line.
A cat with a crown was AFK, I'm back is reeling.
Hello, we're reeling now. Cable springiness equals 0. Let's just try that. It's probably going to be dog. Yeah, look at that. Oh, geez. Okay, so this should be probably like 99. Yeah, so it loses all of its like that, right? When we're bringing it in. So what's the default springiness? Fishing line dot cable springiness. So what if we go to fishing line and we create like an extra thing? Cable springiness. 9.81 times 2. What the hell does that mean? Why don't we just... Is like 20. We'll just make it like 20 by default. $99. And then if we're not, then the springiness equals 20. Let's see what this looks like. And then we can work in like a smoother way of doing this later. You know? So bam. And then we get that springiness back. Oh, that's freaking cool. Yeah? See, it pulls taut. It's like that illusion of like pulling tight. That's really cool. And then if we're not in the water, what'll happen when we pull it back in? So let's just go up here, for instance. So we can drag it in from, yeah, we can drag it into the land. Deuce. What a hell of a cast, bro. We can drag it back. You know, in case there's a better spot for it.
Crown that's looking good.
It's not bad, eh? Springiness 20 might not be the play, though. Maybe while we're casting... Springiness... What about, like, just 80? I wonder what springiness 80 looks like. Yeah, okay, interesting. 20 while it's deployed. So while it's sailing, our fishy line springiness let's make it equal 80 to see what it looks like. If it's high springiness, oh, look at that. So maybe just the springiness being too low was what was wigging it out. It's still doing that weird thing. So maybe what we've got to do is set the default to 90. 99. So it starts really non-springy, you know what I mean? Or starts incredibly springy. And also we've got to make it so when I look up in this mode, this doesn't happen. You know, where the rod is like completely pulled back with me. So like potentially I can like clamp the what is it, the X rotation. So I'll just show you what it would probably look like.
Skedman, a cat with a crown. What kind of cat are we talking about?
Yeah, what kind of cat? That's a good question. Like this, right? So I can like... Okay, maybe not. Right, because it's part of the rig. It's almost going to need to be the opposite of whatever the angle is. Rotation X equals...
A cat with a crown max fluff.
Max fluff. Sick. I almost was going to make it so you have to cast like this. Nah, that's fine. I just want to be able to look up at the top of your rod, but I guess like I don't need that. What if it's like 100 springy and then it stops being 100 springy? Like a little bit after. So like in rod usable, when we first cast it, when we first create it, I should say.
A cat with a crown may be worth noting that when people fish they normally don't hold it up straight, hee.
Yeah, well that's what I was like thinking of, you know? Is like, it's still, it'll look weird if I can look up and see it and then look down and not see it, but also like, it's not going to be super weird, you know? Just something to think about. But because it's actually technically part of the head of the player, anytime I move the head up, it's going to move the head up. Like, it's not actually attached to the player. It's attached to the player's fucking face. So it's almost like I would need to rotate it away from the player, you know? But then I'm still moving the handle up and down, you know? It's a hard one to wrap your head around, but like, you get it. It's just a hard one to kind of explain. What? So if reeling is true, if sailing, so rod's sailing, what if we make the initial cable springiness like 99? So it starts really springy on that first frame. It's terrible. It's the same every time, right? It's like behind the player, but this weird, yeah. I just want it to look good. It's so close to being good. It's so close. It's just that like initial like loop. That initial loop there, it's like, why is it doing that? And why is it like not consistent? I might even have to ask the AI, honestly, because I don't think, maybe the AI will have like a solution. The fishing line here, why? See, like in this code here, we're going to have some sort of description of it creating like a Bezier curve, like towards like the southwest. You know what I mean? Actually, okay, I'm going to try something. If I go up to the top of the level, is it still going to go southwest? If I move away from that 0 point up to, you know, because I'm actually in the southwest. Oops. I'm in the southwest of the level. Oh my god, just work. You stupid boat, just work. This is the boat. Oh my god. This is the boat's physics system as well. Because technically this boat is a rigid body as well. Come on. Come on. No. Okay, we're going to have to... We're going to have to make the boat not so big. See this collision box right here. I'm going to make it... Oh, that's probably why I keep getting stuck on the ground, dude. That's definitely why. Okay. So now we can actually drive this boat over a little bit. Like, I kind of want to have, like, what do you call it? Like, the little safety boys? Shut up. Ugh. Why is the ground so warped there? Have I not fixed that? Oh yeah, look, you can kind of see it there. I haven't fixed that yet. See, the ground is like really warped. The texture is really warped. Because I was making some changes to the seafloor. Please show hat, chat. Please show hat. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. Good stream today. Good stream. Appreciate y'all. Glad we got some people in here who told me how much they appreciate what I do. Thank you very much, Marky. Nah, I'm just playing. I appreciate what you do as well, bro.
Skedam and everyone show love in the chat right now.
Everyone show love right now. Oh yeah, and if you're watching on YouTube, I need you to like the stream, okay? You need to like the stream. That's all YouTube gives a shit about when it comes to these streams. You have to like the stream, okay? If you don't do it, I will know, okay? Hey, don't get angry at me. That's just the way that it is, bro. That's just the way that it is, okay? So now I am in, technically, the northeastern part of the map. So if I cast out here, which way does that rope want to go? Look, it looks like it's going to the right, dude.
The multi-stage fitness test will start in 5 seconds.
We love the fitness test.
Mighty Mork, this show sucks, change the channel.
Oh, dude. You want to see something good, bro? I'll put it on. I'll put the fucking art project on. Is that what you want to see? Is that fucking art, bro? Right, now you gotta watch this while I go to the toilet, alright? Yeah, enjoy that shit. Don't blame Marky for that one, boy.
Mighty Mork, you are all very welcome. We cat with a crown what's on the left.
It's part of my
Mighty
brain.
Mork, please show our channel.
PS5? Yo, PS5? It's not a giveaway or anything, but PS5? You know what I'm saying? That PS5 has one purpose in life. That's what I'm going to play GTA 6 on. That's the only reason I have that. That's why it's still in the box. I got it for a really good price. Off of my ex-housemate that said, instead of me paying rent this month, do you just want my PS5? And I said, frick yes, dude. I said, frick yes. I'll take that. Obsessed. This tastes like straight up cheesecake. Oh, I thought Carrie was talking about Obsession. Dude, Obsession is a really good like movie. If you guys haven't seen it. Really, really good. I don't know if it's out on streaming platforms or anything yet, but it's pretty good. So it's going to the right now. Is it going to the south right or is it going to the north right? I'll go out this way. If it goes to the left, dude, I'm kind of concerned now. So I'm just going to run this out to the left here, because if we get a like really interesting effect right here, I'm going to need to rethink this entire problem. So it should be going out to the left. Yeah? And now it's going to be going out to the left. But you see over here it was going out to the right. You see that? So it's got something to do with the actual coordinates. Like, okay, so
please show our chat.
For the idiots in chat, what I'm trying to explain to you is, for the idiots in chat, this here, right, when I'm casting, if I'm down here, the casting loop, the weird loop goes out this way. If I'm up the top here, the casting loop goes out that way. If I'm over here, the casting loop goes out that way. And I'm guessing if I'm down here, then the casting loop's going to go out that way. So let's go and test my theory by going down to that bottom bit. Wait, where is that? Okay, that's over here. So we're going to take the boat out over here. Swag ass boat. We also need to add some like some wake noises, you know, like boat bobbing noises and the sound of like the hull smacking on waves and stuff like that. But we can do that at a later date. That's not like super duper urgent. So if I'm out over here, right, and then I cast this way, it should go to the right here. Slightly to the right. Okay, so more to the right here. Yeah, what the F? And then if I cast out this way, it's going to be to the left. Dude, that's so weird. And then when I cast out perfectly, that's so strange. Okay, so what happens if I go to like the world origin point? Let's like turn on my coordinates. Here we go. So the coordinates are on the screen now. That's X, Y, and Z. In this system, Y is up and down, by the way. So Z is forward and backward. X is left and right. And yeah, Y is up and down. So I'm pretty sure the 0 point is around here. So it's actually here, and it's like, so it's about here. So what happens if I cast now? Well, does it just go up? Which way does the bow go? There is none. There is no bow. So when I'm standing on the 0 point, it's perfect. That's so strange. And so that functionality is going to be described somewhere here in this fishing line shit. You know what I mean? Interesting. It'll be in here somewhere. So I'm going to go smash this into the AI and see what it says. Because, like, how the hell are we even going to describe that? When casting a line... How weird... and creating the line. Oh, you guys can't see this. Good afternoon, pussy. That's my name. Okay, so when casting a line, I have a weird effect when creating the line. It bows out initially away from the 0, 0. For instance, if I'm in the bottom left of the map. Wait, is that positive or negative? Let's run this. I always forget. So I am negative X and positive Z. Negative 50, 0, and then plus 50. From the 0. For instance, if I'm the bottom left of the map at coordinates negative 50, 0, and then positive 50, the line bows out southwest. Let's see what it says, because maybe it can see something in there that I can't. Joint initialization. When you first create the joints, you're positioning them along a straight line between start and end points. But then on the very first physics process frame, the gravity and springiness forces run before the line has had a chance to settle, causing it to bow. Okay. However, the real root cause of the direction bowing is in this line. Well, fucking why would you tell me this and then tell me however? The real cause the middle joint is just the midpoint between the previous and next joint, which is fine. But on frame 1, it still sits at initialized weld position, which is 0, 0, 0, right? And this is why it's so strange. When I'm standing right on top of the weld position, there's no issue. Pebcat, what the fuck does that even... what is that even short for, dog? Okay, so the lerp pulls towards weld space midpoints that haven't settled yet, and since gravity also pushes down relative to these positions, you get a compounding bow effect whose directions depend on where you are in the weld. That's right. The fix, reinitialize joint positions
between keyboard and chair.
So wait. Shut up, bro. Yeah, the problem exists between my ears. Yeah? The problem... Between my ears, the problem exists. Get it? Was that funny? Okay, so let's have a look. Endpoint equals hook. Okay, so if we create this and it doesn't work, I'm going to be pissed. So it wants me to create a new function called initialize line. And then it's a public function. Yeah, okay, cool. So initialize line when we create the thing. So let's see if this messes anything up on this one. No, because we've got a line there. We need to remember that. And then this rod usable, this is where we're creating the fishing line, and then we set it. See, the end point equals the rod lure and the start point equals that. So we fishing line, and then we go fishing line dot initialize line. Will that work? Nope. So what if we move it? Maybe that's the problem right there. We're actually moving the fishing line. Is that it the whole time? So wait, what if we turn this off? It was because we were moving the line? You're kidding me. I mean, it makes sense. But still, that's bullcrap. So we can turn that springiness down as well. Damn.
So we didn't even need that initialized line.
We just needed to not be moving the fishing line as soon as we created it. That's all it was. Yeah, that's right. Let's go. Applause that MP4. That's right. Let's go. Come on, boys. That's a lot of applause right there. Hell yeah. A root? A root? Sounds pretty good. It's pretty good. I told you this stream was about getting the fishing line working. I don't care about being entertaining this stream. I'm trying to get that fishing line working.
Strawnote Playtime donated $1 trillion.
Yeah, $1 squillion straight in the bank account, baby. Let's go. So that initialize line function we don't really need. We'll keep it there just in case, because maybe we'll use it in the future. But we don't really need it because we're not moving the line over. So that's what was happening, by the way, is the line was being created.
Strawnote Playtime free Robux EXE.
Yeah, .exe, that's right. So our player was over here, right? Our player was over here. Now, sorry to pirate software, you boys, right? And then the middle of the map was about, let's just say about here. It probably is around there, right? So what was happening was I was creating the fishing line at 0, 0, you know, because it didn't have a position. I was hooking it up to the lure and to the end of the fishing rod, and then I was moving the position of that fishing line over to here.
Playtime map leaked before game release. So shocking.
So this inertia, or whatever you want to call that, this movement was actually being added to the fishing line. So it was settling from that initial burst of movement, I believe, because when we were standing on top of that 0, 0, 0 point, vector 3, 0, or the origin point, I should say, of the world, there was no issue. It was working like as normal, you know? It wasn't like boing, springing, or anything stupid like that. It had to do with that,
Mighty
that movement.
GTA 6 looks dog water.
Yeah, this is GTA 6, bro. I'm not paying for it. Especially not $100, bro. God damn.
Strawnote Playtime free book is $7 on Steam, but free on it.
Motherfucker. You know? Free book is $7 on Steam. Nah, Let Me Book. You want to go check out Let Me Book. It's free on itch, but it's an old version. So it doesn't have, like, you know, it doesn't have all the achievements, doesn't have leaderboards, all that sort of stuff.
Strawnote Playtime, I mean Let Me Book.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Fishing line, cable length.
Strawnote Playtime, more like Let Me Cook.
Well, that was the joke, right? That was where the joke came from. Let me book. It was let me cook. Okay, so oh yeah, we've got this fishing line working. So what can we do with it? I can make the cable springiness change. Let's
Strawnote Playtime download now for free credits.
20. Oh yeah, I'll rename it freerobux.exe. Okay.
That has a monster horse cock.
So if we cast this line and the springiness is really low, look at that. You see, we've kind of got that settling at 2.
Strawnote Playtime free Robux EXE no virus real 10,000.
No virus real. 10,000 free dollars. Robux, please. All about them V-Bucks, you know what I'm saying? So I like that. The how it gets real stiff while we're reeling it in, even if we're moving around. But we kind of do need to drag. We need to drag the thing with us, right? So if we're moving around, we should drag the lure with us, right? That one's going to be an interesting one to try and work out.
EXE and it's some AI voice that doesn't download it cause they know it's a virus.
Very nice. So we also need to make that reel move. So let's have a look at that. If current animation is real, or if is reeling.
Straw note playtime. In order to get free Robux EXE, enter your credit card details.
You're a dickhead, bro. Them 3 wacky numbers on the back. Wacky numbers. Thank you. Can't get them real Robux without that credit card number. Date of expiry. Thank you very much. And those wacky numbers. Thank you. We love the wacky numbers on the back. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we need to change to if is reeling. If is reeling. Elif state is sailing. Here we go.
1 trillion Robux.
I've never even played Roblox. Yeah, look. See, as we're reeling, it spins that the reel around.
Cat with a crown, bro.
See what I'm saying?
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you okay, bro? You really want them Robux, bro, do you?
Crown LMAO. Straw note playtime. In order to publish game on Roblox, you got to show your face and pay.
Are you going to show your face? Of course. Especially if you're in Australia. You can't even play Roblox unless you're in Australia, I'm sure.
Mighty Mork, we live in a Roblox simulation.
Look at that.
Straw note playtime, brothers, the final boss.
Pretty cool. Get that reel out. Cast that shit. Yeah. Drag it back in. I'm saying if
Roblox is the final boss of shit company.
If we're far away enough from, so what should be the maximum distance from the player that we can cast out? I guess we should display how far it is from the player. So if it is deployed, I want to print distance to. So rod lure
straw note playtime in
dot global position dot distance to player dot global position. Yeah, I want to figure out what the distance is, right? So I'm gonna cast it out full power at about a 45 degrees.
Straw note playtime iPhone 1000 early access.
Okay, so right now it's 37 meters away. It's about 37 meters. Should we make it so you can cast out further? Probably not, because you really want to be able to see. You really shouldn't even be able to cast out this far, but let's say that the maximum distance is 40 meters, okay? I'll keep that line in there. We'll just comment it out. That's a good line for debug's sake. So I'm gonna add a maximum var max line distance. Gonna be float, it's gonna equal 40, okay? Max line distance is 40 meters. So what we need to do is every frame we should check to see how far away it is. If it's deployed, okay, so only if it's deployed. If max line distance, so actually we've got a player direction right here. So var distance to player is just going to be a float, and it's going to equal player direction dot length, I believe, because we're already working that out. And also it's going to be abs, because in case it's negative, and then it doesn't matter which way around if we take it or plus it or whatever. So player direction dot length, maybe we can print distance to player just to see. So let's cast a line out again. We'll see, do we have a distance to player? Yeah, okay, but that's only working when we're reeling. Okay. If is reeling, if no. Ah, yeah, this is if we're using it. So it's kind of like the player differential, really.
Straw note playtime PLS buy me $1 trillion.
Distance to player. Yup, is the length. So distance to player. We don't want that. We want the player differential. Yeah, so that distance to player. Okay, we're gonna 100% power. So we're at 35. We're at 35 meters.
Is someone saying restart your game and you get a gift.
Wait, what? Best thing on Fortnite, yeah. Alt F4 for hacks. Alt F4 for wall hacks. We don't really want to do that either. So, bar normalized player differential.
Straw note playtime Alt F4 to get free V-Bucks.
Vector 3. That's still going to work. See, I think I can reel towards... Yeah, look, now I can reel up towards the player. There we go. So that means that if I'm casting off of a roof or something like that, it's going to pull it up towards me. So let's try that, actually. I need to add a sprint button into this game, I think. Alt F4 the stream to get free Robux. No, wait, don't Alt F4 the stream. Please, boys.
Straw note playtime I used to think scripting is when player lifts dumbbell they get strength.
I mean, it kind of is, right? Okay, so we're on the roof. We're going to cast out into the water.
Now it's looking great. Glad you kept at it. I called it well enough like 2 hours ago.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, dude. And look, we can reel in. And obviously when we get to the water, it's not going to be an issue, but I want to see if we can...
Straw note playtime,
yeah, look.
Play game EXE no virus 10,000% true.
Look, there we go. So we can pull it up towards the player. Yeah, that's cool. Because the problem before was like there wasn't that functionality in it. There was none of that. Very cool. Oh. Well, I mean, it's still a little bit dodgy because we're still applying like.
All hail Godot.
Yeah.
With a crown yo-yo game.
Yo-yo game. Y'all talking about freaking Game Maker, dude? 360 no scope. Let's go. Oh, yeah. So we're 28 meters away from the player.
Straw note playtime Game Maker sucks.
So player differential, yeah. Freaking it sucks ass, dude. Game Maker sucks. So bad. So the distance to the player is that length. It's the differential length. Absolute. If distance to player...
A cat with a crown, nah lol, that's funny though. I meant when reeling and it looked like a yo-yo.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I knew what you were saying. You just made me think of yo-yo games, dude. We can get rid of that. So... Now this distance to player, we can replace this here. So distance to player. It's less than 1. So we're cleaning up the script a little bit, but also we need to check to see if, basically, we do it right here, right? If distance to player is greater than max line distance.
Straw note playtime, you get a phone call and it's a Indian asking for your credit card
Then-
details, lol.
That'd be great. We'd just do that with AI. Like, do you guys ever watch Kit Boger? Dude, Kit Boger is so good. Like, he's setting up that that script that like answers. No, I think it calls those like call centers and then just like
Vamp
fucks with
Sama,
them
good
for
morning.
like so long. Yo, what up, Vamp Sama? Yeah, it like calls these
Hey, cat with a
call
crown, why do
centers.
you redeem?
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody knows Kit Boger from that, right? Dude, so funny. Don't fucking redeem. So funny, dude. But yeah, he created that script that just like talks them around in circles, you know, and like another one that's like, if you want Bitcoin, you've got to meow like a cat, and then they meow like a cat, and they're just like, okay, now hold the line, and they have to hold the line for like 40 minutes. Like, so good, dude.
Straw note playtime, I have your same
Fuck
shirt. but red.
scammers, you know what I'm saying? I have your same shirt, but in red. I think I've got a red one as well. It's just, I like the blue, you know? We're doing Tropical Island game. I wear my Tropical Island stuff. You know, that's what I thought when I woke up. It's actually quite cold today. I'm gonna turn my heater back on.
Straw note playtime, brothers been to Hawaii.
I wish, dude. Yo, somebody donate $1 squillion so I can go to Hawaii. Hawaii stream? Yeah, cool island vibes to melt my icy heart. Those are warm island vibes to warm
Straw
my...
note playtime, when you go to
cool
Hawaii, get
heart.
that shirt.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a legitimate Hawaiian shirt.
Straw
That'd be
note
great.
Playtime, take that shirt with you, lol.
Yeah, this one barely fits me, bro. It's just, it's the brightest one that I have. But yeah, it doesn't close up properly. It's definitely a couple sizes too small. So if the distance to player is greater than the max line distance, what we want to do is we want to pull, right? Like apply a central
Mighty
force
more
just like
cultural
this.
Appropriation. Straw note playtime, same bro,
Yeah,
I got same one but
kinda.
red and it doesn't fit.
Normalized player differential. So that's essentially the angle to the player times 30. We want to go maybe times like 100 because this is, yeah. And so what we can do then is if I'm on the boat here and then I go for a drive, once it gets to 40 meters away, it's going to drag that line along behind. Yeah? Yeah, I can see it dragging. I can definitely see it dragging. That's good. So I'm going to go if it's less than like 10, right? I mean, over 10. So look, this should constantly keep it 10 meters behind me. Yeah, see that? And so this is just so you can't, I mean, it might be really hard. Like, it probably doesn't come across that well on the stream. But you see, that line is now following behind the boat. And that just means that you can't get that far away from your bait, right? So the max line distance is 40 meters, and we'll keep that way. I mean, we can change it at a later date, but that's cool. What's your Godot's RAM usage? Let's have a look. It should only be about 1 gigabyte. I think. Yeah, 1.7. 1.7.
Choco Ted, make it so it can grab the sun using the fishing rod and pull it so sun is in your hands and now it's dark everywhere.
That'd be a good way to do a night cycle, right? Day-night cycle. All right. I need to take a piss again so you guys can watch the TV station.
Straw
And
note
yeah,
playtime goat, it's so like
this is just like the side of my green screen that you're not supposed to be able to see. So
Than it would to 5.
let's go like
This
this.
is under
There
that
we go.
at
Choco Ted, no run, Dora Eamon.
$4,600.
Whoop. There we go.
Spectacular is that. And the
Beautiful.
Get 'em in
All right,
holy shit,
I gotta
that ring
piss.
is gorgeous.
Wow, is it
Choco Ted,
fucking
run, Dora
$4,600 gorgeous?
diamond on,
Probably fucking not.
Then you've got these shoulders, and oh my gosh, I love
Choco
this.
Ted
If I was
Dora
to get
Eamon
my
episode, please.
Engagement band,
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna need you guys
I would do
watching
this.
on YouTube right now to scroll down and hit that like button,
And the brilliant-
because otherwise
That was
YouTube doesn't know that I'm a
favourite cut.
fucking sick ass cunt,
Damn
fucking
Sama shit break.
And that is his
sickest
favourite cut.
game dev you've ever fucking seen in your
Play with
fucking
the
life.
in a different way
So
to
make sure you hit that fucking like
Very,
button, please.
very difficult
You pieces of
to do.
shit,
You've got to get
please.
that absolute
Shit.
every cut, I know, but more so with these
You
because you've got that precision, that alignment. Now this one is a little bit
That's-
loose. I'm going to try to hold it and balance it so it doesn't flip flop through. Let me
Choco
give you
Ted
some
stop
stats.
that F at and run
Over
Dora Eamon
3
episode.
grams of gold. That central feature made up of a 23 points right in the center. I might have to do this so that you can actually see. 23 points in the very center. That is then surrounded. That's a brilliant cut too, by the way. Then we've got 6 round brilliants at 2.8 mil. 51 points there. Then you've got 6 round brilliant
cat
cuts
with a
at
crown,
1.4
23
mil,
points.
0.07 of a carat, and then look through the band. We've got 44 round, these are all round brilliants. Obviously 22 each side, so 11 here, and then the same again. 24 points in those. We haven't even mentioned the baguettes. The baguettes.
Did I tell you guys that a dude threw his push bike in some of the bushes out the front of my house a couple of weeks ago?
1.1 mil.
Rough Night 86 came here for
I'll tell you guys about that.
a new ring.
Stunning.
Yeah,
What a look. Look, have a
that's
think.
right, dude.
Have a think.
Appreciate you,
But
man.
Don't leave it. 575 is what you need to commit to today. There's a nice content of gold. You will actually feel that. when you-
$4,600, bro.
when you take it out of the box for the first time and try it on.
That's a pretty good looking ring. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. That is breathtaking.
1.42 carat natural diamond.
Makes a statement.
You know that means blood diamond. That's like, that's how they sneakily call it a blood diamond these days. They say it's natural.
Kind of needs the ring finger.
Yeah. Doraemon episode. What the hell is that?
Beautifully balanced.
Is that like an anime that I don't know about?
This one. I love
I think that was about 20 right there.
simply sensational.
It's a get swole stream, boys.
The way they play with the light, just
4,
so sophisticated.
5,
They really
6. Can I get a hit for each count? 7.
4, 8,
8. Hit me one more time. 9. And then one more time for 10. Let me hit 10 more. Come on, band, relax.
Thinking about buying.
We gon' whack him.
Yeah, that's right.
Message.
Draxing it up, baby.
I take those signs on
We've got-
board. It
we've got
happens to
new
me all the
audio.
time. The other day, I've told my story about
Been using the Seinfeld ones a little bit less this episode.
I just happened to be
But
walking.
that's only
out
because
to
I'm getting
see
used to the new buttons, you know?
Lee was about to present a yellow diamond shot, and Emma was his model, and she
Gotta get my workout done.
Said, oh my
Really
God,
gotta go for a walk or a run or something like that today at some point.
And as I did, I went, oh.
I don't really go for runs though. It's like I'd look like an idiot running down the street.
A-cat with a crown, I messed up bad, Jerry.
What? I messed up real bad, Jerry. I said a really bad word while I was on stage. Oh no. I guess I'm gonna have to go on David Letterman to apologize. You guys ever see Michael Richards on David Letterman apologizing for that? Real funny, honestly, go check it out. The like crowd is like laughing and they don't realize it's a joke. David Letterman's like, yo, he's being serious, okay? And everyone's like, actually, it wasn't that bad. It's just weird, bro. It's just weird. Alright, I think we're done with that. That was a good looking ring, but I don't think it's worth that much money. Just gotta be serious about it. I don't think it's worth that much. Okay, so check this out. Because we don't have anything set up
Straw note playtime, yo mama.
in the way of not... I mean, maybe we should add this as a feature, you know? You can just like... I really shouldn't be able to do this when you're in driving mode. Is that what we call it? Is it driving mode? Something like that. Want to hit enter on the dinghy. Taco is driving. Yeah, that's it. So if is driving, we shouldn't be able to do any of this stuff. Let's see if we can quickly work that in to the rod usable.
Straw node playtime is not driving.
Is not driving. Basically, yeah.
Straw node playtime air horn. Straw node playtime mute.
If player dot is driving, we want to return. Right? Rig rotation. Well, no, we don't want to just immediately return because we're dragging that line along behind the player. We just don't want you to be able to cast. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like a check, right? Like, if you're walking really far away from the thing, yeah, it makes sense because you really shouldn't have it casted while you're driving, you know? It's not really a thing. And obviously this is going to bring it closer to you. It already is AAA, bro. Check this shit out. What kind of a game? What kind of a AAA game has, like, you know, casting where it's got slack in the line? Yeah, I know, dude. None! Actually, maybe Far Cry. I was playing Far Cry just yesterday. Man. The fishing in that is sick. Far Cry 5. I know about the other ones.
This game is too good, my eyes won't believe it.
You're a douche. Pretty good. So, I'm not scraping along the surface of the... Oh, here we go. Scrape a little bit. So I kind of want to add some boat physics, a little bit of boat physics. So when we hit something, it kind of like bounces off. I think at the moment we've kind of got a little bit of that. Like,
fuck Windows 11.
If I just, yeah, fuck Windows 11, dude. I don't F with that S, dude. If we bash into this here, see how it doesn't really like bounce off? I kind of want it to like...
Even though I'm stuck with it.
Fully bounce off. Oh, it's a piece of crap, man. It is a piece of crap. I don't care what Marky says. It's a piece of crap. It's like bounce. I want it to bounce off and also to have like basically no friction. 0.1. It is, bro. Like everything in Windows 11 is just like a web app. Like it's such a lazily made OS, you know? So if I ram this, it should bounce. That's pretty good. Maybe it bounces a little bit too much. But yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. I don't want it to...
Playtime, it's worse than CryEngine.
When was the last time you played a CryEngine game? Okay, so that's a little bit bad, but that's because...
Straw node playtime. I tried CryEngine. It sucks horrible.
You can develop in CryEngine, right? Like there's like a free version that you can download. Is that what you mean? Oh, true. Interesting. Yeah, it used to be like a fully guarded off, like, you know, Ubisoft only. But I think, yeah, like you can go and download like a free version of it and then actually develop on it if you're a competent enough like developer to... Obviously, yeah, like what is it, C++, I'm assuming? Probably wouldn't be C#.
Straw node playtime, don't use CryEngine, there's no tutorials. Mighty more premium Crytek game.
Also going to lower this particle system, I think, a little bit. So quite high up now. I don't want it to be that high up. I never did. I was just kind of doing it to compensate for something else. See, now it's in the water, it's a bit better.
Is so old that dinosaurs are younger.
I feel that, dude. CryEngine's real old. It's a fantastic engine, though. Is that what Far Cry was made in? Yeah, for sure, right? Far Cry was made in the Cry engine.
Strawnote playtime, not so fantastic tutorials.
Nah. I mean, Cry engine, yeah, it's probably the kind of thing where you would need to... You need to learn how to read the documentation, my boy. My boy. Learn them docs. Learn how to read them docs, you know? We kind of need to have, like, a point on the front of this, otherwise it's going to keep doing
Strawnote playtime,
weird
Far
stuff.
Cry used Dunya engine.
Dunya, yeah, okay, so what's the last game? Is Far Cry just not...
ZM7160, how does the boat bouncy work? Is there a high map texture array, or are you syncing doing the same as sinusoidal wave calculation in shader and on the CPU?
The way it works...
This Star Citizen
the buoyancy, yeah, I see what you're saying.
ZM7160 buoyancy.
Wait, is Star Citizen CryEngine? Weird. The way that the buoyancy works is, essentially, I had it up here before. I wonder if it's still... Can we undo past that point? Yeah, look at that. So the way that the buoyancy works, and this is for all of the objects in the game, right? Is we have a solid water plane at 0, 0, right? Or like at 0y, yeah? So the water plane starts at 0y. It always does.
Playtime CryEngine's interface is my ripoff.
So what you do is you just calculate on every physics frame. If you're below 0, like in y, then all you've got to do is calculate your buoyancy and then add that as a force that goes up. So obviously, if you add a bunch of buoyancy to it, if you add a bunch of buoyancy to any object, like see this, like this fishing rod right now, if I throw it into the water, it's going to bounce up, you know, because when it ends up being below 0. Wait, where'd it go? See, I'll show you what I mean. If this is below 0, it's going to bounce up, right? And then as soon as it's above 0, it just stops bouncing. You know what I mean? So all we do is check, right? To see, and I mean, the water is literally just an illusion. So I'll show you what I mean. We turn off that water plane, it's literally just an illusion. You got to think about it as in these objects just can't be below a certain point, and if they are, then we need to bounce up. So the way that this distortion works with the actual water surface is like, it's actually quite a complicated process where the water shader and the point sampling method that we use to actually sample this the positions of each of these objects, it then cross-references with essentially the same noise profile that's being used to distort the water surface with these waves.
A transparent bottle with water inside it.
Matthew Pittman, how you doing, my dude? I think you've been in every stream for the last couple of weeks, haven't you? I'm pretty sure. So it looks a little bit nice at the moment. I mean, like, what we're doing right now is a little bit less boring than what we were doing at the start of the tutorial, at the start of the stream, where what I was doing at the start of the stream was setting up this fishing line.
Playtime, why don't you
this
update
fishing
your
rod.
MS Paint?
Why don't I update my MS Paint? What are you talking about? All right, shit, it's still on screen. Oops. So, okay, all right. So now that we're here,
Mighty Morkill be the judge of what's boring.
well, it's boring because I left MS Paint up on the screen while I was trying to show you guys something. You know what I'm saying? And that is why you guys come to me, because I'm a freaking, as Marky would say, I'm a friggin' idiot. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, this water is an illusion, right? All of this water is...
Crown GGS lads, I joined the Discord 290 night.
Hell yeah, dude. Thanks, man. I'll catch I don't know, next stream. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'll catch you around, Cat with a Crown. Good to have you in the chat. W's from Cat with a Crown. You probably watched the last few streams as well, I think.
I talked about MS Paint.
So yeah, lucky you did, because I wasn't showing anything. Okay, so all of this water is like the idea of having buoyancy isn't real. Buoyancy doesn't exist in my world. Buoyancy is a function that we run on every single one of these rigid bodies
Nothing, LOL.
when it goes below the water's surface. So when it goes below y0, buoyancy is applied to it, right? And all buoyancy is an upwards force, which is the negative of gravity, right? Times the depth or whatever. So the lower down you go, the more gravity that we add to it. See what I'm saying? Sea of Thieves, probably. Sea of Thieves is fantastic. Like, the water physics in Sea of Thieves is incredible. It looks incredible. There's different conditions for the water. Like, half of that game is just water physics, dude. Really, really sick. But you see, all of these objects, like the water doesn't exist.
Then your PC explodes, LOL.
Yeah, water doesn't exist. All we're doing is we're checking the height of the object, the global height of the object, and if it's around where the water is supposed to be, then we just apply a force. You know what I mean? And so this, like I was saying before, the actual difference between that plane and the actual height of the water is described by a noise map, which let's see. I've got a auto load for it. It's called the Wave Manager, and this is what that Wave Manager looks like. Yeah, it's pretty nerdy. Like, we're getting into some pretty nerdy shit right now. But what I do from this global auto load is I load in the exact same noise texture that we're using on the surface shader, the water surface shader, and then I just sample the noise, and then that gives me the displacement between the actual
Straw Note playtime mission completed.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite complicated, but it's pretty freaking cool when you see it like in engine.
Choco Ted, I
it
have
looks
the
so
exact
cool.
same water system of Sea of Thieves in Godot.
Yeah, that's sick, dude. And I'm not trying to create that.
Uptime is. ZM71
My CPU time. My CPU uptime
sampling.
Syncs the height between the shader and the physics sampling. Exactly.
Most of us are nerds.
Yeah, so I learned this technique from a tutorial. I actually learned it from a video. So earlier in the stream, somebody was asking me if I'm ever going to create a tutorial for this. Honestly, probably not, because I don't think it's perfect at the moment. There's still, like, you see that? Like, there's, I think it's like the skirt of the texture isn't right. I think it's like off by a little bit, but the illusion works enough for it to be okay in terms of this game, right? But also, like, I learnt this from somebody else. I actually did it on stream, so it's not like I'm like, you know, copy pasted somebody else's code. I think we actually used Claude for a little bit of it, but the idea was we take, we save, similar. So like we save that noise profile from the shader, right? Because that you know, the wave profile exists as a noise. And so all we're doing is we are sampling that noise to get that offset from zero. So it is quite complicated of a thing to explain. I've explained it a few times and it still doesn't get easier to explain. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a synchronization.
Such a sick feature. Do you know whose tutorial you learned from?
I think if you just...
Choco Ted, your gameplay is mostly in water.
Let me have a look. No, I think a lot of the gameplay is going to be on the island. And then you will be prepping for when you go out onto the island. I mean, off the island. You know what I mean? I'm not too sure. We're still working it out. Oh my god. What am I looking for? I'm looking for buoyancy. Buoyancy Godot. Let's try and find the exact tutorial.
Straw Note playtime. Not we're going to be in a city.
It was this one? There was two. I think I got two different ideas. So this was one of them, right? So it's by Kriegs versus Game Dev. Kriegs versus Games Dev. I think this might have just been how I did the buoyancy, right? And this is just buoyancy.
Choco Ted.
Oh no, he is synchronizing.
You are just doing stuff of water, not even touched a single thing in the island.
Yeah, I mean the water stuff is important. Obviously, fishing, is very important. A lot of the island stuff I did earlier on, and I'm going to get back to it. But right now, a lot of the features that I want to add, things like it's things like School of Fish. It's like fish. It's things like that. So at some point we will get back to the island. But yeah, especially with like the NPCs, and things like that. But yeah, water is definitely like it's a big part of the game. It's just I spent a lot of time on the island, because I think this is probably like my 10th stream, I think, doing specifically this project. And for a lot of the start, we were just using Blender. We were creating the church. We were creating these houses. We were creating the level, creating the jetties, all kinds of stuff like that. We're planning things out, and a lot of stuff like we've got planned out.
Straw note playtime. I'm eating a meat pie.
Yeah, we planned a lot of stuff out, but yeah, obviously, like the water is a big part of it. So I think one of the first things we did with the water was create the shoreline effect, so we can hear the shoreline. And then I think in the next stream we did the crab pots, so we could catch crabs. The trash is something that I've already got in the game. That's like, pretty simple thing. But yeah, obviously, like the NPCs are going to
playtime YouTube, more like add to
it. The NPCs are what is going to be the main feature of the island. There's NPCs. It's going to be the alchemy. It's going to be like salvaging parts or scavenging parts, scavenging and salvaging. A little bit of the alchemy. We're also going to add a farm at some point. So Forlorn's given me a really cool chicken texture. So we're going to have a chicken farm. I think that's going to be about here. That's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of reserving this space for the chicken farm. Unless we can think of something else. And then maybe I can put the chicken farm like right here. So you kind of have to walk around it. I'm not too sure just yet.
53902000.
Yo, my boy. Appreciate you, dog. Thanks for that, man. Everybody clapping in the chat for my boy Matthew Pittman. Let's go. Come on. That's what's up. Hazelwood 21. Yo, we've got people in Kick as well. All right, person in Kick, Hazelwood 21. I'm going to need you to give a W in the chat for my boy Matthew Pittman. Thanks, man. I really appreciate you, dog. Seriously, like I was saying before, you don't have to donate. It's completely optional, but like I freaking appreciate it. I appreciate this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Appreciate everything that you guys do for me. Best thing you can do, I mean, maybe not best thing you can do, because best thing you can do is just straight up send me money, you know what I'm saying? But next best thing you can do is just like the stream, subscribe, follow, all that sort of stuff.
I don't care, LOL.
You know what I mean? Imagine if you say I don't care. I do care, dude. Man, I need to make a buck, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, this is sort of what I'm working towards, is like I do want to be doing this a lot more often, but obviously it's like, it's a big strain on time, and like with Twitch, oh yeah, by the way, we've got to do the daily, weekly Jeff Bezos bucks begging part of the stream. So please give me a Jeff Bezos box. I know, guys. I know. Calm down, everybody. Hit me one time, band. Give me those Jeff Bezos box. You know what I'm saying? Them primes and all that sort of bullcrap. That's right. And thank you very much, everybody. Up in your seats. That's my boy right there, Matthew Pittman. That's my boy. Really appreciate you, dog. Really appreciate you, dude.
What's up, man?
What is up? So, what is up? We are still working on the game. We're working on bits and bobs of the game. We are thanking Matthew Pittman for his generous donation, my boy.
As well, LOL JK.
Honestly, appreciate you so much, dude.
Love this game, what it's about.
We're gonna go for another clap, another couple of claps. I got a few things to answer right here. Okay, what is my favorite drink? Okay, this one's going to be a hard one to explain because I think that they're in the process of like actually dialing these back, right? So
21 UMM.
hold on. I got to show you guys this. Now, one in the chat if you've seen these, two in the chat if you haven't. These right here, they're called V Refresh, right? I don't know why, but I can never find the lemon. Never. There's one service station down the road. Never seen it. Okay, one in the chat if you have seen it. I have.
Playtime. I've seen it.
Yeah, you've seen it, right? These are fucking delicious, dudes. Delicious. But for some reason, like, there's a load of these refreshed green apples, and then there's another one. I think it's like some purple one. I think it's a purple one. I can't remember, but oh yeah, it's a blue one. That's right. So you get the blue one, and you get the green one all over the place.
I love this drink.
But for some reason, the yellow ones aren't anywhere. You know what I mean?
21, it's my fave.
Dude, this honestly, this drink. Oh yeah, and the pink one is actually not that bad. This pink one over here. If you get a chance to try one of these, oh my fucking gosh, dude, they are actually really, really delicious. Man, I feel like getting one like right now. I've had like 3 or 4 coffees today. Maybe after the stream I'll go and get one of those because they're really, really, really good. That's my favorite drink. If you're talking about alcoholic drinks, I don't know, man. I don't really drink that much. Maybe Goon, if you know what I'm saying. You guys know what I'm saying? Supposed to be doing the Goon review today, but
Playtime, are they energy drinks?
not this time. They are energy drinks.
Professional limit Godot.
Specifically, they're sugar-free energy drinks.
Drink is an energy drink, then you're either a teenager or a moron.
One's in the chat if you think Marky's right. One's in the chat, or 2 if you think that I should demod Marky. Take away his moderator privileges for being such a psychopath and calling me a child or a moron or a pregnant woman. You know what I'm saying?
Strong old playtime, I like Coke.
I like Coke. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of off the Coke a little bit, to be honest. But it's mainly because my missus doesn't drink Coke, so I never have it in the house anyway.
Mighty Mork Peak,
yeah, they are dangerous. Bundaberg Brewing Company.
Professional Gunnet, they make me feel like I'm having a stroke.
Burgundy Creaming Soda. Burgundy Creaming Soda. Bro, what is this? Oh, Bundaberg? Wait, what the hell is this? Are you talking about one of these? Burgundy Creaming Soda. They spell Burgundy really weird. Look, Burgundy.
Straw Note Playtime, try Portello, it's awesome.
Portello. What is Portello? Like this.
Mighty
Dude.
Mork, they have it at Kohl's normally.
Dude. Oh, I've seen these actually around. Kirk's Portello. That's
Mighty
whack.
Mork, it goes on special 8 for a 2-pack.
I don't think I've ever seen this, dude. I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep that up in a tab because I've never seen that. Have you guys ever tried cola beer? It's also Kirk's. This one. This is a Western.
Playtime, I like it.
This is a Western Australia exclusive. I'm pretty sure. Let me know in chat if you guys have tried this. Anybody ever tried this?
Mighty Mork, they 100 have that shit at Kohl's.
What, the Portello one? I don't think I've ever seen it, bro. I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, what's that gonna be? Just like grape and berry flavored soft drink, bro. Originated in London, England. Boop, 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 boop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've never seen that before. Oh, Nippies, Portello. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out for it. I'm gonna keep an eye out. I imagine, yeah, it's like, it's just very grapey, you know? Portello, because that's a type of grape, isn't
Straw
it?
Note Playtime, it's really good. Straw Note Playtime, try it.
Cola, plum, and caramel. Interesting. Port wine. Okay, so it's like port wine. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Kirk's Cola beer.
CM7160 Yuza wine diluted like cordial soda is really good.
Yuza wine.
Straw Note Playtime, it doesn't really taste like berries.
Interesting. Like this? You're talking about this stuff here? Yuzu wine? Yuzu wine. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Got a few things I've got to try. Is it a liqueur? Plus soda. Yeah, okay. All right. Maybe I'll have to try that. I'm going to keep these up. Because I don't really...
CM7160, yeah, they seal at Fujimart in sub.
Yeah, cool. Fujimart. Where are you from? Are you Japanese? Wait, sorry, hold on. That was the wrong one to press. Are you Japanese? Wow. Wait, this one? Yes. Are you? Because seems pretty Japanese. Yes. Nah, I might have to go down and check that out. Get that instead of the Goon review. We'll do a user review.
Subiaco.
Subiaco, WA, bro.
Straw Note Playtime.
Sorry, man, you're from Australia. You gotta upload your ID to my Discord, bro. Sorry, dude. You want to enjoy the rest of this stream? You're gonna have to upload your ID publicly to my Discord, my boy. Goon Daily. Nah, we're talking about cask wine, dog. Talking about that cask wine. Interesting. I've got a I think it's a Thirsty Camel down the road from my house. Is it? What is it? Is it a Thirsty Camel? I actually don't know. Man, I haven't been to the pub in a while. Might be time to go to the pub. I think my girlfriend was talking about like having something really disgusting for dinner tonight. And so that might be what I have to go and do. You know what I'm saying? At least once a week, we've got to have something disgusting. And usually that is, we're off the Red Rooster lately, but it's been chicken treat, which I found out from Peter that chicken treat is purely Western Australian. They don't have chicken treat over in Queensland. And he was just losing his shit laughing. He was like, chicken treat, what a stupid friggin' name. And to be fair, it's a pretty dumb name. But it is what it is. It's chicken treat. It's a chicken as a treat. Once a week.
Mighty Mork, I told
you know what I mean?
Back in the day, LMAO.
Well, I didn't listen to you, bro. The thing is, like when Peter came over, he was very, very vocal about it. He was like,
Mighty
chicken
Mork
treat.
Is so dumb and basically just shitty KFC.
Pretty much, yeah. It's roast chicken. It's like Red Rooster, but you guys have Red Rooster over there.
Straw Note Playtime, I used to think eating dog food turns you into a dog, LMAO.
Ew. Did you try it? Did it work? Nah, just kidding. That's gross, dude. So, how we're going to find out about these schools of fish, right? Because they're going to be specific fish that you need to catch. So maybe it's like, you know, the fisherman will give you like coordinates. You know what I mean? And then you'll have to like, you know, ride your boat out to those coordinates. You know? And then this bobber, we can have like a little hook going into the water underneath it. But how can we position it so it's definitely gonna always be at the bottom?
Straw Note Playtime Day, you can't watch this.
I guess we could... G'day, you can't watch this, yep. Sorry, bro. Guess what we could do on the rod lure
Matthew
is
Pittman
I
5390,
could...
do you have it programmed where you can catch yet?
Nah, nothing like that yet. We're just doing the physics of actually getting the bobber out there. I mean, like before the start of this stream, you can go back on the VOD. I didn't have any of the rod sorted out. I had like a little bit of the animation sorted out, but like we didn't have a lure, we didn't have like a rope. Well, I think all of it was inside the rod, so it was really weird physics wise.
Why you don't play game?
Why I don't play game? You're talking about my game? It's because there's not really too much to play at the moment. It's kind of just like an idea. It's like a collection of ideas and mechanics, right? So once I sort out all of the mechanics, there will actually be a game, but there's no actual caching fish yet. You know what I mean?
Playtime cause it sucks,
because it sucks, yeah. So what I'm thinking is with those schools of fish, let me show you, because like these are really visually impressive, right? I think so anyway. With these schools of fish, what we can do is we can add like an area 3D to it. And then on the lure, we can have like a little area underneath it that can detect what area we're in, you know? And so we'll be able to detect what fish are actually there. And then we can start like the fish catching mechanic, right? Because we'll know exactly what fish we're working with, like inside that school of fish. So I think if you... If you're fishing,
game you play beside this one.
If you're fishing outside of a school of fish, there'll still be a slight chance that you can catch something, but it'll take a little bit longer, and it might be like a boot, you know, or something like that. You might catch a boot. Any other game you play besides this one on stream? I like to just kind of focus on game development.
But you can tune the fish.
You can't tune the katana, but you can tune the fish. Maybe I should add spear fishing to the game. Maybe that's another one we could do. Just stab! Stab!
Hazelwood 21, you tried
Resident Evil? Nah. Like, I don't really play those kind of games. I'll show you what my Steam looks like right now. So last night I played a bunch of Warhammer 40k. I can barely remember it, but or Darktide. Honestly, Maki,
playtime, I got a PC
Maki, Sketerman, pretty good. That game's pretty good. 18 hours. How have I played 18 hours of it? That's bullcrap. Maybe I just left it open for like an entire day. That makes no sense, dude. That makes no sense, bro. So Far Cry 5, I was just playing this a little bit yesterday.
Playtime, is it free?
No, it's not. I was playing a little bit of Far Cry 5 yesterday to see how they do the fishing mechanics, but also like I've got over 200 hours in Far Cry 5. That's hands down my favorite Far Cry game. Hands down. It's an incredible game. Multiplayer with the boys, smacking people over the head with shovels hanging out of cars. Too funny, dude. Arc Raiders.
21 BTW logo made yourself.
Which logo? Which logo are you talking about? You're talking about my logo? Where is it? Down the bottom right? You talking about this one? Talking about this logo right here? Yeah, frick yeah, I did.
21 yep.
Frick yeah, I made it.
Playtime, what's the best free Steam game?
Best free Steam game? I don't know. I don't really play free Steam games. You know? I might, but like usually they're like demos of stuff.
You don't made emotes.
I've got, well, actually, the reason that I don't have emotes on freaking Kick, let me just show you real quick, is I can't actually access my Kick at all, except for streaming to it. Look at this. Hold on, this is really funny. Check this shit out.
Mighty Mork Marvel Rivals is best free Steam game.
Yeah, there you go. Marvel Rivals, best free Steam game.
Mighty Mork
look, I'm streaming on Kick right now. You can see in the background.
How did you filter out
you can see in the background
from your library?
I did it before the stream started. So I'm actually streaming to Kick right now, but I can't access my page because of age assurance, because I live in freaking communist Australia, and there's no way that I can get into my Kick account to create, you know, unless I do the verify now, but I don't want to do the verify now. Screw you.
I make emotes for you. I've already
Screw them, bro.
Emotes for many streamers
That's bullcrap.
Straw Note Playtime on
Yeah,
Steam.
I've got emotes
Straw Note
on
Playtime
my
price is insane.
Twitch. I've got, you know, a whole bunch of emotes on my Twitch. Hell yeah, I do. And eventually we're going to have those in YouTube, but, you know, it's only going to be for members because that's the way that it works. And I don't need
Hazelwood
emotes.
21, can I show you my art samples?
Nah, I don't need any emotes. Like, you can make them for me if you want, but, like, I just don't care right now. It's really, like, low priority for me. And also, like, I don't think enough people really watch me on Twitch.
Straw Note Playtime WWE.
You know what I'm saying?
26 Monday Night War Edition on Steam is 220.
But yeah, I wish that I could access my Kick account, but I need to do age
Hazelwood
assurance.
21, can I make something for you?
Yeah, go for it. You jump into the Discord server and you can put it in there, and we'll see how it looks,
Matthew
my boy.
5390 provide ID social security card and blood type.
That's right, and upload it publicly. Upload it publicly to my Discord channel, okay? I'm gonna need to know your ID. I need to know where you live. I need to know what you crank off to. Thank you very much. No excuses. You know what's bullcrap about it is, like, my face is literally
Straw Note
streaming
Playtime,
right
help you
now
send
on
me
Kick,
your ID.
and they could do.
Hazelwood 21, share me your username.
It's in the description. It should be in the description. Here we go. Hold on. Discord.
Hazelwood 21, then I'll show you there.
Yeah, just come and join. Just come and join the public
Stream
Discord,
Elements link.
and we'll do it from there. That's the stream link there. I don't know if I can send it to. What do you call it? Kick pop out chat. I don't know, dude. I don't know, my dude. Anyway, what else do I play? I've played a lot of Grand Theft Auto. Played quite a bit of Schedule 1. What's that, 63 hours? I mean, that's good. It's not insane, but it's good. I've got Subnautica. I haven't really played it yet, but Subnautica looks cool. There's a lot of games that I need to play that I haven't played. So anyway, what we could do inside here is we could create a... yeah, so this is our attractor rig, right? And so it keeps the fish moving around in a circle. You know what I'm saying? Your ID is mine now. Yeah, exactly. So, oh, we've got to turn that back on. What I can do is I could create an area right here. And then inside that area, I could be detecting what type of fish
Straw Note Playtime Joe
is
Mama.
here. You know what I'm saying? So, what is it? 10 meters? 10 by 10? And then we could make this go down as well, maybe just to 5 meters. So we could create an area like that. And then when you drop a line into that area, we could actually check with the other area. So let's do this. We'll call this like fish detect area 3D. And then we got to add that to a collision layer. So let's create a collision layer here.
Straw Note Playtime, how long did it take you to get past Godot tutorials and make games alone?
We'll do it on
Hazelwood
17.
21, dude, I message you
Oh no,
on
not
Discord.
17. Yeah, we'll talk after. I don't really do Discord while I'm streaming as well, just because
Hazelwood
it's too
21
distracting.
RPLY me, then I'll share you my art samples.
Sounds good. So 21, I think we're going to use here. 21 for, actually, maybe we should go like something like 13. Fish detect.
Hazelwood 21, sure, I'm waiting.
Fish detect area. So it's a fish detection area on 13, right? So then we can go 13
Straw
and we
Note
turn off layer
Playtime, dude,
1.
you got dual monitor.
Turn off mask 1. I've actually got 3 monitors. And they all help. Like this one is where my OBS is. This one's my screen. And then that one is where I keep other things, you know? So generally speaking, like I've got a vertical monitor on the left here. It'd be cool if I could show you, but there's a bit that I have to do to actually... Oh, I could just take a photo of it actually. Anything messy on my desk? Not really. I'll just take a photo of it. I'll put it in Discord.
Straw Note Playtime, I should just do game def live of me progressing but no talking lol.
Yeah, what I found, because I used to do that a little bit, what I found is like you really have to like get your face cam on for people to engage. You know what I mean? There we go. So let me just... Actually, I could literally just show the camera right now. This is what my setup looks like.
Strano Playtime, just talk to them through chat. That's
what my setup looks like. It's not really that great. But, yeah. Yeah, game dev is fun. I like game dev. But I like interacting with you guys, you know? Like
Hazelwood 21, nice.
Okay, let me just put that in general, I guess. Where is it? There we go. Do I have anything weird on the desk right now that you shouldn't see? Maybe. I think my ID is on the desk. Let me see if you can actually dox me. Hold on. I've got my credit card with the 3 wacky numbers on the back.
TBH.
Hey?
Strawnote Playtime, send the ID, please.
Send the ID, please.
Playtime, please.
Okay, let's please send ID. Let me just see. Do I have everything hidden that could possibly ID me? Yeah. And then I will take a picture.
21, dude, accept my request.
Dude, I told you, Hazelwood. I told you.
Playtime,
I'll talk to you after the stream's done. Okay. All right. After the stream's done, I'll talk to you then. Okay. I don't usually do Discord while I'm streaming. All right. Because I've got 10 other people that I got to entertain. All right. And they don't give a crap about what you're messaging me. You know, that's what it comes down to. Dude, I got some like little red rooster things.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there you go.
Strawnote Playtime, your ID is prepared for verification.
What's that? ID? Duh. Okay, you guys can see my full setup. I mean, I'm just triple checking that there's nothing on here that's going to dox me. And got a cool thing. Yeah, alright. Here we go. This is the one exception I'm making of doing stuff while I'm streaming.
137 dipping out, learned a lot. Great
Boom!
Stream.
Appreciate it, man. And with everybody else that's in YouTube right now, make sure you hit that like button. Thanks, Kodakushi137. Absolute W's in chat for that, bro. Thanks for the good stream. Thanks for letting me know that I'm, you know, not just pissing straight into the ocean. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you hit like on the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, definitely make sure you hit that like button, okay? And subscribe. Double check to make sure you're subscribed. Okay? That's all I'm going to say on the matter. In a couple of minutes, I will say it again. You know what I'm saying? Pee in your lawns. Isn't pee good for lawns? You know? So this is my setup here. And then this is me taking a picture of my setup. So yeah, I know my desk is a little bit dirty. We've got little pills over here that help with lactose intolerance. We've got a hard drive over here that somebody's supposed to be coming around today at some point, pick up from me. I got my vertical monitor on the left, which is
playtime, that's average mess.
Yeah, I know, right? It's not too bad. It's really bad over this side though. This is all my working stuff, you know. So I've got the vertical screen on the left. I've got my big ass screen in front. I've got the chat right here on the right, and then I've got, you know, the other stuff, you know. So I got all my streaming stuff here, my chat there, and then I got my webcam right here in the middle, like in the middle of that tripod there. I've also got another camera, but it doesn't look very good when I'm streaming with that camera. And also I've got to recharge the batteries and stuff like that. So I just keep it on the end there in case I need to make a video with it. But yeah, that's my stream setup. Pretty cool, right? Thanks, guys. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Strawnote Playtime, your YouTube quality is 720p BTW.
Yeah, I don't know how to make that better. I thought I was streaming at 1080p, but like it apparently isn't streaming at 1080p, which is kind of cringe. Let me have a look at that while we're talking about it. Copy the video URL. Let's have a look. 720p. Yeah, I've got to figure that one out. Very interesting. Very strange.
Matthew Pittman 5390, not bad. I've never had multiple monitor setup.
Yeah, honestly, it'll change your life.
Like Brent.
It'll change your life, bro. I look like Brent TV. Who the hell is Brent TV? Oh yeah, a little bit. Brent TV. Yeah, boys. Looks like a Minecrafter. A little bit. Yeah, I see that. I see that a little bit. Yo, Marky, do I look like Brent TV? Bro, he looks like Q from frickin' Impractical Jokers, bro. Yeah, you guys know who I'm talking about? Okay, so anyway, what were we doing? Fish detect area, okay? The fish detect area here, so
Mighty Mork, he
we're on
isn't
13.
offensively ethnic.
Offensively ethnic. By the way, guys, I'm Italian. And the thing about being Italian is that it's not a protected class yet. Okay? It's not a protected class yet, meaning that Marky can make all the fun of me that he wants. And there's nothing that I can do about it. You know what I'm saying? Aww. Okay, so this mass distribution, if I change the custom center of mass to be negative 0.5 below this point, what's it going to do? Is it going to flip it around?
Playtime, yo mama.
It's hard to tell. So what I need to do is I need to add a collision shape 3D. No, not a collision shape. I need to add another mesh instance. 0.1. Actually, it probably needs to be a lot smaller than that. Let's say 0.05. Probably even less than that. But what I want to do is I'm trying to identify the bottom of the thing. So if I'm
Playtime Brothers getting more details
like
and
this,
closer to finishing the game.
So if I throw out the lure and it looks like that, where is it going to end up? You see what I'm saying? So see, it's facing upwards. Yeah? Which means that if I change the center of gravity to be on the other side, it should flip around the other way. Right? So if the center of gravity is a little bit above it, I don't know, dude. Stream shouldn't be lagging too much. You see what I mean? It's kind of like I can't really mess with the center of gravity too much because it's never gonna, like, you know what? Maybe we should attach. Maybe we should attach another rigid body to this one. Like the hook. If I go rigid body and then I call this one hook. And then I add this mesh. We can duplicate this mesh instance, put another one on the hook. But then the hook I can make a little bit smaller so it'll be obvious. Ah, damn it, I messed that up. Make unique. So if I make this a little bit smaller, and what if I pin those two together and then I can make that bottom one well, what happens if we do that? I think this is going to end bad. I think it's just not going to, yeah, it's just going to completely disappear from it. That's fine.
Strawnote Playtime Godot is open source. You know that's like telling you grass is green AHH.
Pin joint. Dude, I love open source stuff.
Dustin, I think this is gonna end bad.
Yeah, it's bad. Like it's hard to like you to see what I'm looking at, but it's bad. That's bad. Because I don't want a pin joint. What I want is like maybe I do want a pin joint.
I need to join that rigid body with another rigid, like the hook, because the hook, like, wherever that thing lands, right, wherever that floater lands, we need the hook to be underneath it, you know what I mean? So either the hook is another rigid body and we just hook them together, you know what I mean? So this one's affected by the gravity because it's got a sinker on it, let's say. It's hard. It's a hard one to, like, you know what I mean? Like, what sort of joint would we use?
Medusa Dustin, not really, honestly.
Not really, yeah. It should be a generic 6 degrees of freedom joint.
Straw Note Playtime Kmart is Target, Big W is Walmart.
Kmart is Target. Well, we've got Target here. And Big W is kind of like Walmart, I guess, yeah. You sell all kinds of stuff in Big W. But it's owned by Woolworths, so, you know. So node A can be the rod lure. And then...
Mighty Mork, I smoked a 6 degree freedom joint once. Mighty Mork, dude weed LMAO.
Dude weed?
Straw Note Playtime calls
No
BS
way.
Woolworths.
So let's do that.
Medusa T Dustin, it's all owned by the same people. Aw crap, where's my tinfoil hat?
Yeah, pretty much, bro. Especially now, I don't know if you guys are, like, familiar with what's going on in Australia right now, but, like, all of those big retailers, so all of the, like, Coles and Woolworths.
DIY it with a target position directly below and PID controller lerp to force the hook into place.
That would be the easy way to do it. Well, it would be a way to do it, but what if I want to do it with physics, you know what I'm saying? So, like, look at this. I think this is going to work. Oh. Oh, nope. Nope. Wait, why didn't that? What the frick happened? What the fuck was... What the fuck is... What the F was going on there?
Medusa T Dustin, physics are messy, so if you're dealing with some iffy stuff.
Yeah, look, see, the hook is always below. Look, I'm going to make this a little bit...
Dustin, you have to add some there's hole.
It's quite hard to see, but I think it is working. But I've got to reset the center of gravity to be 0. So it's actually at that, because, like, I don't know why I was playing around with that center of gravity, honestly. And also another thing I've got to do is make it so that lure isn't destroying itself.
End of the day, we gotta
see this cancel cast. I see the distance to player. Alright, I've got a distance to player is less than 1, then basically we destroy the cast. Look at that. Look, look, look. Shit's dancing, boy. Look at that.
Medusa T Dustin II.
Yeah.
Mighty Mork if turtle idiot then I
okay. It's stopped now. We've got to take it off. So that hook is actually on physics layer 1. Do you see we can actually stand on top of it? That's not good. Hook 1, collision 1. There we go. And we fall through it. What's your favorite game genre? Probably first-person shooters. I like FPSs. So that looks pretty good. What if we, like, have the hook?
Straw Note Playtime horror is my fave.
Yeah, horror's cool. I'm just kind of over it a bit. You know what I mean? What if I do that? Does that make it... Or do I have to just set this back to the original position? Because let me check this out. So the reason we use 6 DOF as well is because obviously this hook's going to go whatever direction it wants. Nah, Souls-like aren't really my type of games.
I gotta lurk or sleep or work origino, but feel like I was talking enough to give you a heads up. I'm lurking, lol.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you, my dog. Do whatever you got to, man. I'll be here. You know where I'll be. Let's try this. Yeah, look, the hook is actually, look, it's
Medusa
hooked down
T Dustin
underneath the
07.
surface, right? We could replace that with a hook if we wanted to, you see? And that is actually hooking down. So how far do you think, what's the distance between the sinker or the floater and the actual hook? It's probably about, I want to say less than a meter, right? But around that.
Medusa T Dustin 1 meter. Straw note
Quarter
playtime,
meter,
I got
yeah.
the horror game Overcome Your Fears for free.
Overcome
Medusa
your
T. Dustin.
fears. Never heard of it, man.
Medusa T Dustin, I'm no fisher.
Yeah, neither am I. Oh yeah, shit. That's wigging it out. I think it's actually colliding with the ground now. So hold on.
Medusa T Dustin, I'm also
Nah,
terrible
look,
at
it's
lurking.
not. Dude, look at that. Yeah, no, you're right, bro. Do what you have to. See, the problem is like one affects the other. One physics body affects the other. And I noticed this when in Unaccessible, I actually added tassels to the
Medusa T.
back of the
Dustin, LOL.
wheelchair. And the tassels moving around were actually like messing with the physics of the wheelchair. And that's, I think, what's happening right now. And also, there might not be enough weight on it.
Matthew Pittman 5390, it's all good, I'm just chillin' in the bushes.
In the bushes. That sounds creepy, dude. Nah, I appreciate you guys. So that is interesting. Because we could also make another fishing line. Let's see what that looks like. We could
Matthew
add another
Pittman
fishing line
5390
here.
and prickly.
Lure rod and then lure hook. And then if we run that, check this out. Look, so there's an extra little line that go yeah, look at that. Shit, dude. This cable length is going to be 0.5. I don't want the rigid body to be number of segments. I'm going to set to just like 2, I think. It's getting a little bit wild, the physics now. Look at that. It's not bad. Like, that's pretty good, really. It's just the problem is like when it's sailing through the air, I feel like there's going to be issues. Yeah. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Like, it might just have to be that, like...
Straw note playtime, I like horror games with those film grain graphics, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, like the CRT. I know what you're saying. Like that. It's kind of, that's not very realistic. Like the fact that it's wobbling and wibbly wobbly wibbly wobbly. Oh. Wibbly wobbly. Oh.
Matthew Pittman 5390, do you still work on this project when you're not live?
Angular Spring. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. I usually like to catch up chat with what I've actually been doing in the last like week since I worked on it last. Because there was quite a few things that I did in the last week. It's just while I'm live, I have to like work on things that are a little bit flashy, but obviously like there's a lot of boring crap that I have to do, especially when it comes to like inventory and things like that. Like it's not really that interesting. If you are watching me do that live, it's really not that interesting.
Straw note playtime, 5 Nights at Freddy's.
I actually played Five Nights when it first came out. It was an interesting game. Yeah, look at this. So I can move it around now. Interesting. Is that's supposed to be a little hook hanging off of it? I hope that's obvious. Can sleep. We don't want this to fall asleep. Linear, angular. So I can... It's this DOF joint. This angular spring. Stiffness. What if we make this stiff? That's what she said. You know what I'm saying, boys? But it kind of does have to be like that, where...
Wizzy mods, how do you make the rope?
How do I make the rope? I mean, I can drag you the pseudo rope code. You're in the Discord, right? I'm pretty sure you're in the Discord.
Straw note playtime, it's so big, that's what she said.
I'm pretty sure you're in the Discord. I will drag my pseudo rope. Pseudo rope.gg. Hold on, what's it called? Fishing line? Fishingline.gd. I'm going to drag that into the game dev section, and you can have a little bit of a sauce of that. But that's how I'm doing it. I'm doing it with a script that the AI wrote for me like a year ago, and I'm trying to adapt it to this now. See, there's definitely
Straw
like...
note playtime, have you heard of RuneScape?
Have I heard of RuneScape? Yeah. I used to play that a lot when I was younger. Wobbly, wiggly, wobbly, wibbly, ooh. So then, basically what I was getting at was like, we could have another area. We'll call this the hook area, 3D. And then I can create just a little, yeah, we can duplicate this. And then move that to the hook area 3D. And then reset the transformation. So we've got a hook area here. And so this hook area, we're going to make it so it's not on a collision layer, but it can detect fish detect, right? So then, while this is in the water, we can run a bit of code that says, okay, I want to catch a fish. Or I'm potentially going to catch a fish, you know, and then we can work out like the, you know, the odds of actually catching a fish or not. Among Us, yeah, download Among Us for free. Free Roblox. You know what I'm saying? Free Among Us download. Get it here at freeamongus.com. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to need you to scroll down and hit that like button right now. Just so the YouTube gods know that I am a fucking sick and I deserve to be on people's front pages. Okay?
I'm addicted.
Thanks, boys. Poppy Playtime. My brother played a lot of that, actually. He had good things to say about
Matthew
it.
Pittman 5390. It seems like indie developers always put more soul into their work and have more impact than AAA studios.
Well, see, the problem is, generally speaking, like, and you think about it, when you're at work, it's not like you do the bare minimum, but you can get away with the bare minimum, right? That's the thing. Like, indie devs, it's hard to get away with the bare minimum because you're judged on, like, very few things. You know, and if those few things, you know, compared to like Assassin's Creed, there's so much to like, you know, to intake. But like with an indie game, it's usually just like a few simple mechanics that like work really well together. But if one of those mechanics is bad, then like you're gonna hear about it. You know what I mean? You know, it just is what it is, you know. I'm wondering if I remove this 6DOF joint and I make this fishing line 0.5, yeah. What's this going to look like? Yeah, it's just going to drop straight into the water. So what if I make Andy's rigid body? And then what if I do this? Cast. That's kind of interesting. And now like the actual rope itself is going to keep that hook up, as opposed to like a 6 DOF joint doing it. See? And then when I drag it along, it's still going to be a little bit weird like that. You see it bouncing around. We don't really want any springiness, do we? But also we don't want that to be happening. So we are probably going to have to fake this. We're going to have to fake it with like a lot of damping. Like if it's in the water, we're going to have to damp the crap out of it. But this is already kind of cool. I'm liking the way that this looks. When it looks good, it looks pretty cool, to be honest.
Forlorn creature, we gonna do some chicken dev.
We're gonna do some chicken dev. I mean, should we? Should we do a little bit of chicken dev before the end of the stream? Because I think we probably could. Interesting. We should be able to. What I'm thinking, before I stop on this, should we move that floater along the water? Should that move with the water? Because it's definitely going to be like a thing where you've got to check which way the wind's going. Because like throwing this thing through the air is going to be affected by the wind. You know what I mean? So if I go to lure, see the problem with doing chicken dev is we've got to create a nav mesh. And that's not hard, it's really easy. I'll just show you how we do it. Where's my slums here? If I just go right click, reparent to new node, and I make it a navigation mesh, navigation region 3D. And then I create a navigation mesh, and then I go bake navigation mesh. Here we go. We're going to see what happens. You guys can't see this, but yeah. Oh shit, there we go. So now we've got a navigation mesh. And then if you guys don't know what a navigation mesh, this is the area that our navigation agents can walk around in, which is good. The fact that like we can walk up through here is good because this is actually a valid path. I'm going to actually add like, you know, a valid path through there, I guess, like with balustrade or whatever you want to call it, like another one of these like things here. That's cool. We got our angles working. What about, yep, so we've got an angle here for the, oh, this is actually pretty good so far. I thought I was going to have to tweak the crap out of it. This is a little bit dodge, but it's fine. It's still detecting that there's a way up here. There's holes all over the place. Like this is actually a hole right here. It's kind of hard to see on the stream, but you see how it's not as colored as this area here and that area there. That means that the navigation mesh isn't perfect, and it means that navigation agents won't be able to walk in this area. But thankfully, we've got a lot of different like little things that we can mess around with in here to actually tune that stuff. So cell height is 0.25. Let's see, the collision mask should be nothing. It really should just be 1 because that's the world. Everything else should be turned off. Yep, everything should be turned off. That's fine though. It's really just going to be things like the tarps and other things that may have collision that shouldn't have collision. So that's fine. We really should add these trees in as well. And the way that we do that is we can just go to the trees, which are down the bottom here, and then we can add that into the navigation region, and then when we rebake that...
Choco Ted, you should back up your project, then add the AI assistant in your project. Please, please, please try it for once.
I'm
It's
not
free.
doing
You can
it.
Use Gemini API,
No,
please.
I'm not doing it. It's not gonna happen, dude. It's not gonna happen. It's cool that it's out there, but like I don't need it, dude. I really don't. Dude, what the F just happened here? That's not good. Okay, so maybe I have to change
Choco
this.
Ted, please, please.
No, it's not gonna happen. I'm not doing it. We'll try and bake this again.
Choco Ted, do not use it. Just try it.
I'm turning off their messages. I don't want to hear that anymore. I don't want to use it. I don't want to try it. I don't want to use it. So I need to figure out why this is being extended out here, because that is not right. And neither is that, but this is set to mesh. This shouldn't be mesh. This should be static colliders, I think. And then if we bake that, and yeah, when I learned about adding col extension onto the GLB model from Blender, it was a life changer. Yeah, I probably should do that, because like at the moment I have a couple of different layers in my Blender model. So in my Blender model, I've got like, I think it's _no_col, but I might have to go back and actually play around with that Blender way of doing it, because what I do is, check this out. Like, let's say I want to import these slums. I go to slums and then I double click on it. And then in this, what do you call this? The import window, you can actually choose specific things. So I've already got no collision, and that just means like, don't mess with it, right? So I didn't realize, you know, col actually added collisions while you do the import. But let's say level here, you can go over to the physics tab here and then generate physics, right? So I'm imagining what col does is literally this. It just turns on generate physics by default. But the cool thing about doing it through the import window is we can set what layer it is. We can set like a physics material specifically, etc., etc. We can even set, you know, the mesh instance layer if we can, in case we want to, you know, I don't know why, but in case we want to display it on a different layer or something like that, you know? So this seems to work now. I'm not sure what I changed just then. I guess it was I changed it to stop using meshes. So it's just using the static colliders. But then it's like, but what static mesh is? Oh, it's this grass test. Duh! I forgot that I had that there, boys. That's why it was doing that. Okay, all right, there we go. It probably does just work the same. It probably does. We'll turn the audio back on. We'll turn the TTS back on. But that's what happens when you hassle me. I just turn it off. Okay, boys. Thank you. And that's just, there's no way around it, bro. If I don't want to hear you talking about AI, I just have to turn those messages off, bro. That's just how it is. So little areas like this, they kind of need. If you guys don't know, we've got a gap right here where how is an AI going to be able to go from this part of the nav mesh over into this part of the nav mesh, right? We have to use what's called a navigation link, but I'll set all of those things up later.
Forlorn creature, please install McAfee, please, please.
Please, McAfee, please. I want you to see how good the antivirus is. Oh, shit. So look, right here. We've actually got a disconnect here as well.
Pitman 5390 I was struggling with like an archway model. It couldn't pass through. It was so annoying.
Yeah, so the way that you fix that is we go to the navigation region here, and then you can actually change the cell height. So, sorry, not the cell height, the agent height, right? So if the height is too high or too low or whatever, you can just turn this down and then it'll do it. Otherwise, we just use a navigation link. Right, so a nav link, a navigation link 3D. And the way that that works is, let's say we'll bring it over to this area, this bougie area here to show you exactly what I mean. And go Shift G to place it there. And the way that a navigation links works is we choose an area where it starts. And so this is for jumping and stuff like that as well. Right, and then we need to set our end position. So our end position can be over here.
Choco Ted, it's look like GTA
right?
2 map.
And then we can... GTA 2 is sick, bro. I love GTA 2. Especially when we look at it from above. This is what GTA 2 maps look like, you know? Except this is not... What do you call it? Bird's eye. So this is a navigation link, and you would use these to fill in the gaps, you know, between areas that you can and can't navigate to. And the cool thing is you can turn these on and off. And so that's actually what I do in Sedated. You guys remember Sedated, the other game that I'm working on, the hospital game? I might be able to just show you guys this real quick. So that's how we do doors, right? So there is a level where it's painfully obvious that this is the case. Let's try and... It's this one here. So this level here, if I get this chick's attention, and then she comes to the door here, she can't get through the door. She cannot get through that door because the navigation link is off. But if I open that door up... If I open that door up, then she can come through that door because the navigation link turns on. When I open that door, that navigation link turns on. So there's a navigation link at every single one of these doors. Yeah? And that's why she can't, you know, get through that door. So Dev says doors are the hardest thing to make. Man, they are kind of hard. Not gonna lie. They're not easy to make, dude. Like... Try it yourself and you'll be like, why is this door not working? It's like you're better off hard cutting off that navigation map or navigation region, hard cutting it off, and then adding a navigation link to link those two things together, and then selectively turning that on or off, where depending on whether the door's open or closed. But like, let's say...
Note playtime making a door working in Unity is easier.
Let's say what do you call it? Well, easier and harder. It depends.
Animatable object for doors.
Animatable object. We've got animatable objects here as well. So animatable body it's called. But, you know, like they say, there's 1,000 ways to skin a dog. So, wait, 1,000,000 ways? And I know it's about a cat, but I have cats and I don't want to think about that. So there's 1,000,000 different ways to skin a dog. And at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a skinned dog. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways to make doors. It's just making a door that's good. Like, what was the other one? The casino. Did I have... Yeah, Cursed Casino. Do you guys remember this game? If it wants to load up. It's been a little while since I loaded this up, so I wouldn't be surprised if the cache has, like, reset itself or however the hell Godot works. It's loading! But this is a different type of door. This is like a physics door, where a physics door is a little bit different again, because you have to add hinges to, you know, either the top and the bottom or just like in the middle somewhere, you know what I mean? So some sort of hinge. Here we go. Come on then. So this door right here for the toilet. Look, so it's on a hinge. You know, that's not an animatable body. That's like, that's a rigid body.
As you are in the engine, I'm still a newbie, LOL.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but the problem with this door is you can push it off its hinges. You see that? Because it's just a rigid body. So this is a bit dodgy, but yeah. Do a little bit of gambling while we're here. May as well. Be rude not to. Oh shit, 200 coins. Hell yeah. That's right. Smash a brewski. Yeah. Hit a brewsk. Yeah. Oh shit. Refresh my cigarettes. That's what's up. Maybe take a piss in the corner here. Just a quick little piss in the corner. Yeah.
Straw note playtime. Have you heard of Razer Huntsman mini keyboard?
You can't even see the freaking cigarette. There's a cigarette in my dude's mouth. Oh yeah, look at that. So if you guys have never seen this, imagine just like the ultimate addiction simulator. Like these slot machines just go on and on and on and on. And on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, look at that. And then every like $7,000 you make or something like that, another enemy spawns into the room.
Straw note playtime. I like that style graphics.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, hey.
And then look, we got cigarettes and oh shit, see, he just came. It's Van Toady, friend of the channel. Van Toady just stole. So check it out. We've got a durry, got a cigarette in his mouth, and you have to reload that cigarette.
Vinjrenjayoma, have you considered adding more bones to your meshes?
There we go, check this out. Bones to my meshes, what sort of bones? What sort of meshes as well? I've actually started to think about it. Especially for
Can you show us your blender settings?
Especially, what do you mean my blender settings? Especially for the fishing rod, like I want it to be a little bit bendy. So you need VIP level 1 to go to these ones, but they pay out more, you know what I mean? And then in this room over here, we've got golden slot machines. Check this out, look.
Which blender settings to enable?
Just turn on loop tools, bro. Just turn loop tools on. Right, so this is how we scale the game up, right? We got a small little room in here. But check this out. This is the shop. So you can actually pay.
Just all of them, you just add more and more until you've got too
Boom,
many.
discount. That's what's up.
Straw node playtime. How
Yeah,
to
we
use
got some
loop
shrimp.
tools.
I barely know, dude. I just know that you got to turn loop tools on because it's really good. Look, we got auto spin. Not enough cigarettes. Uh-oh. Keep smoking. Got to keep smoking or we die. Look up in the top left. I've actually got a tutorial on how you can make, what do you call these? Stat bars? Like, survival bars. I've actually got a tutorial on that. And this is Mr. Lucky right here. You guys know that Mr. Lucky is actually a, he's actually an emote in the chat. You see that? That's Mr. Lucky right there. Very nice. Keep spinning. And that's all he wants you to do, just to keep spinning. Yeah? Oh shit, gambling. Oh, we've got to gamble. We've got to gamble. We've got to gamble.
Are all your particles just PNGs?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, and we got to piss. All my particles just PNGs? Nah, for the most part, they're just like really simple. They're just simple. They're just like flat planes, you know? Uh-oh. So he takes damage. He takes health off you. Uh-oh. And he's going to follow you around. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Vinjrenjayoma quack.
Uh-oh. But yeah, anyway, that's the Cursed Casino game. Alright, boys? That's Cursed Casino, okay? I can't remember why I was showing you guys that, but I guess I was just showing you guys for fun.
390 pissing all over the machines, then use them LOL.
Yeah, the idea is that a security guy will be walking up and down the aisles, and if he catches you pissing outside of the toilet, he's gonna like, you know, like 50 health. Bam, just punch you in the head.
Have you used Unity?
I have used Unity and I hate it. Oh yeah, it was just the door, right? So there's a, you know, there's a million ways to skin a dog. And you know, when it comes to making doors, it all just depends how you want to actually make those doors. You know what I mean? I haven't put doors in this game yet at all, except for the doors that don't open. We were talking about Schedule 1 before and how like part of the game's inspiration is Schedule 1. One thing that I have done, oh yeah, by the way, these little areas here, these are going to be like houses on stilts. So it's not just like a weird shaped jetty. We're actually going to have houses on top of the water here, but it's just hasn't been filled in yet. As well as extending this jetty, I think, out to over there, so you won't have to like, you know, go around and walk around all stupid. So Schedule 1, we're talking about Schedule 1, right? Each one of these doors is going to have an NPC in it, right? Some of these NPCs will leave their house, you know, just to do something random and come back. They might have a schedule, don't know. But yeah, that's what all of these doors are for. Besides just like the world building, you'll be able to go and hassle people as well to like, you know, sell things to them and buy stuff from them and ask them for advice and, you know, do missions for them and stuff like that. But ready for it? That's right. That wasn't your door. That was a door in the game. So we can go up to them and like knock on the doors already. That's part of the functionality that's already been added to the game. And each one of these doors is essentially going to be a house where people are, you know, obviously in this illusion, you know, the person's not actually going to be inside that house. They're just going to be represented by a door. You know what I mean?
So it makes a lot of sense. They're just going to disappear when they go to the door.
You should check
But
out Affixia, it can make particles.
Affixia, what are you talking about? They're like, because we're using Godot, we have to kind of make the particles in Godot. If you're talking about like particle PNGs, like that'd be kind of cool. But otherwise, like, if you're talking about Unity, then like, we don't fuck with Unity here, dude. We don't fuck with Unity. Oh shit, the sun's come out. Did you see that? My face is just...
Can make 3D particles and export to Godot.
Oh. Affixia, let's have a look.
Matthew Pittman 5390 smart choice, no reason to go in the houses.
That's right. And also it's like the actual houses, really when you look at them, they're probably not big enough to actually have people in them. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of just like set pieces.
000, can
you know?
You throw car batteries in the ocean?
Can you throw car batteries in the ocean?
Those particles showed up like the Twitch follow-up sprites.
It's
playtime and Affixia is open source.
It's like a feature of the game to be able to throw batteries in the ocean. So that's what we're going to do, boys. Let's quickly turn off this. We'll turn the Fruity Loops music back on. Yeah? We'll turn that Fruity Loops Island music back on. We're going to go throw us some batteries into the ocean. It's not just doable, it's a main feature of the game. So thank you very much, Gondola 000. You're thinking smart. You're thinking exactly the same way I was thinking when I added this feature to the game. So see, we can go...
000, oh, no shit,
yeah, I know you were just joking, but shit is funny as hell, right? And now we can get on the boat. We'll take this fishing rod as well, right? Yeah? So we can't throw our batteries in the ocean too close. Oh yeah, by the way, I've got to hide this, you know, eventually. But you know what I'm saying? We can't throw our batteries in the ocean right next to the island. So what we can do is we can go try and find some fish instead. And maybe we can throw some,
Straw Note Playtime, I tried it out.
Maybe we can throw some batteries into some fish. You know what I'm saying? Dude, where are these fish? The fish are supposed to be around here somewhere, dude. Where are these fish? Now that I've added like a surface. Ah, there they are. I see the fish. You guys see the fish? That's right, we see fish. We see some fish. There we go. And now let's drop a few batteries into the ocean. That's right. Get him in there. That's how we're supposed to. That's how we properly dispose.
Despicable car battery.
Despicable car batteries. There we go. Look at that.
Far away from them.
Well, that'd be pretty cool. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, I do. I roast people that don't use Godot, dude. Because freaking Unity sucks ass. You know what I'm saying? That's right. You guys know what I'm saying. Woo! That's right. Because over here on the Rembot Games channel, oh my god, the sun's really come out. You guys can see that. Jeez, right into my eyeballs, bro.
Straw Note Playtime, I use Godot.
Hell yeah, dude. That's right, because on this episode of the Rembot Games channel, we're doing Godot just like every other single episode that we make every single week. Because the thing about Unity is you got to remember that Unity is crap. We can't rely on the people that make Unity, the Unity Foundation, whatever the hell they're called, I don't freaking know. We can't rely on Unity to keep their pricing the same because Unity is a private company. And so, you know, they're going to be trying to make money any way that they can. Everybody knows that. Everybody loves money. But what we love is, even more than money, is not having to give to money to the people that make the game engine. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we use Godot. Because we don't like giving money to the people that make the game engine. Hit me one time. Hit me 2 times. Because we don't like giving money to anybody. Okay?
Azuretron Online Unity is crap.
Oh my god, dude. I need it. Hold on. I need it.
The door is right there. Matthew Pittman 5390 Scratch is where the best games are made.
Scratch, bro. I've never used Scratch. I've actually had people ask me if I can make tutorials for Scratch, and I'm like, I'm not going anywhere near that shit, dude. I'm not touching that shit. Yeah, it's like visual coding though, right? If Scratch is what I'm thinking it is, it's a visual coding thing made for like learning, you know, like understanding how logic flows. You know what I mean?
Strawnote playtime,
Jesus.
1 word, open source.
Yeah, open source, FOSS, 3 letters, free and 4 words, free and open source. Thank you very much. And thank you to the band, everybody. The band. Let's go. That's right. That's right.
Trying to make a 3D game is like reinventing the wheel.
Trying to make a 3D game is like reinventing the wheel. It kind of is. Every time, like, you know, I made my own controller. I made my own inventory system. You know, like this took me a long time.
Tutorials.
You know what I mean? Google spreadsheet tutorials, dude. Now that's funny. May as well if people ask me to do Scratch, you know what I mean?
90, I mean in Scratch, LOL.
Yeah, so Scratch, I've actually seen some pretty impressive stuff come out of Scratch. And I was like, wow, Scratch is like actually a lot more sophisticated than I thought it was. But all I know Scratch for is that's the thing that they teach you. That's the thing that they teach you in school, right? To use Scratch these days. Because obviously it's been quite a while since I've been to school. You guys know what I'm saying? So using Scratch in school I think is good because it shows you the flow of like how if statements work, you know, how loops work, like for loops work, all that sort of stuff, you know?
It's like puzzle pieces for code.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let me pull it up. Scratch code. So Scratch is MIT, bro. That's excellent, bro. Okay, credit where it's due. Scratch being MIT, that's pretty sick. So let's have a look. Medium. Ugh. Yuck, dude.
Azure Tron Online Scratch
Medium, bro. Yuck.
For the schooling back then we had the terminal box that shall not be named.
Yeah, back in my day, we didn't learn programming in school. We just learned how to use Excel and Word so we could be good boys in the office space. You know what I'm saying? So we could grow up to be good worker boys. Except actually it's true. You know what I'm saying? Put on your tinfoil hat, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Because schooling was literally just to make us what's the word? The phrase that they use? Compliant factory workers or something like that? Something like that. You know what I mean? Modern schooling anyway. You know, but who am I to say?
Even the apps were named Office.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't even freaking finish high school, so you know what I'm saying? Oh, hit me 2 times. I didn't even finish school, dude.
390, the lizard people are here.
Yeah, the lizard people, bro. Okay, so let's have a look at this. When flag is clicked, whatever the hell that means, and then so we do a loop forever, wait 0.02 seconds, and then consume. So I don't know what the hell that's talking about. When this sprite is clicked, set size to 50%, go to blah blah blah, clear, switch. So we've got like,
to the system.
so it's like loops. It's you know, time.waits, things like that. Continue, you know what I mean? Consume, go to, switch costume to walk 1. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's just basic logic, you know?
The power of Godot compels you.
It's basic logic.
Online,
that is what they should be teaching kids in school.
So when it's clicked, the game starts, we something, it works, and stops, we don't do thing, it stays idle or stops.
What we don't want is we don't want them teaching kids how to use Roblox in school, you know what I mean? Because the problem is, like, you know, like we were talking about with Office, like, and Adobe, it's like once you're locked into those software packages, you're going to stay with that, and it's going to take a long time to actually pull yourself out of that, you know what I mean? So that's why they teach you Office, Adobe products, and I mean, honestly, even Unity. Unity's getting to that point where it's like they're going to, I mean, they probably already do. They teach that stuff at universities, right? So when you leave your schooling, you go from having like a student license that costs like, you know, $100 a year. you know, to actually needing like a proper creative license, which is like, you know, your $1,000 a year, you know, $100 a month kind of licenses. Especially when we're talking about Adobe, especially.
Lua Hip Hairland, so Roblox things may work if taught well.
True. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to create a chicken. Sorry, a chicken. So everybody, W is in chat for Forlorn, who created our chicken. But we're going to create a chicken scene. Chicken scene, here we go.
Haunted FPS yo but you have any tips for scope creep?
Scope creep, have a good plan.
Azure Tron Online W.
My tips for scope creep, have a good plan. Have a good plan beforehand, and do not divert from that plan unless you have to. Right?
Playtime mission completed.
And then once all of your crap is done, once that plan is like, you know, you've done everything in that plan, then start to add stuff, right? Because the main thing that makes scope creep happen is you want to add more and more and more and more and more stuff before you've even done what you're supposed to do, you know? Like, scope creep doesn't really count for, like, if you've got an idea and you need to do A, B, and C to actually implement that. That's not scope creep. Scope creep, generally speaking, is when you think about beforehand, I'm going to add all of this stuff. I'm going to add leaderboards. I'm going to add multiplayer. I'm going to do blah, 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 blah. It's like you've already got a big scope. You've already got a big scope and you don't want that, right? You don't want a big scope. So the thing about indie games is you need to have like a decently sized scope, right? And then you need to stick to that plan, right? That's what my advice is. Stick to that plan, and there'll be no issues, basically. And then when you're like, maybe I should add this, maybe I should add that, it's like, get your stuff done first, and then that's it. Yeah, I have LibreOffice. Yeah, I use LibreOffice full on. In fact, I used it today because I had to edit a PDF file for a timesheet that I sent off last week, and I like messed up the numbers on the dates, and so I was like, damn it, how do I just edit this PDF file? And I was able to do it using LibreOffice Draw. LibreOffice Draw. So if you guys didn't know,
I'm also a LibreOffice guy.
Yeah, myself. Good. LibreOffice Draw can edit PDF files. Yeah, we're talking about Epstein Island over here. You know what I'm saying? We'll add another island to the freaking game. What do you guys reckon? That'll be where all the PDF files are. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? That's right. That's right. There still hasn't been any justice. You know what I'm fucking saying? So, no justice. That's not even fucking funny anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit. P. Diddy fucking Island. Fuck you. But we'll do what we can by amplifying the voice by putting something funny on my island. You know? We'll call it like Diddler's Island or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, something like that. You know what I'm saying? Amplify the fucking message that they haven't done anything about that fucking shit. Okay, we're calm now. Actually,
PDF files.
Actually, you know what? We should take a trip over to the calm zone because I think we need to calm down a little bit. Calm down just a little bit. Listen to the soothing voice of Stephen Epstein Hawking while I go and take a piss.
Haunted FPS, I've been trying to recreate a one-long amnesia gore in Godot, but I'm struggling. How would you approach the idea?
Breathe in, now continue breathing in, breathe out. Now breathe, don't open your eyes. Stop breathing, open your eyes. Close your eyes. Keep on breathing, don't stop breathing and closing your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Keep breathing, keep on breathing. Keep breathing. Close your eyes again, keep breathing 2 more times. Breathe out and back in again, stop breathing and breathe out. Then in again, then back, close your eyes. Breathe in, now continue breathing in, breathe out. Now breathe, don't open your eyes, stop breathing, open your eyes. Close your eyes. Keep on breathing, don't stop breathing and closing your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Keep breathing, keep on breathing, keep breathing. Close your eyes.
We love a nice soothing piss, fellas. A nice soothing piss.
Stop breathing and
Alright. Okay, so we're gonna make a chicken. We're gonna have just a little bit of a chicken just to show you how you would go about doing that. So first of all, you get yourself a fucking sick
that just makes this shit for you. Forlorn in chat. W's in chat for Forlorn. We're going to go new folder animals. Then we're going to make a new folder in there called chicken.
ZM71681000, how much do I have to bribe you to put this crab GLB in the game?
Let's go, bro. That's my boys. Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. Wait. That's right. That's right. We call that donation time. Donation time, everybody. You know, I don't really know what to do on donation time. Maybe somebody can suggest me an idea to do next donation time. Thank you so much, my boy. I really appreciate you. We've got to come up with like a new scene or something and like a special event that we can do during donation time, because there's really nothing that I can do during donation time right now. Like I can come to the you know, I can do this. Yes, boys, let's go. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah! Boom! Hit me 3 times. Bam, bam, bam. You know what I'm saying? Yeah! Donation time. That's my boy. Let's go. Make it like a game show scene where you won. A confetti effect. Yeah, we can do that.
Confetti effect, LOL.
Dude, so okay, so on Twitch we've got like alerts, stream alerts, right? And stream alerts kind of work like this. You know what I mean? Like this one here, where it just kind of fills up the entire screen with somebody's like, you know, subscribed with Prime and stuff like that. So maybe I've got to work out how I can do that, but with YouTube. You know what I mean? And then it'll come up on the screen and just be like, kapow! Yeah, if you didn't know, on Twitch, it's actually one of the channel reward points redemptions, by the way. And if you are on Twitch, at the end of this stream, Marky's going to be refunding every single one of your channel points, by the way. So if you want to go over there and start spamming the beep test and jump scare, go for it. Yeah, because you're going to get your money back anyway. That right, Fanny Slam knows it.
5390 hats off to ZM7160.
Yeah, appreciate you, ZM. So how much do I have to bribe you to put this crab.glb in the game? What are you talking about, crab.glb? Oh, you actually made a crab. Dude, hold up.
We gon' wax him up.
Okay, we've actually got another crab texture, dude. No way. W's in chat, boys. W's. Let's have a look at this one, okay? Okay, we got to go back over to here.
Azuretron Online W.
That's been the late night segment. Back over to the other screen, boys. Let's go.
Forlorn creature. Okay, let's see this crab.
Okay, you want to see the crab? You want to see the crab? Where can we put this crab? Okay, you know what? If you can make this crab blue, I'll put it in the game. If you can make it like blue, and also you got to get rid of like whatever this debug texture is right here. You know what I'm saying? Hit me 3 times.
Blue crab.
Add like
Mighty
yeah,
new
it's
emote, and it's a crab with WS for claws.
blue crab, like the
Mighty
ones
Morph
that
for WS
the
in
ones
chat.
that bleed blue,
Azuretron
right?
Online, we were about to make a chicken. Straw Node Playtime make jellyfish.
It has to be like one of these crabs. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to find like the perfect crab. Because like this crab here, because we've already got, okay boys, just so you know, we've already got a crab in the game. Okay? So it's already a little bit of a hard sell. But if you could make that blue, I might be able to find a place for it. You know what I mean? Because I got something cooking up at the moment. But check this out. We already have a crab in the game. Right? And it's Forlorn Creatures crab. W's in chat. But at some point, we need to make a blue crab. You know what I'm saying?
Straw Node Playtime crab rave.
You know what I'm saying? So it needs to be like a specific kind of like, you know, rare crab. Maybe not a blue crab, because I could just do that to Forlorn's texture right here. Like his crap. I could just crap. Crap. You know what I'm saying? I could just change the texture to like a different texture. But like we need a special kind of crab. Like one that looks like that. So it's like blue and it's got like red pincers. Right? Because that might just be like the ultra super duper rare crab that you get. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I mean, you're definitely heading in the right direction. We do need low poly. That's what we're about. Look at that crab. He's like a little snub-nosed crab.
Matthew
Look, he's got a...
5390 white and gold
He's got like a
crab.
white underbelly as well. He's like a love heart crab.
When you went to piss, you missed my message.
Not bad.
BTWID, appreciate your input, King.
Oh, what did you ask for? Hold on, let's go.
Agitron online aw crab. Straw note playtime at sharks.
What did you ask
playtime
for?
that attack your boat.
Yo, Rambo, you have any tip for scope creep? No, I freaking, okay, I've been trying to recreate one-to-one amnesia door in Godot, but I'm struggling. How would you approach that idea? A lot of damping. Honestly, a lot of damping. Like, you need to use hinge joints and a lot of damping. And then, when you open the door, you want to use torque. You know, you want to torque the door. Because if you just have a door on a hinge joint, you're gonna be able to move it around and dick around. Like it's kind of hard. But like what I would do, maybe not even a physics object. Because in Amnesia, you open the doors, right? Like you actually grab the door and then open it. Let's have a look real quick. Amnesia door. Amnesia
Straw note playtime
door.
make a enemy.
Let's have a look. Nah, enemies will come in eventually.
The biggest issue is all the guides I've seen are people just holding click and it opens, not click and drag.
Yeah. So like, how does an amnesia door work? Right, hold on. I've played Amnesia. You hold down left click and then you move the mouse up, right, to open the door. Is that how it works? I've got Amnesia, but I don't think it's downloaded. Yeah, I don't have either of the Amnesias downloaded right now, so I can't just like load it up and double check. But Amnesia door. Let's have a look at what we've got. So describe to me how it works, because I'm pretty sure
you gotta add bones to the pizza.
Maybe you do have to add bones to the door and then actually just move the bone, right? Interesting. Interesting. Grab.gob as well. What I'm thinking, see, I'm not doing anything really flat shaded in the game, by the way, as well. While we're on this crab, you see how like you've got a lot of these like these quads.
5643 first message. You drag the mouse while opening the door. What you said before and hello.
You move it, you drag the mouse up while holding left click, right? And then like the user stops and then the door opens up or like slowly opens up, right? Yeah, that's not too hard. So while we're on the crab as well,
5643 yet.
We like to go for a smooth shaded, by the way. We like everything to be smooth shaded because I like as much as I like low poly, I don't like to actually see the polygons. So there are a couple of exceptions in my game, especially with like the dinghy. But even the dinghy is like it's supposed to be kind of like rounded, so a lot of that is smooth shaded. But yeah, as far as like low poly flat like quads goes, it's not really the look that we're going for in this game. We're going for like a low poly but smooth shaded look, and that's why the other crab looks so like in theme. You know what I mean? Yo, Arno, my boy, let's go. Welcome to the frickin' I mean, I don't really have anything funny to say about that, but check it out. Will Smith getting slapped. Bam, and again, wait, Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Let's go. 2 more times. And then hit me 3 times. Will Smith again. Bam, punch him in the head. Bam.
Wow.
Oh yeah, we've got a... Wow. We've got that as well. I forgot to show you guys. Everything's got audio now. Wow. And we've got like a visual element to all the audio that we used to have. It's pretty damn good. Okay, so chicken scene. We're up to the chicken scene. So I'm going to save this chicken in. To chickenscene.tscn.
Haunted FPS, I have a clip of the door if you allow links.
Oh yeah, so what I would do...
Straw note playtime chicken scene reveal.
What I would do is I would have a door area and then make it so when you hold down left click, you're interacting with the door, so you stop moving the camera. And then what you need to do, right, is, the thing is, right, you're probably going to have to go to the input. Yeah, so you're probably going to have to use input, right? So in process, you'll have to have detecting whether you're in door open / close mode. So like door mode, we'll call it door mode. You do the detection of door mode in like physics process. And then in input, what you want to do is see this event here. You can very easily get like the relative mouse movement from event. So the way that you do that is you go event dot relative. Wait, is it mouse? Oh shit. Input event dot relative dot x. Is that how we do it? Yeah, it's event dot relative dot x, and that is your left right movement, so we're not going to use that. Event relative dot y is your relative mouse movement up and down. So what you want to do is then you want to make the angle or the rotation move to that event relative dot y. So that's a little bit of advice. I'm pretty sure that's how you do it. I'm pretty sure input event relative resulting relative. Is that how we do it? It's an input event. Yeah, because the input event. So we need to go like this. If event is input event mouse motion, yeah, and then we can print on the screen, print event dot relative dot y, right? And so what is this? This is on the weather system, so this should just print, right? So if I go back, it's 0, 0, 0, 0, and then if I move the mouse up and down,
Straw note playtime.
right?
Today we make the fishing rod work. Godot game dev.
If I move the
SLUM
mouse
Island
up and down, we're actually getting that relative like Y up and down mouse motion amount. So all we have to do is lock the player and then check to see if we're actually in mouse mode or like, door mode. And then we take that event relative and then we use that to angle the rotation of the door. It's really not that hard to set up. I'm going to leave it to you. I could probably do it in like, 20 minutes or something like that. But I'm going to let you do it. And maybe I'll write it down. I'll write it in my tutorials because maybe like when I run out of ideas, I'll just do like,
Arno 5643, thanks for explaining.
Yeah, it's a bit of a complicated system, but when you understand how you take the inputs, the user's input, and then you apply that to, you know what I mean? Like it's not super duper hard.
Straw note playtime do script tutorials.
It's not super duper hard. GD script tutorials, I mean, most of my tutorials do involve some sort of GD script. Generally speaking, that's kind of what sets me apart from a lot of other Godot people that I've seen, where they'll teach you a lot about how the actual Godot works. And I like to get stuck into the coding quite a bit, actually, the coding side of things. So chicken scene, all right? We're finally getting around to the chicken. Fallon, you still in chat? Here we go. We're dragging the chicken in. Let's go, boys. About to drag that chicken in. Okay, yeah.
I had the idea
He's
of
right.
using the same style code as the pick up and throw tutorials, but it pulls the door to the hand location.
Interesting. Pulls the door to the hand location.
The input, brother. I'll try it
Yeah, see, that's a little bit hard as well. I would need a lot of testing to do that. The thing about the Amnesia door system is it's a lot easier, right? Because the door doesn't even need to be a physics object. It just needs to be a rotating thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, it doesn't even need to be a physics object. It's just some sort of like box that you can rotate. So you walk up to it, using the interaction system, you can find out if you're clicking or holding down left click and that's actually interacting with the door. And then when you move the mouse up and down, you'll be able to send that rotation value from the relative amount directly to that door object and then have that door, you know, rotate as well. So yeah, when you explain it like that, it's like, honestly, that's probably one of the easier way to do doors, because like you said, if you're trying to rotate it towards your arm, it's kind of like you've got to do a lot of dicking around basically to stop the door from just like rotating in place or like vibrating on the spot, which, you know, these physics doors tend to do, especially with like pin joints and hinge joints and all kinds of stuff like that. You know what I mean? Okay, so you said it was 2 meters high, right? Let's double check that. So it looks about 1, 2.5. Okay. How tall is a chicken? Marky, how tall is a chicken? So we're going to model it to real world. 40 to 70 centimeters, 70 centimeters tall. What the F? Let's just go 1/2 meter. Okay, so we've got to divide that by 1. Wait.
Mighty Mork depends on the breed.
Just like this chicken. This is too big, bro. You want to see how big this freaking chicken is?
Mighty Mork 40 to 50 centimeters, I would say.
6 or 7
Mighty
inches.
Mork 70 centimeters.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys? 6. You know, 70 centimeters is a big bird. It is. I'm gonna add that chicken scene in, and then we're gonna put the chicken over here. I'll show you how big this chicken is at the moment.
Arno 56 43 67. Matthew Pittman 5390. Attack of the Chicken.
Attack of the Chicken. Yeah, we could get its animation to play. That's a pretty big chicken. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty damn big chicken. So we're trying to not have a chicken that big. So that's 2.5 meters tall. Damn, that's... Yeah, it looks about that. Yeah.
ZM7160,
Yeah.
have you considered making about 20 times bigger? Haunted
You reckon?
FPS seems accurate to me.
Seems accurate. Okay. So let's just do this because like my brain is really not working that well. Say we want to scale this to about there, right?
Gondola 000 biblically accurate.
0.2. Yeah, look, we got a flat chicken. Look at that.
Some big chickens needs big cocks.
Okay. So, by the way, boys, if you're trying to scale something and you're not actually scaling it in game because there's no reason to, or like the actual scaling is wrong already, we can double check it. We can double check. Good one, boys. You know what I'm saying? We can double click on the chicken and we go to the import window, and over here on root scale, root, you know what I'm saying, ladies? 0.2. So we're going to import at 0.2, and then if we hit re-import, now if I go to transform, everything's still at 1, right? But the root transformation is 0.2. Just so you know, that's how you do that. Very, very... Shit, this one wants food. This one right here. Need to get some W's in the chat for the kitty cat. She's still got her napkin on. You guys know she was in a little bit of an accident a couple weeks ago. She's got 1 day left with the napkin, the cape on.
Arno 5643W.
And then... I need to feed her though, she's complaining. Come on, there you go. Yeah. That's one hungry cat.
Arno 5643 cutest kitty OMG.
Yeah, she had to go to the vet to get staples put in her. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah, we heard a really loud noise. Like, this was a few weeks ago. We heard this really loud noise. Wow! Wow! And then, like, running on top of the roof, because cats like to get up on the roof. And then she ran inside, and I checked all over her body. I couldn't find anything. And then 2 days later, I, like, noticed that she had, like, this cut on her side. So we don't know what happened to her, whether she got hit by a branch or something coming down off the roof in a hurry, or if another cat scratched her. I doubt it, because there was no abscess or anything like that. Yeah, she was fine. Like, I actually had to pat her. While I was patting her, I found it, and I was like, uh-oh. So I took her to the vet. The vet was like, I should say, it's probably not that serious, but we're going to stick like some little, not staples, but like they kind of just like, they're kind of like staples, you know, like 2 little staples just to hold the skin shut. And then she's got to wear that thing on her head for a whole lot of time. So pretty funny little girl, but yeah, it's going to be a good day when she gets that taken off, because as cute as she is, I really don't want her to have that thing around her neck anymore. It's like she's gotten used to it now, and that upsets me. That's sad. Oh shit, wrong button. What the F? Dude, calm down. There we go. Aw. She's gotten used to it. That's right. I know. You wouldn't think so.
Wow.
Okay, so we've got the chicken. What are we going to do? We have to add a little bit of logic to the chicken. So the way that we add walking around logic is...
5643, she looks like a cute maid with her napkin on.
Yeah, that's right. Little napkin cat. That's what I call her. Little napkin cat. So I want to have, like, let's say this area here is going to be the extent of where this little chicken can walk around. So what I'm going to do is I need to add a node in here. So we've got animal stuff. So I'm going to add a marker 3D here. And then perhaps what we can do is we can make it so... I need to turn off this nav mesh too. Let's turn this off for now. Navigation region. There we go. We just turned it off for now. So it's going to walk in a big circle around this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? 5. Arno, what's up, dude? Wait, actually, there's a guy that makes music whose name is Arno. He's from Australia. He makes like doof music. I see him show up on my TikTok every now and then. That's probably not you, but on the off chance that it is, nice music, dog. You know what I'm saying? Nice music, bro. Dude, yeah. Fanny Slam, you're always onto it. Just like... Whenever I do it, you're like always onto it. Like a second later, dude. It's funny every single time. Okay, all right. So 38. 5 meters
Arno,
and
5643 Ty, it's not me, but I'll take anything I get.
Yeah, I figured it probably wasn't. 5 meters, 5 meters. I'm just checking to see the extents of like a radius that we can create. So when we're talking about like where this chicken can move, we're talking about like I can either make it like a box where we choose a random position inside the box, or I can get this marker 3D and then just tell this chicken to walk within like a 5 meter radius of this this marker. So you know what I mean? 5 meter radius. It's not really a radius. It's kind of like a box out of this point. So let's call it like farm center point. So this chicken here, we can add a indexing did not unpair geometries from light. Bro, what is that? That might not be good. I'm going to add some code to this. Call this the chicken scene script. Fantastic. We're going to first add an export variable. which is that, what is it, the farm center point. It's going to be a marker 3D. Really, it could just be a node 3D. It's kind of the same thing. And then this chicken scene here, yeah, look, I'm getting a bug. Hopefully that's not serious, boys. That's not good. Hopefully it's not the chicken model. Hopefully. That'd be awkward if it was. You know what I'm saying? Wait, wrong one.
Gondola 000 chickens eat bugs, you're good.
Chickens eat bugs. Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe the chickens will have worms in them or something like that. I don't know. Maybe the chickens will help grow worms because they're crapping all over the place. You know, something like that. Chicken scene, the farm center point. I mean, really, do we need to do that? Yeah, I'm changing this. So that farm center point.
Arno 5643 a bug. Really, I thought you only get those in games. Learn something new every day.
Farm center point. I'm going to add this to. We're going to add it to a group. It makes a little bit more sense if it's in a group. And I might have to make that a global group. Yeah. So this farm center point, instead of having an export variable, so we'd have to, we would have to basically select that farm center point for every single one of those chicken. Maybe that's a good thing. Dude,
Arno 5643, yeah, makes sense.
Dude, I just can't decide what I want to do. I'm just gonna do this because maybe I want to have chickens over at somebody else's yard, you know, in a different spot on the island. Like the chickens won't all be here. Yeah, okay, all right. We're just going to do this. Because maybe you can have your own chickens, and then this is where you buy the chickens from.
5643 true.
Yeah. So, anyway, we're going to take this farm center point, and I'm going to drag that into the chicken, because the chicken now has an input for that farm center point. You guys see what I did there? So, this chicken here has one. This one doesn't. But this one here now has it, because I've dragged it in, because I made an export variable for it. Now what do we do? Go into the chicken scene. We want to editable children, so we've got all of this stuff exposed, like the skeleton, the animation player and stuff like that. It's mainly the animation player that we're going to be using, because obviously we've now got the chicken walk and chicken idle. So chicken idle is going to play by default when I hit that little button right there. And in the script, we're going to grab a reference to that animation player. We're going to create some variables. Var is walking. Bool equals false. And then what do we do here? So we want to create an agent, a navigation agent. So this is going to be a little bit weird because the chicken is quite small. So small. It's quite small. So I'm not sure how this is going to work, but you know, it's fine. Target distance, path max distance, path desired distance, target desired distance. So this should probably be a lot less than what it is. Avoidance, we won't need to worry about that for right now. Meow. This navigation agent, we're going to grab a reference to as well. Navigation agent 3D. So we're also going to create a timer.
5643 meow meow tie.
Yeah, maybe we can create some states. So it's like idle. You know what I mean? So we can go enum chicken states. And then maybe we'll create idle and walking. So just two states. And then we'll go var current state. Chicken states equals idle.
Well, I mean, chicken states.idle. I've been trying to use states a little bit more. Sorry, with the enums, just because like they're saving on code. Like I'm starting to get to the point where like they actually do save on code when I get a little bit like complicated with my code. Yeah, so the current state is idle, is walking. And now what we can do is we can be like state change timer. Now this state change timer is a one shot, and then we're going to get the timeout from it. We're going to stick that on here as already. Decide next state, and then we can create
Arno 5643, I'm weird, you're gonna have to put up with it, bro. BTW, I got no idea what I'm watching, but I'm actually liking what I'm learning.
Yeah, we got a ton of weirdos in chat. Don't even worry, bro.
Let the anti-chicken propaganda
Got a ton of weirdos in chat right now, dude. Don't even worry about it. So decide next state. We're gonna flip a coin.
Hilarious artwork, S hi brother.
If randf is less than 0.5, so there's a 50% chance that we're gonna walk to a different spot. What's up, Delirious? What's up, my boy? Yeah! What's going on, my dog? Yeah! Nah, what's up, bro?
DH Hilarious artwork, S my boy.
My boy! We should go to walking. We should set state to walking. You know what I'm saying? Decide next state. Do we need to var walking target is going to equal a vector 3 and just equal the farm center point dot global position for now. We go func process. Physics process. If we should match the current state. Match current state. If it's chicken states that is this how we do it? And then walking pass. So idle, switch to something state. This is kind of like where I've got to refer back to my rod, how I did it here. So we need to create a function for switching states like this, the set state. Yeah, here we go, set state. It's going to be a chicken state. Well, chicken state, yeah, I suppose we shouldn't have an S on it. It doesn't really make sense. Chicken state dot walking. So then we go we go current state equals new state. And then we can go match current state again like this. Yeah. I mean, as well, you don't need to know how to do game dev. You don't need to know how to do game dev to enjoy this stuff, because if you ever want to get into it at some point, you need to know what's possible. Like when you go to create a system, like how do you know what to create if you don't know what's possible, you know? Like for a lot of game dev, like I was watching a lot of tutorials before I ever actually did anything, just because I wanted to know what was even possible and how I would do it, you know what I mean? So we need to do this. Okay, decide next state. On state, change timer timeout.
Arno 5643, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, let's go. Welcome to the stream, Captain Chica.
Straight up on stage and
is that what it says?
Chica underscore and nobody even
Captain Chica. Welcome to the stream. Yo, yeah, 160. That's what's up. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all. For that, you get 3 hits.
That's right. Thanks to the band. 3 more hits. Yeah. Slap him in the face, Will Smith. Wait, slap him in the face, Will Smith.
Also doing 15 minutes experimental projects also help figure things up for the main thing.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. The amount of like Godot projects I've got on my computer, you wouldn't even believe, bro. Is that what it's called? Dot project? Dot Godot? What is the name of a Godot project? I don't know, dude. I got so many different Godot projects. You know, and a lot of the time, like, I'll just make them, figure one thing out, and then I'm like, cool, never gonna open that again. That's actually how I got the fishing line. It was a little project where that's literally all I worked out, because I just wanted to know how to do a fishing line, you know?
Has a separate one, LOL.
Yeah. Dude, what? Golf cart, okay, golf cart is like a culmination.
Have you tried Project Final V3 Final?
Yeah, you should see my Fruity Loops folder. My Fruity Loops folder looks exactly like that. Actually, not in a while. I've changed the way that I do. Yeah, but man, this is my Fruity Loops folder. It's just, there's so much. There's just so much stuff. But you know how it is. You guys know how it is.
Arno 5643, wow, you're really cool, bro. Good to hear.
That sounds like total irony, dude. Like, that's... By the way, speaking of cool, it's 2 Hat Tuesday. Count them. Count them. 2 hats. 2 Hat Tuesday. Wow. I know. You really put your mind to it, you can wear 2 hats too. As well. Let's put on some sicker music. This is starting to get a little bit boring, I think.
5643, I mean that, by the way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, dog.
Artwork SLOL.
Appreciate you, my dog. Let's get a super mix going. Obviously, you can't hear this on YouTube, but you can hear it on...
5390 Island Music. Straw Note Playtime, my dog.
Yeah. A little bit of funky.
Straw Note Playtime, my dog ate my
By the
homework.
way, if you're watching on YouTube, I need you to go down and hit that like button on the video. I need you to hit that like button on the fucking video, please. Thank you. Envato Element sponsorship. Hey man, give it a couple more months, maybe a couple more years, maybe a couple more decades. And I'll get a sponsorship too. And I'm going to forget about my day ones, baby, as soon as I can. You know what I'm saying? Going straight for that bag. I don't give a crap about any of you guys. And hit me. Hit me 3 times. Yeah. Hell yeah. Rookie numbers. Yeah, I know. We still got rookie numbers at the moment. But yeah, I'll just enjoy hanging out with you guys. It's fun. Have I tried Project Final? Honestly, what I stopped doing was having everything in the same folder, and that helped a lot. And then I just V1, V2, V3, V4. That's basically it. Rookie numbers, right? You're talking about hats. Yeah, don't get started on the hat trade, dude. Don't get started on the hats. You're going to get my admins all perked up again. Admins, my mods. I had to remove the perk for changing hats because they were abusing it. They were abusing it. But we will bring it back next stream, okay? Next stream. I just don't want to be switching hats all the freaking time, dude. That's right. I can't concentrate when I'm switching hats all the fucking... Okay, we've got to figure this out. Walking target. Ugh. I haven't done agents in a little while. But we've got to set up the state machine first. So when we're idle, we basically want to start
Arno
that...
5643 changing hats all the time. Wow, couldn't he be me? DHELirius Artwork S. How often do you commit to Git? I think that shit tires me. Maybe I should do the fucking AI to the thing.
I don't use Git. I don't use Git, bro. I know. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't use Git. I do my own backups. I back up to Google Drive, I do it all myself, but I don't use Git. First of all, because Git is now owned by Microsoft. That's right, and we don't like Microsoft. but also because Git is not very secure either, you know, and I don't want to go sharing my code with people that don't deserve to look at it. Know what I'm saying? All it takes is one, you know, failure of a commit, and then your shit is completely exposed, right?
43 Microsoft ask Godot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's it. You know what? What I suggest you do instead of Git is like host your own. Use GitLab. I think it's called GitLab. GitLab's good. Host your own, or just make a Python script that, like, you know, that backs up to Google Drive, just like I do. Well, actually, I don't have a Python script, but I back up to Google Drive. I've got scripts that take my project files, that remove all of the Git and Godot, you know, .Godot stuff.
GitLab.
Yeah, GitLab. Make GitHub. Make GitHub. If you're going to use Git, use GitLab. You know what I'm saying? But I would just, I have my own back. Like, okay, just full disclosure, I don't use either one, right? I've used both, but I don't use either one. Okay.
My dog ate my homework. Hilarious artwork s Google does reads the thing.
Yeah, Google reads the thing too. Yeah, but you're not exposing yourself to the public. That's the thing, you know. And like, to be fair, you know, as much as I hate Google, like going into your stuff and like, you know, scanning your stuff, if you've got weird shit going on in your Google Drive, like, you know, maybe you do deserve to get your stuff scanned. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But obviously, they're probably scanning my documents and then using them to train Gemini. You know what I mean? That's not funny. That's right. Oh, you guys should be outraged at that. Not that I've got any claims to actually back that up, but you know what I mean?
Arno 5643, you know my dog's actually eaten my homework. I'm serious.
Yeah, Google is a bit weird, but
Google provides all
you know,
links, so.
I pay for Google Drive anyway. It's only a couple bucks a month, and I get, like, you know, the 100 gigabytes or whatever. If I was a smart man, I would have a NAS, but also having off-site backup is really important. So, you know, you just can't have all on-site. But, you know, if my house burns down and my NAS goes too, then it's like I lose everything. So you've got to have off-site backups as well. Multiple is even better. You can use like even Mega Upload and stuff like that if you don't like Google. And I think they've got an API for Mega Upload too. So you could just like integrate it into like one cool Python script, you know, that can take your project file, compress it down to a zip, and then just upload it straight to Google Drive or Mega or what are the other ones? I would say OneDrive, but it's Microsoft. I would never recommend somebody use OneDrive. You know what I'm saying? Screw that, dog.
Hilarious artwork s Mediafire.
Mega upload, bro.
First message, Mega.
Yo, what's up, Processor Chaos? Let's go, bro. What's up, Processor Chaos? That's right. We got somebody new in the chat, everybody. Let's go. Shame him into following. You know what I'm saying? We gotta shame him. Just kidding. Mega is better than it ever used to be. I remember Mega Upload. You remember Mega Upload and Mega Video, where you would get like a link to just like watch a Mega Video.
Your clone has a list of cloud storage providers.
Crazy, bro. Times have changed so much, eh?
Arno 5643, hello new person.
Let's go. Our clone has a list of cloud storage provider that it supports. Yeah, look, there's tons of storage.
Yes,
tons of storage.
Through that, then the guy got into legal trouble.
Yeah, Kim.com. I follow him on Twitter. He's pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
Hilarious artwork SID. Just plug the USB drive and use it as Git. I may start adapting some floppy disks so they don't even smell my code.
Smelling your floppy disks?
Because he asked my
I mean disk. You know what I'm saying? I forgot that I uploaded another video onto my
Straw note playtime bro mispronounced disk.
Dude, that's so funny. Here we go.
Processor Chaos. So what are you doing, chicken state?
Look. This is Marky. Marky in chat was the one that left this comment on my on my Twitter post. If you guys use Twitter, come and follow me. It's just Rembot Games on Twitter. One word, Rembot Games. I've been trying to use it a little bit more recently because
Processor Chaos BTW first reacting to your handle Fembot Games.
Fembot Games, yeah.
Arno 5643, holy shit, that's funny.
Yeah, I know, right? Rembot Games, it's funny because when you used to Google Rembot Games, Femboy Games would come up, which is funny. It might be Mork, yeah, Mork, Mark, same thing, dog. Man, Twitter is, like I said, we just need more people following me on Twitter, so I look more legitimate. You know, if like some, you know, really smart shit comes from like, you know, 2-follower Andy, and nobody's gonna believe cunt. You know, I have to have like, you know, 1,000 fucking followers for people to even take me fucking seriously. You know what I mean? So if you guys want to jump on Twitter, follow my fucking ass. Go for it. Yo, Gondola, you're a sick cunt. You're a sick ass cunt, dude. Thanks, Gondola. Appreciate you, dude. W's in chat for Gondola. He actually listened. He actually went and followed me on Twitter. I wish I could give you guys something, but I basically don't have anything to give you. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, you asked me before, what are we doing with our chicken? So, what we're doing with our chicken is we are building a state machine. So on idle, see, here's the thing. We just need to think about this, right? We've got the state change timer.
Straw note playtime, you're going to cook the chicken and eat it.
And then we need to state change.timer.start, right? We can change the seconds later. Let's change it to like 2 seconds for now. It could just stay at 2 seconds, but like we can change the wait time in here. Fuck it, why not? We'll change it here as well. Come on, boys, let's go. We're doing it live. Let's go. So wait time equals randf times 2, meaning it's going to, dude, the cats are so fucking cute. They're running around in the backyard. I think they're chasing birds, actually. I need to make sure. No, she's not. She's not. She's just got the zoomies. So it's 1 second plus a number between 1 and 2. Yeah, that's what that is. 0.5 seconds. Yeah, and this will just ensure that all of the chickens don't have the exact same behavior. Speaking of all of the chickens, we're going to add some extra chickens in. I don't want to just look at one chicken. I want to look at a bunch.
Yes.
I want to look at a bunch of chickens. Let's go.
Make this game $100.
Make this game $100, yeah. If you guys pay it, I'll set it, you know what I'm saying? And then instead of selling 10 copies to people that won't appreciate it, I'll scam you guys out of 10 copies and make $1,000. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. This game will probably cost like $15 Australian, so I don't know, like $12 US or something like that. I don't know. It depends how much content we can jam into the game. You know, it's hard. It's hard trying to price up games because it's kind of like how much play you can get out of it versus how much work I put into it. And it's somewhere in the middle is how much you should price your games. Plus an extra 20% so you can constantly have it on special for 20% off, you know? 20% because that's when Steam sends messages to your email letting you know that a game is on special. If you guys didn't know, 20% is the number. But I have most of my games, like, I think a lot of the times they go to like 50% off, like 40% off. And that's just because I kind of want just more people to play my games, you know? Like, I'm not popular by any, you know, by any means. And I kind of just want to get my name out there at the moment. So I'm willing to like kind of take a little bit of a beating, you know? One shot. We have to have one shot on. Otherwise, when this timer runs out, it's going to start again. We have to have auto start off as well. And then what we do is we go to func ready, and then we get ready, set state to, we'll just go current state, because I'm pretty sure current state is just chicken idle. Yep. So usually we would use set state to a different state, but we're just going to set state to current state. And then it's going to essentially skip over this. But then what it's going to do is it's going to start that timer. So this timer is going to start when we start the thing.
Straw note playtime. We shall attack the chickens.
We shall attack the chickens. Attack the chickens. Wait, attack the chickens. That's right. Slap them. Punch the chickens. Get the chickens. This one here. Bam, 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 bam. Smack that chicken.
Arno 5643. Look at all these chickens.
Yeah, we got a few chickens. I want more, but like we're just gonna take our time with it at the moment. Especially because they really have to do be on the ground. The main problem we're gonna have is keeping these chickens on the ground. So I'm thinking I might have to have some sort of like raycast or even a spring arm or something that just keeps the chicken model on the ground. And that's just because that's the way the agents work. They're not like ultra precise. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. So, animation player. We need to get the animation player to play chicken idle when we're idle, and then when we're walking, we need to get chicken animation player to play chicken to walk.
There we go. Make a crusade between chickens and crabs at the shore.
Right, because this is just on the set state.
Use a capsule.
This is the set state. So chicken idle, burp, and then we can go set state. So we can decide. It's here, right? Yeah, so this state timer needs to be down the bottom. Usually I have my timers all the way down the bottom. Yeah, just to get, yeah. Decide next state. So if rand is less than 0.5, we want to go set state, idle, or there's probably a quicker way that we could do this as well. Set it to walking, right? Decide next state. And then if we're walking, decide next state. Walking, okay. So then in the process, if we're walking, we want the agent to walk to the spot. And if the agent gets to the spot, so we need to go navigation agent, go to the signals, target reached. We actually need to get a function in here for as well. So if the target is reached, then we want to set the state to idle. Chicken state to idle. Yeah, because that makes sense. Because once we reached our destination, we're going back into idle. And then when we go into idle, we restart the timer. Yeah?
Straw note playtime, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Decide next state. So on state timer, yeah. Yep, so we're basically starting the timer here. So all it's going to do is walk from position to position. But where do we actually determine the position? Right? So the position gets determined by where do we want to determine the position? Walking. So we need to do some navigation agent stuff here, but that's fine. It's going to be like navigation agents walk towards blah, 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 whatever, and like the rotating and stuff like that. And we actually do it here. Look, set state to walking. So, get new location. Yeah, which is going to be a get new target.
5643 music is great.
Yeah, ZZ Top, right? Yeah, ZZ Top. I fucking love ZZ Top, bro. I like rock and roll. We got a wide breadth of music that we like to listen to in here. None of that. All right. So get new target. We're going to get a new target by getting the farm by the farm center point. Remember, we've got the farm center point set up in all of these chickens. So we're going to go walking target. Walking target equals farm center point. And this is a really, really easy way of doing this. Farm center point.
Straw node playtime add a feature
Dot
so
global
you can
position.
pee in the water LMAO.
You can pee in the water. I might. My girlfriend, whenever I make pee pee poo poo games, she's like, "Is this another pee pee poo poo game?" And I'm like, and she's like, "You really love your pee pee poo poo games, don't you?" And I'm like, so I've been trying not to make pee pee poo poo games because they're not very cozy. And I actually asked her, I was like, does this game look cozy to you? And she was like, it looks cold. I was like, it does look cold. That's a really good observation. She plays a lot of Stardew Valley, so literally,
Valley, but with pee-pee poo-poo.
Literally, she plays a lot of Stardew Valley. So she's the perfect one to ask about this kind of stuff, right? She won't play Minecraft. She will. I'll get her to play Minecraft eventually, but she hasn't played it yet. So this walking widget, I mean the walking target, not widget.
Arno 5643. Wow, that's brutal, but yeah, cold.
Cold. Like, does this look cozy? And I'm like I'm on the boat next to the fish with like the fishing rod in my hands, and like it's raining and like the fog was turned up as well because I was like working on the weather system. She's like, it looks cold.
Straw node playtime. Is there a sun in the game?
Yeah, true. There is a sun in the game. It's not a physical sun. It's just like a directional light that Sky 3D interprets as the sun position. Plus vector 2, vector 3. So we're basically just going to add some randomness. So rand f times 5. Good track. Vector 3. Okay, what we'll do here, so I don't need to do this, is go var random offset is a vector 3. Although we're only going to be using the x and the z. Oops. Vector 3 equals vector 3.0. No, it's not at vector 3.0. It's vector 3 rand f 0. So we're basically getting a random value between 0 and 5 for the x dimension. Nothing for the y because we don't want any randomness for the y, like which is the up and down. And then we're getting randomness for the z. So if we wanted, we could determine that position by shooting a raycast down and actually hitting the surface. But I think the way that the agent works is it doesn't really matter about the height so much when we've only got like a flat plane to work with. But that's why it's an offset. So we're getting the farm center point, which already has a Y position. So, you know, it doesn't work in all cases, but for this, it probably will. So we're taking that walking target, we're setting the walking target to the farm center point, .global position, which again, for those paying attention, sorry, not paying attention, is this little marker right here. And then we're adding a random x, y, or x and z of 0 to 5, right? And then that's setting our walking target. So that's getting a new target. So we've got a new target, and this is when we set the state to walking. We're getting a new target, we're playing chicken walk, and now we need to set the agent to actually walk. So here, we have to go navigation agent 3D. Well, actually, what do we call it here? It's just our navigation agent. Yeah, it's like that. So navigation agent 3D dot. And now how do we do this? I haven't done this in a while. How do we do it? Target position, target reached. No. I think it's to set target. No. How do we set our target? It's been a while since I've done this, that's all. So here we go. We're going to learn about navigation agent. So we're going to go into the docs by holding control and clicking on navigation agent. And now I'm going to teach you guys how to read the docs. First of all, you want to read the description. Okay, look, after setting the target position property, the get next path position method must be used once every physics frame to update the internal path logic of the navigation agent. The vector position it returns should be used as the next movement position for the agent's parent node. Okay. Target position. So set target position, right? So this is what we're doing here. Get new target. Walking target, and then we can go navigation agent. Navigation agent 3D dot set target position is going to be that. Oh yeah, you guys can't see it. It's going to be the walking target. Let's go. That's how we do it, boys. Now we need to actually get the car to walk. So we've set the navigation agent's target position. That's fine. Yep. So this is all in set. And then in here, get. Okay, wait. Navigation agent 3D dot next. Get next path position. So now we just need to move towards that. So what if we go move toward? Does that work? That's not how it works.
Slappy007 first message, howdy.
Yo, Slappy. You guys ever watch Goosebumps? So wait. Hold on, I might need to Google this. Move nav agent toward its target. You guys ever watch Goosebumps? Slappy, the dummy.
Slappy007 LOL. Straw node playtime. Does Godot support frame generation?
I think it does have like FXAA. I don't know. That's a good question. So here we go. Direction 2. Get the waypoint on the path. Next path pause. We've got to do a move and slide. That's right. So actually, we should make these chicken scenes. They should be a character body. 3D. There we go. And then we have to have a collision shape, which is just like a little, we'll make it a sphere, because remember guys, a sphere is actually easier for your computer to process than a box. Did you guys know that? 0.2, we're going to make the radius 0.1, 0.2 actually. Cool. So that's our chicken collider. And then what we can do is paste in that code that I just got here equals navigation agent. Calculate direction multiplied by speed. We don't have a speed.
GoPro 1239 AABB is better than a SFE. Processor chaos, just distance from the center, cheap, yes.
AABB is
Arno
not better than a sphere, dude.
5643 sphere.
It's not faster. It's not. Cubes are not cubes are not faster than spheres. So you got to believe me on this one, right? Because all we need to describe a sphere is a radius and a 3D position, right? Which is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only four like floats, whatever you want to call it. But AABB, right, is like, or like XYZ and then XYZ. It's 2 vectors, right? Which is 6 numbers total, right? But like I said, a sphere is 3 numbers, XYZ plus radius. That's it. It's not XYZ A and then XYZ B. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, right? It's actually easier for your computer to process a sphere. Think about that. It's less clean though, but you know what I mean? Navigation agent 3D. So we're going to do this. Speed. We've got to set a speed.
1239. All you need for an OB is a Vec3 minute and Vec3 max. Just because there's less variables used to describe it doesn't mean it's more efficient.
Hey, it might be. I don't know, dude.
I don't think you'll ever actually notice the difference we aren't making AAA.
Yeah, you won't. You literally won't. It's yeah, no difference. But a sphere is simpler than a box. Except for the fact that it's got like, you know, infinite surface or infinite edges or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, it should be simpler to define, right? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Float equals, let's say 1. We're just going to make the speed 1. Velocity equals new velocity. What do you mean? It's linear velocity. Okay. Alright. It's been a while since I've done this, but there's literally the moving of the agent. Like, I want it to rotate in the direction of the next point as well. So, the linear velocity. Linear, what the fuck are you talking about? Why don't we have a velocity? How does it work with the character body? It's the linear... Wait, am I just stupid? Am I just dumb? Velocity. Why is there no velocity? Oh, duh. Hold on. We go back to the chicken scene. Right, it thinks that it's still a node 3D. Character body 3D. There we go.
43. Yes, I'm dumb too, bro.
Yeah, right?
Okro 1239. Sometimes in broad phase, yes. In narrow phase, no. And usually worse for Link Godot. Like most engines, collision detection is split into stages.
I mean, man. OK Bro knows what he's talking about. Give it up for OK Bro, because you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, boys. You know what I'm saying? I got no idea what I'm talking about half the time. And we can get the band, hit me 3 times. I got no fucking clue. That's right. Hands together and get up out of your seats, because you know what, I try my best, you know, and that's at the end of the day all that counts. And that's right, come on boys, and thank you to the boys in the chat that correct me when I am wrong, because honestly sometimes I need it. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Velocity equals new velocity. And then I also want to look at the target is going to be the next path pos, right? Let's just run that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, all right. Yep, okay. Z vector 3.0. Yep, okay.
Vinjrenjayoma, have we considered adding bones to the spheres?
It's you guys' obsession with adding bones to stuff, dude. Add my bone to your mum, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys? Add my bone to your mum. Let's go see if our chickens are moving around. You boys see that? You guys might have seen that in the distance. Yeah, see, look, I told you. They're like stand... I mean, come on. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Well, maybe not that much, all right? But put your hands together, okay? Put your hands together for the chickens that move around. Obviously, there's work that needs to be done.
CM7160 moonwalking chickens.
Yep, they're walking in the wrong direction. We can fix that by doing this.
Moonwalk chicken.
There we go. Now they're walking around the right direction.
Gondola 000 Houston. We have
They
movement.
are off the ground, which I think that might be because...
Renjeo McQuack.
The thing is, right, the way that the navigation region works, and also, like, I meant to do this, hold on, this is important. So I was doing 5 meters, so we're going 5 meters from a corner of the box, right? I actually want to use that entire space. So what I can do is I can go -5, 50, -5,
CM7160 N aviation
plus
target is on the higher
round F
nav
times
mesh.
10. Yeah, the thing is, it's a standard amount, so I know that there's like an offset in here. I've just got to play around with the offset.
GYRY6 UE791 quack.
The nav target shouldn't actually be higher than the nav mesh. It's just that there's an offset of like 0.5 meter. But I've got to go track that down. I think it's actually in the nav mesh itself. So I think if I put the navigation agent 50 centimeters above the rest of the chicken, it might actually push it down. You just got to give me a sec, right? So we go from -5 plus round F times 10, right? So then they're going to be moving in a bigger space. And now for the target, like I said, I think the way that it works is our navigation region, which we've got turned off visually, but I can turn it back on here, so we can actually see that navigation region.
Worry about RAM usage.
Right? So the position is an offset of this, which is the farm center position, right? So it can't be that the target is above the ground. What it actually is, I believe, is this navigation region 3D. We've got, it's in here somewhere. I know it's in here somewhere. Cell height. So unless it's 25 centimeters above, but there's like a, where is it?
Renjayoma, would you like to try my 5-week Unreal course for the low price of $7.99?
Yeah. Yeah, nah. Do you want to try my Godot course of, it's all free and on YouTube? Thanks, chat. That's what I thought. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. Please hit that like button. I swear to God, you guys need to hit that like button. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't know that I'm a full-on cunt and that I deserve your views, okay? So, everybody, hit that like button. I thank you very much. And if you're like just chilling on your couch watching this or something like that, like grab the remote. Grab the remote and click that like button. I don't know how the hell it works, dude, but just figure it out. You know what I mean? Thanks. It's pretty funny. I know. Thank you. I think that I deserve it. Nay. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all so much.
Strawnote Playtime Brothers, the king of laughter.
Wait, I've got a button. You guys realize I got a button that it like record scratch right when I stop all of the audio in case everything gets out of control. You know what I'm saying?
Strawnote Playtime King Jockster.
Nah, cheers, boys. Appreciate y'all.
Slappy007, holy heck, I just noticed you've been going for almost 8 hours and you still got so much energy.
Yeah, well, I've had like fucking 10 copies or something. And honestly, I only do this once a week. All right, boys. If I had to do this every freaking day, you know that I would only be doing it for like 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But because I only do this once a week, hey, chill out. It's not that fucking funny. It's better. Calm down. Jesus Christ. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to get angry at my freaking audience, but you guys are the ones that are taking the piss. You know what I mean? We like to have a little bit of fun around here, okay, boys? The audience isn't real, all right? Thanks, Fanny Slam. I can tell that was you without even looking.
Playtime paid
Thanks,
at the
Fanny.
minimum wage of $1 a year.
Paid at the minimum wage of $1 a year. Hey, man, I had a couple of people give me donos this stream, so it's not a free stream. It's not a free stream this time, you know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. I've had like, bro, what is that? What is that? Oh, yeah! What the hell is that? Oh, it's just, okay, right, it's bits. Is that bits? Is it like something where you can like modify an emote to be massive? That is massive on my screen. Yeah, okay, alright. Thanks, Fanny Slam, I appreciate you. You're a legend. That's what's up. Oh, okay. Yeah. The most prevalent user of the Vine boom. That's right, the jump scare. By the way, everybody, your channel points that you guys use this stream will all be refunded at the end of the stream, okay? That's because I love you guys so much, and I love you guys for keeping this stream entertaining for me, okay? All of your channel reward points will be refunded. Fuck! See, I didn't realize I turned that one back on. That's a good jump scare, but I like the other one a bit better. Okay, what were we doing? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this navigation agent. Okay, no, there is no navigation agent. It doesn't have... Look, here we go. Path height offset. Look, it's right there. So if I go 0.25, is that going to make it higher up? Or is that going to make it lower down? And yes, every time we do this, we are going to have to traverse all the way over to those things. Because that's a little bit of what we in the business call scamming for time. Stalling for time, if you know what I mean. Add a little bit of mystery to the stream. You know what I'm saying? Oh, oops, I forgot. There's a glitch at the moment that if you go out of driving mode, it keeps it up. Dude, is that a little bit better or not? They're walking up, bro. That's right, walk down. Come on, come back down.
Slappy 007
come back down. Come back down, fellas.
Arno 56
please, fellas.
With the chickens. Fanny
Look at
Slam
that.
Chickens are perfect.
And they're walking on the ground.
Fanny Slam ship it.
Look at that. That's right, they're walking on the ground now.
Costco chicken. ZM7160 so
Except
much
this motherfucker right here, dude. Marky, that's you. Yo, Marky, that's you.
Playtime grill. I opened my dog's bed once and remember it was full of shit.
Oh, God, dude. Okay, let's run that again. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, earlier in the stream, we worked out the physics of the fishing rod. So, just like the stream title says, today we are going to make the fishing rod work. It does work. Check this out. And we've got a really cool fishing line that moves around with you. So if you need to move around, you need to reel that thing in, you can. Yeah? You can even get on the boat at the moment and drag that fishing line with you. Which is... It's intended now, but I don't know if we're going to keep it. Yo, let's go! Wait, 40 meters? That thing should be dragging behind me. Maybe, I don't know. Yo, thanks, Matt. W's in the chat for Matt. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. W's in the chat for my boy. You know, in the next next week, we're going to have an extra scene for when somebody donates, somebody being a sick cunt donates, and what it's going to be is it's going to, I don't know, I'm going to get creative, but we're going to have some sort of fanfare, yeah, so we can celebrate every time we get a tip. Hell yeah! Thanks, fellas. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate everything you guys do for me, alright? Yeah, stand up. That's right, stand up. Yeah, everybody, put your hands together for my boy, Matty. Yeah. Let's go. Come on. That's right. And then I'm going to hit this one, because this one's my favorite. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. That's right. Appreciate you, dog. You're a legend. Let's just imagine that you were giving me that because I figured out the, look. We figured out all of this. Dude, is that getting stuck on the dock? Dude, should I add like a system where it gets snagged on stuff? So you have to actually cut the line?
Playtime bro has to pay rent.
Yeah, bro does have to pay rent. Look at that. So we've got the hook on the bottom. We're gonna work out how to make that a little bit more stable though. But yeah, that's our fishing line system. I think it's quite cool. It's what is this music, by the way, boys? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put something like this on. But like we could full on cast it. That's sick. I'm like super happy with that, honestly. Pretty good casting system. Pretty good for a day's work. Okay, now look at this. So, the keen eye may have noticed that they're actually angled down and they're looking at the ground like that. Does anybody in chat know why? Does anybody in chat understand why it's doing that? Like why they're kind of angled down a little bit. I'll give you guys the code. It's actually on screen right now. And I'm going to go take a piss. But if anybody can work it out, I'll give you an on-screen celebration as well, okay? Spoiler alert, I know the answer.
Straw note playtime bro goons with 0 brightness curtains closed in max volume.
Hell yeah. I wish I could be as brave as them people that goon with the door open, unlocked. Take the vacuum cleaner into my bedroom, you know?
Arno 5643 I have no brain for this so.
It's on the screen.
Straw note playtime bro goons in a secret monitor.
It's on the screen right now.
Matthew Pittman 539200.
Anybody know why? Nobody knows why? Yo, $2, you're a legend, dog. I'm gonna give you an on-screen celebration anyway. That's my boy right there. That's my boy. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hell yeah. Come on, boys. Yeah. Okay, it looks like nobody knows the answer. I'm gonna select it here. It's this line of code right there. Now tell me why. Tell me why it's looking down at the ground.
Vindrenjayoma the answer is 24.
Tip top, tip top. We're gonna add the general count. Counting. Okay. All right. I actually need to make another coffee. It'll be my last one for the day. Because we're probably only going to stream for maybe another 20 minutes or so. All right. No, the path offset is actually what moves it down. But think about this. This target desired distance is actually 0.5. So if I set that to 0.1, it's probably never actually going to hit its target, right? And also, we're going to move the player over there because as much fun as I have wasting your guys' time, you know what I'm saying? And then, like, making you guys watch me, like, go all the way over there every single time, I don't want to have to do it anymore. So, dude, this music kicks ass. Okay, so if we run that, now we're going to have some really weird effects, right? You see that? It's because...
5 more coffees, 5 more
yeah,
coffees.
right? The answer is... I mean, maybe you guys can figure it out. I don't know. Maybe you guys can work it out. The issue is it's never actually getting to its target position right now, right?
Matthew Pittman 5390. I mean, I don't see anything strange, lol.
Well, let me show you something. So first of all, it's not strange. So first of all, if I change these chicken scenes target desired distance to 0.25, I think is like the lowest that we can go. They're going to walk to their positions, right? And I think they're going to reach their positions. It looks like they're reaching their positions, right? And then the logic is going to continue like normal, right? Now, if I do this...
they just sleeping.
If I do this, right? Let's say this position here, right? Which is the center point of the farm. If I raise that above the chicken, what's going to happen, right? So what'll happen is, oh man, they just freak out, dude. They just wig out. Yeah, okay. So anyway, the answer is that they're facing down because that's where their target is. Their target is below them, right? And this little line of code here, that says look at, is actually making the entire thing look at it. So what we want to do is we want to turn the chicken towards where it is, but we don't want to actually make it look at the target, because that's what's happening. It's getting to its target and it's looking directly down, right? Because it's on top of its target. It's like you walking up to the target and still staring at it, you know, walking up to the target. From a distance, it looks like you've got your head up. But then as you get closer to that target, you're like, well, there it is right there on the ground. And so that's actually what's happening to the chicken. The chickenses, they're getting to their target and then they're just looking down straight at that target. So we've got to come up with some sort of system where they will look at the X, Y position. You know what I mean? So the easiest way that I can think of doing that is, look, we get the next path pause here, right? And then I can go, instead of looking at that, we can actually look at the next path pause, except the target is at the chicken's height. So what I can do there, let's go var look at target. So the var look at target is a vector 3.
Gator Studios target bug walk up to bug.
Then equals next path pause, right?
Little thing.
But then that look at target dot y I could just set to you know, like self dot y. You know what I mean? So global position dot y. Right? So that's how I would do it. So it's only going to look at something that it's completely already online with, right? Online. Something that it's level with, right? But then this is a little bit ugly the way that this is now. So we can actually construct that by going, so next path pause dot x, global position dot y, and then next pause path dot z. Yeah? And then we wrap that, and then we just say that that is a vector 3, right? And then that's going to be the easiest way that we stop that from happening. So hopefully we stop it from happening. If the look at target is exactly the same as the target, it's going to wig out though. Okay, it's still looking down. We've got to figure this out. How do we do this? So we just want to rotate. Yeah, and that's because
Vindrengeoma, but what about the seagulls?
that's because of the path offset height as well. So we're actually above, right? What we can do is we can get the angle. So we just don't want to use lookout. Basically, we want to turn lookout off because this isn't working. Obviously, I can't figure this out. I'm too stupid to work this out. If we have the look off turned off completely, I'll show you what's going to happen. You know, they're just going to strafe around. They're going to walk around like this. You know what I mean? They're not going to turn and rotate. Dude, we're getting pushed by them. Look, they push you out of the way. Look at that. Because these animals are on collision layer 1, but we should actually create a new collision layer for them. So 7, yeah, 7 animals, right? And then we'll just put it on 7. So the collision mask will potentially involve the player, and I think if we do this, it's going to stop walking into us. It'll actually stop and walk around us. Yeah?
7.
6 or 7? Ah, but now we can push them underground. That's not good. They were all underground. What the F? So right, because they have to collide with the ground as well. Oops, I turned off one on the mask. So I can push them around. They might get...
Blackwater Gator Studios Mole Chickens.
Mole Chickens. Yo, what's up, Blackwater, by the way? How you doing, my dude? Welcome to the stream. Friend of the channel. Classic watcher of my streams. That's right, and I love you guys. I love it when you guys come back and I see the same faces every single stream. Love that shit, dude. Makes me feel like I've really got a community, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's right. That's right. New one. Dev of the game. You're talking my language, my boy. So I also need to interact with animals, right? So we've got, if you guys don't know how collision layers work, this is the layer that we're on, and these are the layers that we can see. So we're on layer 7, we can see 7, 2, and 1. 2 is the player, 1 is the world, and the other one is animals. 7 is animals. 1 is world, 2 is player. So we need to get this rotating to work, and we can't use look at. How do we do that?
Arno 5643 Blackwater Gator Studios.
I'm going to Google it.
I'm new to the Brothers Club.
Look at
Vindrengeoma, truly a streamer of all time.
X and Z, but not Y. Truly a streamer of all time. I hope you guys heard that because those were some really kind words of
Blackwater Gator
That's my new
Studios,
button, by the way. You piece of shit. It's my favorite new fucking button. Okay, target pause. Target Y. Here we go. Look at. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, shit. We can just do it. We can do it like this. Look at target. Look. Oh my god. I forgot to put the. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. You guys should have made fun of me for that. Look. I created the variable, but I didn't even put it in there, dude. Oh my god. Idiot. So look, now they're not looking down because obviously the code worked and I'm not a stupid complete idiot. The code worked because I'm not dumb.
Vindrengeoma best button NGL.
Yeah. Thanks. Legendary.
Studios. So what you're saying is there is still hope, LOL.
Okay, yeah, so the hope was that actually we didn't even need to do this at all, right? We didn't need to create our own new target. We could have just gone look at, next path pause, and then this one, gone vector 3 dot up. Now let's see if that works. Because apparently this is what the internet said I should do. Nope, it's
Strawnote Playtime donated Godot.
So we're just going to do it my way because my way is superior and actually works. Thank you guys very much.
Blackwater Gator Studios silly internet.
Look at that. Okay, let's make a whole bunch of chickens now. All right, boys? So we're going to create another one here.
Strawnote Playtime
Another one there. Another one here. Another one there. Another one there. By the way, Control D, duplicate, Shift G, place at the cursor. Control D, Shift G. Now here's the cool thing, right?
Unleash the chickens.
I'm going to put them over here as well, and you're going to see what happens, right? Because these chickenses, they don't want to be too far out from the... Look, they're walking back. They go, I want to be with my chicken family. No, I want to be with my chicken family. So they come all the way back. And then they go peck, peck. They go peck. Okay, these guys are... Look at this. So we need to work in some sort of like chicken avoidance. Chicken avoidance. I don't even think that's worth doing.
Vamp just set the next POSY to the current POSY. Toast Cadet just tuned in BTW. Are chickens meant to be a new type of bait?
A new type of bait? I'm not sure. I think we're going to use the chickens to create eggs. I think. I'm not too sure. I think definitely we need to have some sort of system where we can pick the chickens up and shove them into a meat grinder or something like that. That'd be kind of funny. But also, I think...
Blackwater Gator Studios game needs more gators.
It needs more gators, dude, yeah? So you go into the...
Blackwater Gator Studios hashtag not bias.
Gators could be good because, like, I'm going to have sharks, but sharks is classic. Sharks is like you go out into the ocean, you get bit by sharks, you know? Your boat runs out of, like, petrol or whatever, you have to swim back, you get killed by sharks. You jump in the water... And you just want to, like, you know, see how far you can... Oh my god, I didn't realize we actually still had that. This is the underwater zone. This is what it looks like underwater, by the way. We've got, like, a kind of screen effect. It's not super nice, though. I'm not really happy with it at all. But that's what it looks like. Let's say you just want to hold W and see how far out you can get. By the way, above the middle of the screen...
Strawnote Playtime, LOL.
That is the coordinates, the player's coordinates. And before I go, I want to show you guys something really cool, actually. So yeah, first of all, we can add gators. You know, maybe if I can make a gator or like a low poly gator or something like that, that might be fun. Might be a little bit less cliche than, you know, like a shark. Like I was saying before, the sharks. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. This is really cool. You guys reckon? And the way that we get them to stop interfering with each other is we just go to the chicken scene and then we turn off collision with themselves. And so now they can just like kind of walk through each other. They just phase through each other and it's like whatever, you know, because it's not that type of game. We can add some sounds to them as well, like little...
Strawnote Playtime intermission time.
Chicken.
Blackwater Gator Studios' scariest gator is an investigator.
Do we have a chicken? I actually do have chicken sounds on my computer. Do you guys want me to add the sounds in? Hold on, I'll do it. I'm going to need to remove these later, but because I don't know what they're from. They're from Running with Rifles, so I can't use them in the final game, but like it'll be funny showing you guys how I do the chicken sounds. So I'm just gonna go chicken sounds. I'm gonna drag these files in. Screw it, we'll just do it, it's funny. And then I'm gonna go audio stream player 3D, yeah? And then we're gonna go over to here to randomizer, and then we're gonna add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 streams in here. Okay, we're going to make it 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Sorry. 1 semitone. Hey, that's pretty good. All right, and then what we do is we go every time the state changes. Yeah? Every time the state changes, we're going to play a chicken sound. All right, boys? Yeah? All right, so we're going to turn off the music for this one. Now check this out. It's going to make so much noise.
Hear it on YouTube.
You guys like that? That's so much noise, dude. So we can turn down the max dB.
Blackwater Gator Studios. Yup, those are chickens.
Yep, those are chickens. Now we're going to hear them from a long distance away. But that's because we don't have a max distance set. So if you set that to 20 meters, then... so that's pretty cool, right? And the best part is, like, each one of these chickens actually has a sound, and it sounds like an ambience, like a chicken ambience, right? You don't think I have enough? All right, well, we might need to add a couple more chickens in there, okay? What do you guys reckon of this? Ready? A few more chickens. Just a couple more. I think you might need to add some more chickens in here. You guys reckon we should add more chickens? All right, let's see what that sounds like now. You guys like that? Hey. That might be a little bit overwhelming for some people. I think it might be a little bit overwhelming, but you know, this is what it's like working on a chicken farm, you know what I mean? So even if you do find it overwhelming, you know, we should add a little bit of realism to the game. Look at the FPS as well. Look how much the FPS is tanked. We're on 50 FPS right now. That's crazy. Jeez, how many chickens do we have as well?
Blackwater Gator Studios, what speak into the ear.
We've got 126 chickens, so it kind of makes sense.
Arno 5643, now this is what I'm talking about.
That is music to my ears, dude. Okay, there we go. So 14 chickens. I mean, that's quite a lot already. But yeah, we've got the sounds. Are we at 144? Yeah, we are at 144 with this many chickens. Obviously, there's some work that we would have to do with like optimization. So if we're a certain amount of distance away from the chickens, they just stop moving. They stop processing entirely. We just like kind of pause them and stop them completely. Obviously, sound is a little bit of the heavy lifting that it's got to do as well. But I wouldn't say as much. The main thing is that every single physics frame, we're like calculating the next step, like when they're walking. And that gets a little bit tedious. So, yeah, and that's just because of the... That's just because
a ridiculous amount of chickens.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just because of the pathfinding. But if we I'll show you what I mean by the pathfinding. If we do this instead, and I put these over here, right, and then we run this, all these chickens are gonna have to avoid. Can we get to them? Yeah, look. So the chickens are going to avoid all of the geometry to actually get to the farm, right? And now they're not making noise because they're not having their state set. But like, see how they're in a big long line? They're in a big long conga line, and they're actually avoiding all of the geometry in the level to make it back to the chicken farm. If there's no geometry in the way, then we don't need to do this, right? Like it actually becomes like quite a lot easier. So just to show you what I mean as well with this, the chicken agent here, we can turn on debug to show their paths. So we can see all of their paths, and obviously oh dude, we got one chicken that went around. Look. So every single frame, it's looking for its next point, which is like these points here, that point, this point, that point, this point. So if they're all in a little area where they don't need to do any like, you know, A-star pathfinding, then it makes it actually become a lot easier because they don't have to avoid anything. They're not constantly looking for these middle points. They have to just set the target one time, set the next, you know, position one time, and then just like set the velocity to that position. You know what I mean? So I think we have one chicken that's over there that's stuck. No? Made it all the way back.
Straw note playtime vintage.
Very cool. So yeah, there's definitely some optimizations that we can do. I kind of just wanted to show you guys that. I think that's really cool. Oh my god, I just cooked the positions as well. I need to like move them back into position. Every single one of these. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think that's good. That's probably good. Now if we run that, it should look all kinds of normal again. The feet might be in the ground right as they start. But look. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. Now I think that's going to do for that. I'm going to move on to showing you guys how cool the outer, what do you call them? The far lands. You know, like, you guys ever watch those Minecraft videos where they go into the far lands, which is like a million blocks, like off in the distance? You guys ever seen that? You guys know what I'm talking about when I talk about that? Technically, my game is infinite in size, right? Like, it's not actually infinite in size. It's like, it's not infinite in size, but practically speaking, it kind of is a little bit. It kind of is a little bit. Why is this so big? I forget what this fucking zone is here. Big old stupid thing. Zone detect. It's not that. Why is it so big? That's what she said. You know what I'm saying, boys? Is it the camera? It can't be the camera. It's something on here. It's the flashlight node. Yeah, nah. I'm just gonna... This spotlight here. Oh my god. That's why my freaking player is so big. It's because of that stupid ass spotlight. Nah, that's dumb as hell. Alright, so anyway. We're gonna put my player back here. Where he's meant to go. Next to the boat. Because we love the water. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to show you guys what the far lands in my game looks like. And if you guys don't understand what the far lands are, right? We're using...
I'm using voxel tools, so mine is theoretically infinite, but voxels have a problem where they break, which is what the farlands is.
Exactly. So it's just when the physics starts to break down in your game. It's not something you intend on having in your game. It's a bug that all games have intrinsically, because like when we're talking about float 32s, which is what we're using for all of our floats, they're all float 32s. It sounds like the audience. I didn't see that one there. That's funny. The thing about precision, right, is if you guys don't understand what a float is, right, I can't remember how many numbers a float has in it, but let's say your number is like 1,000.000, right? What a float is, a float is a floating point, right? So if you're at this number, you need to have this number before the floating point, which is your decimal, right? If not, and you're only 1 meter away from that world origin, you have a lot more precision in the underneath the meter. You know what I mean? So in your decimal space, in your sub-meter space, sub-unit space, you've got a lot more precision than you do above it, right? But we move this floating point based on the number, right? So if we go back to my game, what's my position? I'm at 51, right? So 51.3, whatever. We can use these two numbers at the front, and then we have this much precision for the bottom of it, right? For the sub-pixel movement, and that's why everything is so smooth. But if we move this floating point all the way to down here, right? where we're actually at a number of, let's say, 1 million. Like this is 1 million, right? So we're 1 million units away, 1 million meters away, right? Then we can only, and like I said, don't take this as fact, because it's not fact. Like, I don't know how many decimal places. I mean, we can go look it up. Hold on. How many decimals does a float 32 have? Seven significant decimal digits of precision. So I think that means 7 decimals after the decimal point, right? Total length of the number is limited to 7 digits. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. It's even less than we thought, right? So if I'm at, what is this? If I'm at 100,000 units away from my home world, then I can only move anything, like the precision of my numbers can only move in 10 centimeter increments. That's 10% of a meter, right? And then if we get all the way to 1 million, right, 1 million, then everything, you don't have a decimal number, right? Like everything is essentially an integer, you know, and so things move around as an integer. And then when we got up to even higher numbers, you lose precision here. So you could have like 45, 1, 2, 3, 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, right? And then we lose the precision there. And then if you go another number up, you lose another decimal of precision or whatever. You know what I mean? Because you're moving the amount of stuff up, you know? So if we get to like 1 billion, then your precision only counts in like, you know, 100 meters or 1,000 meters or something like that. So it's kind of, if you want to look into why the farlands exist, it's got to do with 32-bit float precision, right? And I kind of am making that up as I go, because one of those numbers is actually the negative, you know? So one of those bits represents, it's called signed. So if a 32-bit float is signed, it means that the number can actually go up to half that amount, but you can go into the negatives. So this is a little bit of computer science for you guys, all right? Thank you. All right, it's a little bit much to learn, but when you get into the nitty-gritty of it, you'll know, right? Like when you start to do it and you need to know it, then you will know it, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to journey into the farlands, right? Let's get some spooky music on. Some spooky music. This is only going to be for the Twitch people, all right? Unfortunately. Because one time I turned music on my YouTube stream and I got like 15 fucking copyright strikes, and like it was so bullshit. Like oh man, I'm so fucking pissed off about it still. It's bullshit. Right? So we're gonna journey out into the farlands. Ooh. This is not spooky music. This is like full on just ambience. This is just like bass sounds. Ooh. What's a spooky song? Tense and scary music. Look behind you. Okay, here we go. So we're going to journey out into the farlands. Let's go, boys. And obviously we're not going to be able to do this at the speed that we're traveling in this boat. So we're going to pump up the numbers of the speed.
And no music for the losers on YouTube.
That's right. No music for the losers on YouTube. You guys can probably barely hear it on freaking Twitch either. Let's add a little bit more power to our boat. We're journeying to the farlands, boys. Let's go. See what happens if we cast the line out. Let's see what happens if we cast the line out and then we start to skits along. Look, cast the line, get in the boat. Should actually still be behind us, right? Now, look, we're going up to the 7,000. Look, that top number right there on the handle. That's the number that we're at. We're at 10,000. Now, because we're at 10,000, do we see any significant changes in the precision? I can see a little bit of movement. It's a little bit more jittery, right? I'm talking about like this here. Look at the handle of the rod. Look at the rod. You see the handle of the rod is wigging out a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see that. Right? Where that little handle is, the spinny handle, right? It's wigging out a little bit. It can't find that exact precise spot. And if you look real closely, that rod is starting to wig out just a little bit. But, yeah, I don't think that thing's coming over, dude. I think we might have lost that. All right, now let's continue. Next, we're going to go to 100,000. But obviously, yeah, the infinite line, bro. I should actually see how long it takes until that thing absolutely just like destroys itself, right? You might see that the particles are acting a little bit strange as well. They're starting to get a little bit strange. You might not be able to see it that well, but that's definitely shaking. Look at that. That rod is shaking. All right. Is the boat shaking a little bit? Oh, look at that. The motor is shaking a little bit. We've got a little bit of vibration on the motor. You see that? Yeah? What about the esky? Is the esky vibrating at all? I think it might be vibrating a little bit, but it's just so slight that we can't tell. Onwards, forth, boys. Let's see how far we can get out before I just say screw this. Okay, I'm pretty much at that point. Screw this. I'm just going to edit the boat's position. Now I want you guys to look at that number on screen. That's this number here. Actually, you guys can't see that either. It's that first number, that top number. This number here. Oh, you guys still can't see that. Look, I'm hovering the rod over the number that you're supposed to look at. This is the number of meters we are away from the middle of the Earth. I mean, the middle of the thing. Oh yeah, so that hook is going to make its way to us, but it has like all force. There's all force that it's actually pulling towards us with, because it's a solid number. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to increase that number by just directly editing the boat's position. All right, let's get it, boys. What do you guys reckon? Let's edit that number. Let's go. The music's getting even more spooky for the people on Twitch. We're going to add a 0 to it. Boom. Now we're at 290. Look at that. Everything's starting to vibrate. We've lost a little bit of precision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? This is what I was talking about before. Oh my God, look at that. The spooky music's just started. Oh my gosh. Look at that. We've lost precision. What's happening to our boat? Everything's gone crazy. Yeah? Our freaking esky is starting to vibrate. Our boat is starting to vibrate. We are starting to vibrate. What do you guys reckon? Onwards, forth. The boat is starting to vibrate. All right, we're going to cast a line out, see what happens. Actually, not that bad. But look, we've lost precision in the line. It doesn't even look like a line anymore. We've got the parts that have been split apart. The parts of the line, you can see them now. Crazy. Let's cast it out as far as we can. This is going to look so weird in the VOD when you can't hear the scary music in the background. All right. We're venturing out, boys. We're continuing our journey into the 1 million zone. What's going to happen at the 1 million zone? Is that 1 million? Okay, that's not 1 million.
Arno 5643 VOD.
There we go. We're at the 1 million zone.
Toast Cadet FPS is still good though.
Everything's gone real crazy. Look at that. Everything's gone scary. Everything. Look at that. Our line can barely keep it together. What does our particles look like? Our particles are shaking. Our particles are vibrating. I don't even know if you guys can see that, but the particles are vibrating. Look at that. Our line can't figure out where to go. It's not that hard. A handle has come off of our... The handle has come off of the fishing rod. Oh! Wow. Look at it. It's right there at the finger. It's right where the finger ends. Will Smith, get in there. Slap some sense into him. You can't, because we're out in the 1 million zone. Now let's push it even further. What do you guys reckon? Should we push it even further? Okay, the scary music stopped. We need to turn that one back on. That one was good, dude. All right, ready? So we need to get on the boat. We're going to get on the boat, and we're going to journey out to the far lands. We're going to add another 0. Oh! Look at this! barely keeping itself together. The camera movement is gone absolutely nuts. That esky barely exists. I can't even tell if I'm on the look! The fishing rod has completely lost precision. Look at that. We can't even see the fishing rod anymore. Wow, look at that. It's in the middle of the screen now. And now if we look up, this is my favorite part. We start to get this kaleidoscopic looking particles. Look at that. It's starting to wig out. It's starting to kaleidoscope. Look at that. And change the direction. Look at that. You guys can see that, right? I don't know how well that comes across on screen. Flashing warning. Probably should have said flashing warning. Probably should have said to everybody flashing warning before I did this. But it doesn't matter. We're in it now. Now you guys know. Bruh. Do you guys want to push it one step even further? Let's go. Get back in the boat. Now let's move. Continue into the far lands. One more zero. We're at like 10 squillion billion or something like that. Look at that. Everything gets weird. Everything goes full fractal. The particles don't even have a position anymore. The ground barely even exists. I don't even know if I'm on a freaking boat anymore. The precision is like in 10-meter intervals or something like that. Look at that. We can't even come to a stop. We can't even slide to a stop. It literally just goes and then stops. Look at that. The waves barely exist anymore. They're just big, long lines. Now, we're going to go one step further. Chat. W's in the chat for the Firelands. Let's go. Boom. Okay, everything basically fails to even exist. I don't know where we are. We've got like one line in the middle of the screen. That's supposed to be our rain. That's supposed to be the rain particles right now. Don't know what's going on with it. There's some sort of like, I don't know, resonance happening. I don't really know how to explain it. But yeah, boys, what do you guys reckon of that? Pretty interesting, right? That's what we call the Firelands, everybody. Give it up for the Firelands. Let's go.
Matthew Pittman 5390, how would you avoid this?
Okay, the only thing that we can do to avoid that is use a 64-bit coordinate system.
Arno 5643
look
claps.
into it. Yeah, claps. There we go. Claps for the boys. Claps for the fellas in chat. Claps for the ladies as well. For the ladies. Wait. Wow. Ooh, I think I've got a ooh, but I need to add that one in. Whoa, calm down, relax. So there isn't really any way that you can avoid it. It is what it is. Every game is going to have that in it at some point because the actual numbers, like I said, it's a computer science thing where the numbers, they can't be any bigger, right? The numbers get to a point where they are the biggest that they can possibly be. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what's happening. And then if we try to add extra numbers in there, when the number can exist, but like when the game goes to actually do math with it, it can't, and it has to basically like it's clamped to like, you know, the maximum amount, which was what we saw at the end. There is the maximum amount. You know, it's you know what I mean. I barely know what I'm talking about, to be completely honest. But those are the Firelands. You know, they exist in basically every single game. You've got double point precision. There's 64-bit precision.
Arno 5643 64-bit
precision in Godot. Yeah, exactly. Like it's the computer. What happens when you create a number on a computer is it actually reserves the amount of bits that it takes up in the RAM, right? So whenever you create a number, you have to describe, first of all, how big the number is, right? Or how big the number can possibly get. And then you can define its type, whether it's a float or a double, whether it's an integer, whether it's signed, so whether it can go into negative or not go into negative. But game engines, they take a lot of that away from you, so you don't really need to worry about it. I'm pretty sure there's ways that you can still do it. Like, I don't know if there's a way that we can do a float 16, for instance.
Noida gets super glitchy when you go real far, but the game doesn't prevent you.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, you know, games like Minecraft, you know, they're supposed to be able to go infinitely in a specific direction, or Noita, or like even Terraria or something like that. I don't know if Terraria. But yeah, the way that you can overcome that is by using 64-bit precision, which I think gives you like an extra bit or something like that, so you can go up to higher numbers. But also what you can do is you essentially are moving, it's actually quite an interesting concept to explain, right? So we're going to create a little bit more space here. Been getting a little bit overwhelmed today. You guys know what I'm saying? So what happens is you've got a coordinate system, right? Which is your X and Y. This is your world coordinate system, right? But what if you could have an extra coordinate system? And then the way that you describe everything in your game is by using that extra coordinate system with this differential, right? So you've actually got two coordinate systems, right? And we already kind of do it in Godot a little bit, like I was showing up above. You've got your local and you've got your world coordinates, but you've got essentially your world 1 and then your world 2 coordinates. So you can kind of like daisy chain them together, right? To keep this ludicrous number that you might have over off into the distance here. You can get that ludicrous number to be a function of two numbers as opposed to just one. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Like, we're daisy chaining it together because obviously this is going to be a lot more precise than if we just want to describe one number that goes all the way out into the far lands. We can have kind of daisy chain along the way. You know what I mean? So if your level is super massive, you just have to use occlusion. Nah, you use what's called 64-bit precision. Or like, I think it's like a double precision. There's a way to do it, right? So precision equals double is something that you have to compile. So it's something that you purposely have to compile. And basically what it does is it makes the world coordinates, instead of being a 32-bit float, it actually becomes a 64-bit float. So it's a signed 32-bit float, right, that we use for all coordinates, right? But if you want, you kind of have to compile the engine yourself. And it's something that I am not good with, but I know what it's called. You know, essentially I know what it's called, and that's what it's called, and that's how you do it. So you guys have any more questions about that? Ask my friend Google. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. That's been my talk for today. Okay, the next thing I wanted to do... Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to do, I think. I'm not too sure. We got our chickens working. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with our chickens. We got our rod. We got... Oh, God, I got to turn that off as well. So we're going to bring the boat all the way around to the side here, and then we're going to slam it into the island. Let's go. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! That's pretty cool, you gotta admit. Alright, my boys, it's been a wonderful stream, okay? I can't sit here and stream all day. I wish that I could. But unfortunately for you dudes, I'm gonna have to go. Right, and what that means is YouTube, now's the time that I'm going to have to say goodbye to you. So I'm going to do a little bit of a debrief right now. Get your W's in chat. Get your W's in chat while you still can. I want to thank everybody that tuned in from YouTube. If you're still watching in YouTube, make sure that you scroll down and you hit that like button, baby, because YouTube loves it when we hit that like button. Thank you guys very much. Well, there's nothing funny about that. So make sure you hit that like button. Double check that you're subscribed to my channel, because sometimes people just watch my videos. They have no idea if they're subscribed or not. I mean, I do that all the time with channels, but, you know, specifically for me, just make damn sure that you're subscribed, okay? Thank you guys very much. I'm going to go eat a banana. I'm going to go eat some chicken, probably. All this talking about chickens, got chicken on my mind. You guys know what I'm saying? Yeah, I thought so. So I'm going to go do that. My girlfriend's going to get home from work in about 20 minutes, you know, and she doesn't like it when I'm still streaming when she gets home, because that's when we like to spend time with each other. You guys know what I mean? You guys know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying? I want to thank Matthew My absolute dog. My absolute dog. He's a legend, Matthew. Thanks for all your support, bro. Honestly, seriously appreciate it. And if you do want to support me, just hit that fucking like button on YouTube, okay? Hit that fucking like button so YouTube knows that I'm can't sick deserves all of the homepage real estate or whatever. Thank you guys very much. All right. No, honestly appreciate you, bro. You're an absolute legend. That's right. W's in chat for Matthew. Seriously appreciate that, dog. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to be on this time next week, -9 hours. It's in my stream schedule on Twitch. Speaking of Twitch, after I close the stream off of YouTube, I'm going to go and raid somebody in Twitch. So if you've got a suggestion, especially game dev suggestion, leave it below, my boys, because that's where we'll... Dude, why are there 2 collision shapes? Dude, I completely forgot to set this one up. My God, look. I'm I've got an extra collision shape down the bottom of the... That's right. Hit me 3 times. Yeah, that's right. Thank you to the band. We're eventually gonna have a scene where the band is there, and that's the thing that's been playing all of this music. It's gonna be like the Eric Andre band. I don't know if you guys seen Eric Andre. That's actually where part of my background comes from here, the very edges. You know what I mean? Because I love Eric Andre. Okay, so YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. I'll see you guys next time. It's this time next week, -9 hours. 9 hours? Yeah, 8 hours and 40 minutes. So usually it's 9 a.m. Western Australia time. Dude, I don't know how to convert that for it to anything else, but it's about 1 a.m. USA time on a Tuesday, okay? 1 a.m.? No, it's 1 a.m. England time. I think it's 9 p.m. at night, West Coast time or Central time or something like that. Boys, I don't know, just figure it out, you know what I'm saying? You guys aren't stupid. Put it together for yourself. Put your hands together, that's right, for yourselves, because you guys are not dumb. Ben, hit me 3 times. That's right. Oh, the 3rd time was a bit lagged. 4 more times. That's right, Ben, hit me 5 times. All right, Ben, hit me 17 times. That's right, give it up for the band. Let's go. All right, and I'll see you guys next week from YouTube. Catch you guys later. W's in them chats. Goodbye, Will Smith.